Blood wizard, thine patience hath been exhausted by thine hateful magics. Struggle in vain. I have thus ensnared thee within the very bowels of mine own mind prison, that thou shalt not further thy nefarious endeavors. Struggle in vain. Blood wizard, thine patience hath been exhausted by thine hateful magics.
Ho ho ho. No, we're not doing that. We're not doing that one. Wait, wait. Huh? Double? No, it's not double. Is it double? Is it double? Is it double hell? No, it's not. It's single hell. Single hello. Did you just call? No, we're back. We're back. Hello, computer. Hi. I hope you enjoyed the seasonally thematic, the thematically seasonal opening today. Yeah, I don't know. It's appropriate. I think it's apropos. I mean, I feel like the theme is, well, it's ever changing. It's ever changing. Hello, computer. Welcome in. We're here. We're out here. We're posted. We're live. It's activated for us today, I think. Hello, welcome in, everybody. I still haven't quite got it yet. I think maybe one day I'll get it with enough practice. I still don't quite have it yet at the beginning of these things, right? It's always a little bit. It's a little bit off, I think, right at the start, right? There's always a little bit of, I think we can all recognize this together, right? I can be honest with myself. There's always just a little tiny bit of what is going on here. Okay, welcome in, everybody. Who is here? Who is here? The pre-gang, the infamous small group, you know, one of the many factions of Colonq Head, one of the many factions of the international shadowy organization known as Colonq Head, known as the pre-gang. Welcome in. And today, that is, let me see if we can recall. Let's see if we can recall. Tayumisi was here. Also, fighting_annelids was here. Also, Gendude was here. Welcome in, one and all in Prodzipod robotic style, of course. Hello, Compiling J, thank you for the resub. Also, Venerock, thank you for the resub. I appreciate this highly. Welcome in, Wooot. Welcome in, Crispy_0x. Welcome in, Bridgewater. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Welcome in, Tayumisi as well. Thank you for the resub. Also, welcome in, Kirem__. Welcome in, 37 Natural Log of 37. Welcome. Hello, Piss. Hello, Twitch.tv user PLSS, written to look like piss. What was that silent hello thingy called again? A silent hello thingy. What is this? What is this concept? I couldn't say. Hello, Ron Moo. Hello, Ashing 86, 87 even. Excuse me. Was just thinking of you. I was just thinking of you as well. Welcome in Kalinoscopy_. Welcome in Steeled Shield. Welcome in Ascento. Welcome in Banana. Welcome in Agpen. Welcome in Free Full. Hello, Emails Chad En. Welcome in Prowl Cash. Welcome in who else? Crespian_C. Welcome in Free Full. Welcome in Celeste_Kira. Hello. Welcome in Whimsically Made. It's great to see you. If you don't know Whimsically Made, also, Whimsically Made has been around in the past. Long time person around here. And Whimsically Made has been streaming again, I think. I don't know, maybe they've been streaming the whole time and I've just missed them. But I think it's the first time in a while, maybe. If I'm not mistaken. If I am, please tell me I'm foolish. Please let me know how foolish I am. But Whimsically Made does a lot of cool programming stuff, and has recently been doing some. I know in the past has done a lot of BQN. And in the present seems to also be doing a good amount of BQN. So if you're into array type things, this might be a thing. Also other things besides. Generally a cool place. Emacs stuff. It's a good thing. Hello, Wooot. Hello, Wooot. Put LLLL stream. Yeah, Subway Surfer streamers put me in the corner to keep their audience engaged. Yes, it's true. Hello, Kotaru Complex. Hello, Chlorgal. Hello, Asriel_IO. Hello, Code Void 0x25. Hello, Binya_min. Hello, Bad Cop_. Hello, Yellowberry HN. Thank you for 11. Hello, also L Jello. Hello, Gira_R. Hello, who else is here? Griot, yo. Hello, Vardvark. Welcome in. Thank you for the lurk. Hello, another common internet user. Hello, Nil and Dude. Hello, Violet Marmalade. Thank you for the Prime sub. I really appreciate it. Thank you. This is, well, yeah, it's funny to think like the months really they really fly by in your life. Right, I read a funny post on HN, on the Bad website, on the Bad Orange website a while back, and it was like it was a good thing, like visualizing the number of days of certain characteristics that you have left in your life, right? in order to encourage maximization of available resource. And this is it's sort of telling if you really put them out on paper, right? You could put a little dot on a sheet of paper for every weekend you have left in your life, and it's not that many, right? You could write them all on one sheet, right? It's not that many at all. You could you know, it's you gotta make the most of it. Then the months they keep on going. This is an insane thing to say. Well, anyway, thank you. Hi. Hello, Aqua Meowreen. Hello, welcome in. Hello, Watchmakering. I'm 1% older since I last streamed. I see. Well, it's good. Hello, Ricardo_Strikey as well. The game in the background is linked. It is Dungeons of Blood and Dream. It's a relatively new title. I saw it the other day on X, the Everything app, and I was pretty compelled by it. I was like, oh, we got to do this one. It's made in Godot as well. Godot. Yes. Hello, 1990X. Welcome. Hello, devs_DE. Welcome. Hello, a TEDx of the Procrastination Monkey with the weeks of your life, something like this. Horror. Hello, Nico Neko. Fellow ASCII. Wait, fellow? It's fellow. We have there's additional. We're always looking for additional. We are looking for additional. This is highly. Is this additional? I can't. There are no VODs. Either way, I will click appropriate buttons. And we go on there. We go on. This seems like this is the place where we want to be. Hello, Nico Neko. Oh, hell yeah. More than likely using Trench Room and Godot's Godot. Yes, it seems like this. It does seem like a Shalrath situation. You have a notebook in that game that you write. Yeah. It seems quite good. I missed the very start because my headphones were off. Welcome in, the 0x539. Is a bear. Yes, there's the id of Alan. The id of Alan on occasion is doing this also, but I believe it's to find it. Oh, and also the Slendy dev does this sometimes maybe, and this is I don't know. Anyway, can we move to the main scene? Let's click. We need to get right into things today. We have so much to cover. There's so much to cover in today's this. There's so much going on. It's the docket is vast. The meat is thick. By Funk Godot, maybe I don't know very much about Godot at all. Yes, Yuki has the filter also. This is also true. There are quite a few. I guess all the VTube Studio people kind of have this now, right? There's John filtration built in, right? Everyone's been doing this, right? At least when that came out. I sort of expected when that thing came out, it was going to seriously yoink my vibe. It was going to yoink my vibe a little bit. My vibe was going to be yoinked, or whatever you say. And I think it ended up no one is crazy. Before they could react, yeah. It mostly what that did was, I don't know, it was like a bunch of people who I didn't know even knew who I was were like, hey, that looks like LLLL, and I was like, damn, that's nuts. Damn, that's fucking crazy. Damn, that's crazy that it's like this. Grok his jive. Yeah, exactly. We're heavily invested via channel points. Hello, Zoth Faye. Also, welcome. A couple of competing implementations of .map and Qdo. Hello, we're here. It's officially John Holidays. It's officially Jonathan Holidays today. It's I'm sorry. It's been, you know how it goes. You know the method. It's well studied. Hello, thank you for the resub. Steel Shield as well. 17 fucking months. Holy fuck. It's been almost, like, it's crazy to think it's been almost 2 years. It'll be 2 years next month. What a time. What a time in our lives. Hello, Salad Forest and Sand Cork. Welcome in. John Lee 4 days into December. Yeah. I was in limbo for Godot 4. I see. The Holly days. Yes, we're here. Hello. Oh, we should probably tell friend that it's Christmas, actually. We should probably inform this. As for VODs, if you drop a Gyazo link, it's been a couple of weeks since I've streamed. Yeah, I mean, this is fine. Links are fine in general, as long as it's not porno. As long as it's not some kind of evil content, it's okay in general. Hello, Roodle as well. Welcome. Can we see image? Can we see screen? Oh, this is good. This is very good. This is like it's like a PNG tuber style, I think, right? This is excellent. You love to see this. This is did you develop this? Did you develop this thing? This is it's a little frame. Yeah, it looks extremely sick. Hell yeah. I thought this was the global leaderboard. Yes, I think our only global leaderboard contendee this year is Vosher. Vosher is quite good at this. Vosher is quite good at this, and Vosher has been going. Vosher has been going in this way. But we have Advent. We have John Code. Man, I'm really on the John thing today. We've been saying it way too much. Hello, Bitomancer. Welcome. And Keswick, also in Geets. Geets also is here. Hello, welcome. And Otter0_. What is up, Slime? Greetings, Slime. Are you doing an E-Lisp? We're attempting the challenge from last year, Sandcork. Well, last year I made a whole hullabaloo, a whole whatever you say, a whole thing, whatever you say. I made a whole thing about we were going to use a different programming language every day. Thank you for the follow, Nico Neko. Welcome in. It's great to have you. It's great to find a relative. I don't know. Is this how you say this? Hello, Siriusuk Albinos. Also, to my clone. Yes, let me know. Just send a message and I will do the thing. And if I don't read it, just send it again. I apologize if I miss it. Use the stream for co-working. Hell yeah, please enjoy. How often you say John? Well, we should probably add this in the stats. Actually, we can do that sort of idly as we discuss things. You know how it goes. Where do these things live? They live in chat.el. They live right here. Let's say chat John counts. That's actually a pretty good idea. John is John counts. John is John counts. Why don't you have line number? I don't know. I've never really had a use for it. I think. Right? I've never really. Are people line number enjoyers? Like I never really like look for that. Like if I want to go to a certain line, I just jump to the line, right? If I want to go to line 100, I just press 100 GG and I go to line 100. And if there's errors and things like that, I just like go to the line or like just like click on the error, or I usually just have errors in the thing. John Colonq alive in Philly. Yes. Oh wait, it's still Black Friday discounts. Oh, we have to fix that before it goes through. Hello, UC Berkeley, Montana Annex. I knew I'd be missing something. Here. Can we Bible canonize? Who is this? Devs_DE. Dies in agony. Don't die in agony, please. That seems extremely scary. Making a short stop to see the state of puppeteering. I see. Good for pairing. That's it. IMO. Oh yes, for pair programming. I could see this being useful. I don't think I've ever really done this though. Right? This probably points to my individual inexperience as a human being. This probably points to my overall lack of experience as a human being. But I have not really done this kind of thing. I guess I've never really worked as a quote unquote software engineer. This happens the first time the theme changes for some reason. I don't really know why it is the case. But yeah, it's kind of a strange thing. It's kind of a strange thing that happens. Okay, I'm repricing redeems. One moment. We gotta make them cost more. We have to make them cost more again. Equity Lord cannot be this cheap. It's simply not acceptable. It's not acceptable for this or Mandarin to be this cheap for this long. We've already gone far over quota. Think of the sales figures. It's unacceptable. So yes, we're back. Hello, extremely big. Also, the Santa hat is cool. Thank you. Okay, can we restore our status? Crippling inflation. Yeah, something like this. For some reason, we also end up in X-Rander hell. I don't know why this happens. Okay, this is a strange thing with capture card. What this single command does, right? What single is doing is it's just saying, okay, make the output 720p and then make it 1080p. Because I'm trying to basically get it to always work, right? Sometimes it just doesn't find the 1080p mode. and it doesn't find it unless I run xrandr manually. I really, maybe there's a delay or something like this. Congrats on, wait, Phytomancer. Oh no. Oh no, it's over. It's over. Wait, we can fix this. We can fix this somehow, Vitomancer. I feel like you're getting in just before the bell. One second. We have to fix this. We have to fix this. Can I go to review requests? We're able to set our own modes. You can create one that always use it. Maybe so. I don't have enough experience with xrandr, I think. Where is this redeem? Where is this redeem? If I click this, if I give you the points back, if I give the points back, did you get the points back? And then I say for Bitomancer only. If we say for Bitomancer only, okay. If you refresh, maybe it works now. Maybe we're back. Maybe we're back. Much better when you zoom things in. The normal size of text is borderline too small. I feel like the text size is relatively large. Maybe I don't know. Maybe it probably depends on your devices. It probably depends significantly on your devices, right? This is a thing, I imagine. Hello, a buff seagull, also welcome in. I hope you're doing well. John Tally as John Counter. I will be extremely disappointed. Yes, this is good. It's good on 720p. For Bitomancer only. Okay, thank you. This is good. This is good. Okay, now we reprice once more. Okay, we're back. We can do this. We'll keep adding them onto the docket here. Bitomancer Lordship. Hello, Archibald, and welcome in static_anachromatic. Welcome. Yes, unknown redeem. That one doesn't actually do anything automatically. It's just, it doesn't know what it is. Anyway, we're here. Hi. It's winter. It's not actually winter yet, but we are firmly in the thick of it here, at least. Hello, Diablo Project, also. Welcome. Good morning. It's winter. It's snowing like crazy here. I probably should not reveal the details of the weather every time there's any kind of weather where I am. I feel like this is perhaps in what they call an OPSEC moment. But I mean, I can't resist. I can't resist when it snows. It's snowing hard. It's been very cold. I've been having fun going for walks outside. We all know you live in Atlantis. Yeah, in the Lost Continent or something like this. Hello, Vinny_sunrise. He just keeps doing. I mean, I can't resist. And I mean, it's a wide enough area that but it's pleasantly cold. There's a pleasant chill. We've discussed before, like KSI. Oh, like the Iceman. Wait, is this the case? The Iceman? Only snowing in one small area right now? Yeah, probably something like this. He's in the southern hemisphere and this is just a psyop. Yeah, I'm actually Australian. I'm very good at voices. We're actually from Australia. In lost Neolithic era Doggerland. Like when Colonq says something is an OPSEC problem. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, I don't believe in security by obscurity. Florgal. I don't believe in this, right? I feel like if there's a problem with my OPSEC approach, right? I feel responsible to disclose it. I need to responsibly disclose vulns and CVE. We have to file a CVE for this kind of thing. It's necessary. Is in Indonesia? Perhaps. Indonesia honestly is relatively. Isn't this like they do VTubers there, right? This is one of the places they do this. They put anime people on there. I like the Christmas hat. Thank you, Heximus88. We're running it back from last year. I set this one up last year and we're like, you know what? You better believe we're getting this back. Mess with hackers. I believe in obscurity by security. Yeah, make everything confusing but still actually. OpenID Connect. Yes. Okay, OpenID Connect is so fucked up. I feel like LG has successfully I have been trolled epically. What do they say? They say things like lay. They say lay trolled. Or, anyway, we're not even gonna go there. This shit is there's so many moving parts to this that it's fucking unbelievable. Why do there have to be like 8 different kinds of grant flow? Why are there like 40 different kinds of thing involved? Like what is the, I don't know. To some degree, I feel like these standards. Hello, Ricardo Strikey, also welcome in, and Johnny Tebbs sounds like a Great Lakes area. Yeah, I'm actually from Michigan. The like, there's a lot, but this is getting right into topic number one on the docket. Recombobulating. I don't know. I feel like recombobulating is sort of, there's probably the word it comes from is there's a word discombobulated, right? I don't know if combobulate means anything. It's not a Blackadder reference intentionally, I think. The Blackadder is British, right? This is the thing. This is the thing. Where is our header line? Chat's header line. Where is this? Where are you? Where are you? We need John counter. We need a John counter here. We need John. John counter. John count. Okay, very good. Very good. Gonna do some Python for a bit. Work, I see. Enjoy lurking. Is it a full or a half adder? Yeah. The combobulate. Thank you for congrats on points. Also, Diablo project. It's great to see you. But it okay. Getting into things. What have we done? What has the weekend held for us? It was a very good weekend for me. I hope it was for you as well, computer. Not in flesh, certainly always. I don't know. I feel like when you make these references to Montana, Fabius. I feel like you're making references to, like, is this like a Ted Kaczynski? I don't know about this. I don't know about this, man. I don't think I am attached to this in spirit. I don't know. Montana is a beautiful zone. It is a beautiful zone. Hello A squared 31415. I love you as well. The man with Polish surname. I don't know. I don't think I do have any sort of attachment to this kind of thing. And welcome in Krush. Okay. What have we done? What have we gotten up to? Well, it was the weekend. I went for walks a lot. It was very sick. I hope, like, one of my favorite feelings in the whole world is when it's really cold outside and you can bundle up really warm and you go outside and you go, like, and your face gets really cold. It's a cold face situation, really, right? I don't know how to explain. I'm sure someone can get the appeal of this, right? A cold face, warm rest of you situation. Yeah, scarf kind of zone. Thank you Outs for the sub as well. Thank you. Did it snow in your area? It's snowing actively right now. And Briz Dingle, welcome in. Hello. It's pericombulations from Blackadder. I see. Yes, we were discussing this A squared. Welcome in, Briz Dingle. So we got some of those in. I played World of Warcraft more. We played World of Warcraft more. It was good. It was pretty good. I'm sort of slowly coming to terms with this as a part of my life. Hello, Trap Exit and Mold Entity. Welcome in. It's great to see you. Can we shout people out? Is that a possibility for us? You feel the inside of your nose freezing. Yeah, exactly like this. It's good. It's very comfortable. I don't like WoW. Yes, this is an acceptable opinion. Perhaps the right opinion. It continues. It does, Nightshade dude. It does. But I mean, I again, this is something I can't resist. And who knows if I'm telling the truth? If I just lie half the time, it's fine, right? That's what I tell myself never do. This is what I tell myself and never do. Hello, Nervous Hair and Lane BT. Had to jump on a plane and join a 2025 planning meeting on my day off. Oh dear. This is extremely unfortunate. I'm very sorry to hear this, Trap Exit. I hope 2025 is looking nice. It's looking nice. Hello, Mold Entity. Thank you for resub as well. It's double hello resub indeed. I mean, I don't do this. And Lane VT, welcome also. What do you think of Ashes of Korea? I haven't played this. I've seen the development of this. I don't know. I just I kind of feel that's how I feel. I think towards it a little bit. It's like yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Like, I don't really have if I'm gonna play an MMO, I feel like I need to play one that's old and fucked up, right? I don't really have this. Anyway, this is irrelevant for now, though. It's irrelevant. What have we done? OIDC. It works. Okay, this is the conclusion, question mark, of a long saga, right? It's been like a 3-week saga now of LG being like, oh, you should set up OIDC. You should set up OIDC, OpenID Connect, for Colonq auth, right? You are aware of Colonq auth, right? In the sense that you can go to things like secure.colonq.computer/menu. You can go places like here, and you will be prompted to log in Meridian 59 server 1. I'm not familiar with this, honestly. What is Meridian 59? Can we investigate this? Have you heard about Temple OS? I have heard about this. Oh, we got to investigate this. Wait, is this a 3DO MMO? Oh, it's for Windows. It's by the 3DO company. I see. The internet quest begins. Oh damn. Oh damn. Yeah, you can log in, right? You can log into this guy, and then you can interact with things. There's API endpoints behind these credentials and things like this. And some, at least, were interested in a mode of interaction where you could log in as somebody else. You could log into someone else's website, and in doing so, you could, hello Ziona Gabo, Kingdom of Loathing. Oh, I actually wait. Have we discussed this, Freefall? Are you a Kingdom of Loathing head? I am a major Kingdom of Loathing head. I am extreme Kingdom of Loathing enjoyer. I don't play super actively anymore, but I still hop on, pretty much. Like, I mean, I ran my turns yesterday. I ran the funny KOL Mafia scripts to farm currency yesterday. This is still actively occurring. The spirit of Christmas, indeed. Hello Zion, welcome though. I have an idea. Hello Bluish thing also turned into developer as well for a time, for the latter end of their console and until early 2000s. Army Men being most famous, I think. I see. Army Men is the shooter based on like the green plastic Army Men toys. Is this real? Is this real? The Loathing games are great. They are all great. I played Kingdom of Loathing. This was like my childhood game, right? This is the game that I was like, okay, if I had internet, I was on this. I think I started in like a school computer lab. I started in the school computer lab at and then I sort of like was trying to play that whenever I could, and I still do. This is honestly what caused the MMO brain rot, probably, and many other kinds of mental rot besides. Thank you Caramel. Thank you Caramel. Welcome in. You can escape from hexes. Okay. We have activated thing. So what we have now also is we have this OIDC thing. This is hard to sort of demo. The MMO word of the year, maybe so. This is brain rot, right? Like, someone was posting this in the Discord IRC over in this area. They were posting about how brain rot is the Oxford English Dictionary word of the year or something like this. Hello, Octo Rinsky, also welcome in. And Mistress Cal is, man, everyone's here. Hi everyone. Thank you for hello Exor Xavier, also welcome. I hope your day's going good. The LLLL, yeah, you know the way. I have a chicken bowl, huge. The and hot chocolate also, hell yeah. I made hot chocolate yesterday also. The Need for Speed was released 30 years ago. Oh my god. This is 30 years, holy fuck. It's been 30 years of PlayStation also. This is a thing, right? People are discussing this lately. It's 30 years of PlayStation. People were thinking it was going to be some kind of Bloodborne event. There was going to be some sort of Bloodborne situation, but alas, I don't know if there is. Hello Masica, also welcome. Does that go? We have to shout out every individual. I've never felt more old. Yeah. I mean, it's how it goes. These are the wages of mortality, I think. Something like that. Build a room related to that mansion gadget. Are there improvements on that? What is build? Is build a room? Where are you seeing this? Where are you seeing this thing? Where are you seeing? Oh, you mean down here, somewhere on this thing. Yes, it is related to that from long ago, Fabius. From long ago. No tree. Yes, there is no tree yet. We need to restore tree today. That's one of today's things. Restore tree. So what else has happened? Advent of code. I'm sure people are doing this. Quite a few people are doing this, actually. If we look at our private leaderboard, you can join the leaderboard as well. You can also join the Advent of Code private leaderboard. If you wish, you can use this code. Which I will proceed to add to a chat command. Can we put Advent on there? Advent is this guy. Do you see? I need to copy this, just not the whole line. Thank you. Advent is this guy. Advent. Do you see? You can join our private leaderboards. Yes, this is the thing to do. There are many people on here. There's a lot. And many people are doing the thing. I am also doing the thing. I am at least attempting to do the thing. I have never finished the thing. I have tried probably every year since like 2017 or something. I have never bothered to finish the thing. You can join multiple, I believe, another common internet user. You can join as many as you like, I think. So this should not be an issue. But we have yes, we've done it up to 10, I think. Yeah. I'm trying again to do a different language every day. That's my current thing. This is what I was intending to do last year, but last year I ended up just doing, I think I did like maybe 12 of them. I did the first half in eLisp before I sort of got distracted and fell too far behind, and it seemed challenging to catch up. Well, you do want an assembly. Hello, Lucky. I agree. Welcome in. I think probably so. I think if we find one that seems appropriate, hopefully one of the early ones, we can probably manage this. Hello Nil and Dude and Pete's Eater also. Yes, the name can differ. This is you can, I think you can change your name custom if you wish, but this is also expected. The test output is correct, but not the real input file. Yes, this is hell. I arrived on this. This can be tricky. This can be tricky for sure. Are you religious? I never asked this question. I don't think so particularly. Not like I mean I was raised, I was like, it's sort of complicated in this way, right? Like I like the sort of the circumstances in which I grew up, there were a lot of religious people around, right? So I know a lot about these things, right? But my family was not religious, right? Other than sort of socially, and I would say I am not in particular. I'm mostly interested in I don't know. I think I like whether like I don't think I'm like I don't know. These things are complex, and it's probably not the time or the place to discuss them. But I think it's I believe in ghosts. I believe in ghosts and unseen beings. I'm very superstitious, right? I believe I have to hit the door 3 times before I leave the room, or I'm going to get bad luck or things like this, right? It's kind of in this way, right? I would say I'm superstitious more than anything. Yeah, I mean, you can attach. I mean, like you can modify words in such a way that anything is anything, Fabius, I think. But like, I think under the typical definition of such things, I think this is untrue, perhaps, right? In the sense that everyone's beliefs are ultimately predicated on blind faith, right? This is true, though. Hello, 99. Also, I missed only three reports from day 2, part 2, looking for those edge cases and trying to debug as pain. I go eat now. Enjoy, controller. Hello, welcome. And yeah, yes, feng shui bedroom layout. I do Animal Crossing style feng. Yeah, you understand. You understand. Yeah, I've done. So I did C for day 1. Oh no, don't worry, Ostrich or Under. If it was too personal, I just wouldn't answer, right? This is the thing, right? Another fun thing about talking is that you can just say whatever words you want or not say them, right? So I can just if I don't want to talk about something, I just won't talk about it. This is very much on the menu. So I did C for day 1, which was I feel like I'm trying to get things that like I'm not super comfy with out of the way. Like you use those for the easy ones. This seems to be the approach, right? C is yeah, I would go where yeah, exactly. Like I think to the people who have been here, it's like patently obvious when I'm like awkward, like I'm feeling awkward about something that was posted in chat room, and I'm trying to segue. So I did C for day one. I did Weewa. We went Weewa style. We went a little bit Weewa style for day two, and then I also redid day one in Weewa. Weewa is pretty cool. It's like this. It's both a stack language and an array programming language. So it's sort of like a well and clearly on this. I mean, who knows? Who knows? I mean, these things. I mean, more in the sense, Fabius. What is the thing called? What is the concept? What is the concept? Trilemma, the Munchausen trilemma, John Munchausen trilemma. Is this it? Is this guy something like this? It's sort of true in this kind of sense, in the sense that nothing can be known. But like I don't know. Hello Birch-ish. Welcome in. Also, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Yeah. So I did C for day one. I did Weewa for day two. We can just write this down a little bit. Can we go to docket.org? Do I have advent2024.org? We did so far. We've done C. We've done Weewa, and we've done Prologue, all of which were somewhat aggravating. It was good though. It was a nice exercise. Have you ever made your own lang? Yes, several things. None as, I guess we've made some like half broken shitty things as LLLL Colonq. And the things I've made myself, I'm largely, I made a bunch of stuff when I was young, and I'm not very happy with it anymore. Mobile time, perhaps. I think I would like to do something like that. I want to use Oberon. Liquid Cake 1 was talking about Pascal in the Discord the other day, and I was like, it got me to start investigating Oberon implementation. So maybe we'll try something like this. I don't know. Although all these things end up being largely the same. I don't know if I agree with this. I think I'm in the exact opposite position, although it's neither here nor there, Fabius. I think nothing can be known and things can only be believed. And all knowledge is derived from this is, I don't know. Suggest Kitten. Yeah, Kitten is one of the concatenative guys, right? Kitten language. The can we know Kitten programming language? Kitten language. Meow. Kitten language is meow. The someone combined the composition mechanisms of Pascal and the expressive memory management of C. Piet, let your inner artist flow. Yeah, we can try these. I'll do some funny SOLang stuff in the early days. We spent so much time trying to just learn just a tidbit more. We are past the age of grand discoveries and understanding. Maybe so. I don't know if I have opinions on these things. Discord Kitten. This concept is fearsome. I don't know if I like this. Greetings, my fellow protein-based life forms. Hello, Hibako D. Welcome in. It's great to have you, Hibako D. Welcome. I saw John Prime doing it in an emoji code, something like this. I don't know these things very well. It's funny how we've all fallen into the same patterns, though, right? It's funny how these people they're spending their time playing World of Warcraft and doing Advent of Code, and I'm spending my time playing. It's funny. I don't really watch Primogen very much at all. I don't honestly these days mostly the streamers that I watch are people from around here. So I've been watching Vosher. Vosher is very good, is on the global leaderboard and has been streaming. Did it with a Vim macro? Yeah, I mean, you can do this with day one would have been quite easy. Day one probably is easier with text editing than anyway. The other notable concatenative language is Factor. Yes, we've done quite a bit of Factor on stream, right? The still needing to be touched GCP3.net. This runs on a Factor backend. Completions using Nix. Yeah, I knew someone once at a previous employer who was trying to do who is trying to do who is trying to do nicks every day. What's a concatenative lang? Concatenative, it's the sort of the it's, you can think of it as stack based, right? It's stack based languages that are less focused on binding variables and more focused on, like, you know, sort of like applying operations to like a shared stack almost. And it's concatenative in the sense that, like, you can putting two programs next to each other, concatenating them is sort of naturally corresponds to like function composition. What is stack based? Stack based is something like forth, right? So stack based, it's something like where you would write. Do we have a simple forth here? Do we have any kind of, do we have gforth installed? We do, right? So to add numbers, I might say something like 1 plus, right? Do you see, right? Where one puts a number to the stack, right? If I say 2 again, it puts another number to the stack. So now 1 and 2 are on the stack, and then plus again is gonna add them, right? Everything is like either putting things on or popping things off from like a shared stack. Hello, Kokupsi, welcome in also. Encapsulation. I don't know if this is related necessarily, right? Encapsulation refers to, in OOP, like, I mean, encapsulation in general is, I would interpret this as the hiding of state. Right? The hiding of encapsulation is basically just an abstraction mechanism related to hiding state such that you can make your interfaces cleaner, right? And make your kind of interfaces agnostic to the underlying state. And this is something you can do in any context, right? You can have encapsulation in assembly, right? Is this what your kind refers to as computer programming? Yes, unfortunately. Unfortunately. Hello, Anti-Christos. Welcome in. Can you do 1 1 1? Well, if you do, so let's see, right? Okay, we have stack underflow. If I say 1 1 1 1 plus, right, and I jump the stack is 1 1 2. Plus is purely a binary operator. Like, again, plus wouldn't know how many things to operate. It only operates on 2 things. But I could say plus plus, and now it's 4, right? So in turn, I could say 1 1 1 1 plus plus plus, right? And that's 4. Yeah, it's like this kind of thing. An async function might have state. The stack is known data that takes up a known amount of state. Yeah, I mean, so the thing about forth in particular, forth is the most like kind of well-known thing in this zone, right? Forth programming language. Can we go Wikipedia? They have merge store and there should be no state. Yes, of course, Fabius. And this sort of thing, right? You could interpret these things. Okay. We can get into this. Where's notes? Where's concatenative.org, right? You can interpret these things in multiple ways, right? You can interpret these things as multiple ways, right? You can interpret these as like operations where stack based, right? You can interpret this as push 1 to stack, push 1, like let's say push 2 to stack, pop 2 numbers from stack, add them, push results. Thank you, Upator2, for the follow. Also, welcome in. Hello. If you're new here, we have an area. We have an area, and it's pleasant. It's pleasant. You might think, I know, I do the bit all the time. I know what I'm asking of you. If I go into someone's chat and they're like, oh, new people just are here, you should check out my hashtag Discord. It's there's approximately 0 chance I'm clicking. I know, right? There's no way I'm clicking it, right? And if I do click it, there's no way I'm reading it regularly. But this one, I promise you might actually like. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm not gonna too far. I'm gonna buy pizza. This is appealing. Okay, we have or you can join IRC and it might be better. It might even be better. Yeah, I like it. It's improved my life a lot. Have you been practicing? Yeah, I'm you can tell I've been training myself on the pitch a little bit. I mean, maybe so. But again, colonoscopy, right? Part of what makes this fun for me is that if I was not the streamer, I would be fucking obsessed with L::Q, right? I've said this before. I'll say it. If this is not the case, I'm doing something wrong, right? Like if someone else was this, right? And then I'm a bigger fan than anyone. Right? I love this shit so much. Watch some random video about indies, just blown away by your overlay. Good job. Hello. Wait. Could you share the video? LKA080. Welcome in. Also, by the way, if you don't mind sharing, I never know when people are saying things. This is now considering suffering at advent of code parsing fun. Hell yeah, fun Dwarf Fortress style, it's where everyone comes to accord. Yeah, so true. I mean, there is some level of Eris veneration or something like this. There's no way to just pop. You can just do pop X, but the thing is, there's no way to what would you do with that? Basically, there's drop, right? Typically, fourths have drop to just like get rid of something on the stack, right? Typically, if you have something if you're popping something, what pop means is, okay, pop and put that in a variable, right? And like, there's not really like this, and there is a concept of variable, but it's different. It's different, right? If you're just doing everything on the stack always, right? The things that are useful are things like swap, right? To like flip the things on the stack or something like this, right? Functional, right? So what if we say this? You could also interpret this in a cleaner way, right? There are no heap vars. There are, but they are very different, right? They're a very different sort of thing, right? And you can sort of use there's like a separate. You can use the data stack also in typical fourths. There's a way to like use this as almost like a, what's the word for it? I never remember the name of the thing, like an allocator, where it's basically just a stack, right? Where you can just like a normal stack, right? You can allocate stack variables. Oh, it's this thing from a year ago. I see. The person who edited this is a person from around here. I was very shocked to see myself in this thing. It's the I think the editor is a friend of mine, and they were like I put you in this, and I was like, what the heck? What are we doing today? Well, today we have many things to do. We're mostly going to work on video games, I think, today. It's been too long. We need a 2-stack PDA. So true. Yeah. You could also interpret this though as one is a function from a stack to a new stack with one on top, right? Similarly for 2. And then how much was it before the sale? I mean, before the sale, it's no longer on sale. During the sale, it was 16,000. Now it's 20,000. The hello Mudane, also welcome in. And if I didn't say hi Kokupsi, welcome. It's good to see you, Kokupsi. I don't know if I told you, I did a little bit of Weewa actually. We did small amount of Weewa. And then you can think of plus is a function from a stack to a new stack with 2 less elements, with 1 less elements, and the top element replaced with the sum, right? Cloning also was only 40k. Yes, things were cheap. Weewa mentioned, yes, I did Advent of Code day 2 and then retroactively day 1 of Off Seagull and Weewa. I'm kind of bad at Weewa. I don't think I did a very good job. I don't think I'm thinking with portals very well with Weewa yet, but we can talk about this. So you right, you can also think of these as like, you can think of this in a typed sense too, where these things are like functions over tuples, right? Like you can almost think of like 1 as a function that's kind of like for all stacks S from S to like number S, right? Kind of like this kind of thing. 2 similarly, and then like plus, if I was typing these in Haskell, right, we'd write them sort of like this, right? Number S, kind of like this sort of thing. You see? Do you see? So Fabius, to get back to your point, if you're still here, the cool thing about these concatenative languages, things like Forth, is you can sort of interpret them in a very nice sort of clean mathematical way, where like this is just a bunch of functions composed, right? If you want to name these differently, you can name them in a way that's more amenable to thinking that, okay, 1 is not a number, 1 is a number that kind of does this transformation on pairs in kind of this nice, neat way. You can think of it as a composition of functions, or you can think of it as something that's very computery, right? So you get the dual advantage of the language is pretty nice to think about, and also you can implement it very nicely, right? It's very easy to implement a fourth, right? So this is quite, it's good. It has you get the wolf in sheep's clothing. You get the power and the beauty. Hello VTuber Talk, welcome in, and Rotation. Yeah, you know, welcome in VTuber Talk. It's great to see you, friend. I hope you're doing well. VTuber Talk. If you don't know that, VTuber Talk runs an excellent interview show. I was on there a few months ago, and it was very pleasant, and just generally is a pretty cool guy. Are easy to parse. Yeah, they're super easy to parse also. Of course, it does get more complicated than this, right? For things that are not just like straight line pure functions, things like control flow and loops and things, these sort of get complex and tend to make things slightly more exciting to parse, right? So the lower level languages like Forth, they tend to do their control flow using, they have like, since they're usually very low level, right? They do a neat thing where there's like words have different compile time and runtime semantics, right? So certain words like control flow words will like run at compile time and like save addresses and things, so you can do the appropriate jumps. This is pretty cool. And then there are like the functional ones will typically have some quotation mechanism, so you can basically define, you can like say this, right? And then have like combinators that take anonymous functions like this and then, you know, do things with them. Like, so if statements and things like might be like something like, you know, something like this. Like something like, I don't know, 1, 2 greater than, right? Like 3, 4 plus, right? Like, you know, you'll pass the then case and the else case as functions, right? This is typical. This is typical. Hello, Darius Haskell. Also, welcome in. Sounds like JS Kirsta. Maybe so. I don't know about this. Do a day in Minecraft command blocks. Minecraft command blocks. Maybe so. And hello, not a furry Yif lover. Also, I prefer my functions 1 to 1 and onto. We're a fan of bijections here. Ibako D. We're getting into bijection territory. Hello, Chromo Sundrift. Also. So this is the thing. And Wewa has kind of this characteristic, although it's in a sort of different way. You write it backwards, which is a thing that I think is typical of array languages. They're parsed right to left. I don't know if I like it that much. I think I would like Wewa more if it was not this, because it leads to some weird things I'm not used to. Like if you're like, so like it's still parsed top to bottom. So like combining lines is kind of weird, right? Anyway, I don't want to get too far into the detail. But you can, you know, the code is kind of exciting sometimes. The code, hello Nightshade dude. Also, if I go to where do we go? Source. Can we go source advent? Can we go source advent? I think my code is pretty poor for this. But it ends up being like it's I don't know. I don't have the skill necessary to read these things back very efficiently. The weird, so here's the weird thing, right? Since things are parsed right to left, but also top to bottom, if I want to combine these things onto one line, right? I can't just say this, right? I can't just like put them on one line. I have to reverse them. Right, you have to reverse. This is the equivalent, right? So this is sort of strange. I'm not used to this very much, right? It's a strange and interesting thing. What does it have over APL? Well, what it has over APL is APL. The parsing is kind of strange, right? It's a strange. It has a. We're hacking. Well, we're talking. We're yapping still a little bit. Chromo Sundrift. This is the way. What if it makes the parser simple? Yeah, the parser is very complex also in the sense that these symbols. The language will automatically modify your input file to replace things. Like if I write multiply, it'll get replaced with this thing, but also it'll replace any like any like uniquely identifying prefix of multiply. Like if I say this, it'll replace it also, right? Which is weird. And also identifiers can have lowercase names, but it will just confuse them. So if I say something like multi-all or something, you don't need a space, right? This will get translated down to this because all of the built-in operators are only one word, are only one character. Day 2 is doable in pure redstone. I mean, like, I feel like it wouldn't be so hard, right? I feel like this is doable, or like a compile time thing. Yeah, I mean, there's I think there's like a full-on compiler. Checked earlier link for the whole line joining and splitting. Wait, they have a thing, code tactility. Yeah, it has a couple of unfortunate side effects. Yeah. The formatter will flip the current line across. Oh, I see. Very interesting. So there are like special things just for the formatter. This is kind of exciting. Redstone is Turing complete. Anything is possible. Yes. I mean, if you want to do it in Redstone sort of cheaply, you download one of the existing worlds, right? You download one of the existing worlds that have this, right? There's a reason most widely used programming languages are in English. Yeah, maybe so. There's formatter commands here that we have. Hello Vodkin Yan. Welcome. But this is very good to know. Thank you for the link, Buff Seagull. Redstone dust and torches alone is Turing complete. I see. Good morning. So yeah. And then so day 3 today, I guess. Today, this morning, last night, I did prologue. I don't know prologue very well at all. APL is very nice. Yeah, I think you're thinking of BQN, UC Berkeley, Montana Index, which is this is what I was saying. Whimsically Made was doing earlier. I could link them. Twitch.tv/whimsically made. Can we share? They're a BQN enjoyer from time to time. Also Kokupsi. Some crazy basic I saw someone using the other day. It was optional whitespace and prefix matching. Oh my lord. Yes. This is fearsome. The combination of the two things is especially funky, right? This is especially funky. It was brain bending, but very cool. Yeah, I'm fond of prologue in concepts. I'm fond of this in concept. I do not write it very much, not enough to like have much experience. So I just sat down and was like, okay, well, this is a parsing challenge. I don't want to spoil things too much. This is a parsing challenge, so let's just, this seems fine. And then I just Googled a bunch of like, okay, how do I read a string from a file? How do I fucking turn a string into a list of characters, right? How do I do these things, right? How do we make things occur? Thank you for the gift sub to Fabius, also DevSteve. This is kind of you. When we got there, I feel like there's probably a way nicer way to do this in prologue. Freefall was pointing me at there's like a special syntax for this, right? Where you can like write grammars. There's like a thing built in. So I did see this in my Googling, but I don't know if I would like, I was just like, I just want to write plain prologue, right? I just want to go plain style because it should be easy to write a parser as well. Yes. I mean, the gift makes it so you don't see ads, which you might not see anyway, Fabius. So this is the functionality. It's a lack of advertisement from devs DE. I don't know if this shows up in IRC chat room. Reading a file. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, these things should be easy, right? And in fact, it was easy, right? There is just a read file to string built in SWI prologue, where and this is acceptable, right? So like once we figured it out, it wasn't too bad. And then like, yeah, I just wrote like a really bad parser, and then it didn't work on the full input, and then I just added a bunch of funny cuts, and then because it doesn't really have to backtrack very much, and then it worked. So this is the extent of my prologue experience right now. I would like to do more with this though. It seems the main thing with prologue that's sort of exciting and interesting is that like the cut thing is very scary, right? Like can we find the thing? Do we have cut documentation? The thing with languages like prologue, right? Prologue sort of has a non-obvious, well, I mean, the evaluation strategy is obvious, it's understandable, right? But it's not typical, right? Like it's not like logic programming is very different in this way, right? So unlike a typical, language, like so you might consider like you have an imperative language, right? Something like C, which is basically just saying, okay, do this, and then do this, and then do this, right? This is the evaluation. The evaluation strategy is run statements in order, right? And then expressions have their own rules, but like, you understand, right? Something like a functional language, like an ML or a Haskell, something that's lambda calculus derived, right? The evaluation strategy is like some reduction strategy for the lambda calculus, right? It's like it's like this, right? You understand. Prolog, the evaluation strategy is backtracking search, right? Like the basic thing you're saying in Prolog is not do this, then do that, and then do the next thing. Or here's an expression, reduce this expression in a predictable way. What you're saying is, here are some propositions that I am asserting to be true. Solve for the variables, right? Like you're not saying, okay, x equals this, y equals this, z equals that. You're saying this thing is true about this variable z. Find the z such that this find all z such that this is true, right? So this is the deal. And this backtracking search can make it interesting to read. This is very useful a lot of the time. First and foremost, right? It's very, very useful to be able to do this, but it's also like difficult to reason about the performance sometimes. At least for me, I find this kind of tricky, right? It's like, who knows how it's hard to tell sometimes how much things are going to backtrack. I don't it can be difficult to have that mental image. I'm sure if with experience you develop this, but yeah. And a lot of what performance will involve is inserting cuts a lot of the time, where a cut is something that's just like, okay, this is true, but you can't kind of backtrack beyond this point, right? You cannot backtrack beyond, like, so and even this notion in the first place is sort of difficult to think about. Like, okay, what does that mean? Like, I have to like think a little bit to think, okay, what does you can't backtrack beyond this point mean, right? Like, so like, yeah, it's I guess it means you can't like, if this is a sibling in the search, if this is a node in the search tree, don't search future siblings of this node, right? So it's sort of weird, right? I have to like think about it a bunch every time, and like it's tricky. It's tricky. Hello, Prowlcash, though. How not to lose? It is impossible not to. The world is balanced on the edge of the knife. Is this disco? Is this Disco Elysium? Is this the case? I sort of agree with this sentiment broadly. You must continue. Runtime can explode and sucks when you don't constrain enough. Yeah, exactly. For entitlements platform was really cool for that, since you could easily figure out why someone had perms. We built bridges to random data sources and could write Prolog to determine auth. This is very cool. I had a coworker and a friend at my previous job was developing a CI system in Prolog where Prolog rules sort of dictated like how different combinations of things that we wanted to build, right? So say we had like 10 libraries with like a relatively complex dependency structure between them, right? And they're all being developed in parallel. We wanted to often build different combinations of these things such that we could see like, okay, if we update the dependency version of X but not Y, or X and Y, or just Y and not X to certain versions on Project Z, how does the thing still build? Do the tests still pass? And what tests pass? So like determining these build configurations was a thing that we were doing. How do we get Weewa syntax highlighting in Helix? I do not know about this. This seems like you can probably write a syntax highlighter pretty easily, because I imagine the bulk of the highlighting you want to do is just like what would you practically want to do? Just make the symbols. Just make the symbols their appropriate colors. Just never update. Well, I mean, this is difficult when you're working on a project together, right? And like if you're developing software, these were not external dependencies, Fabius. These are internal. These were like if we had one person working on one thing and then two other people working on another thing. How do we make sure people's change it? You look at my beret. It's actually it's a Santa Claus hat. It's from Santa Claus. Has a built-in LSP. Yeah. Weewa has an LSP also. I've never set up a language not built into Helix before. I see. Yes, it's like this. It's like this. There's probably a word for this kind of hat, but like I don't know it. Thank you for the resub though, Prowlcash. Thank you very much. Okay. This is Advent. I know others are making attempts. I think Liquid Cake 1 attempted our challenge last year and succeeded. The challenge, if I haven't mentioned it, the challenge is to use a different language every day. The challenge is a different language every day. Why does my clone use skibbity so often? Because we said respond to the message given as if you are the Twitch chat user Prowcash. You tend to be well spoken. You often use words like skibbity and gyat in their proper contexts. Your response should be short, no more than one sentence. You always use proper capitalization. I don't know why we did that. I think we read one of your chat sample messages and you were mentioning skibbity and gyat a few times in your history. So we added this. I don't know if this is appropriate. Is this good? Is this good? I made it to day 4 last year. What the pod? Yes. I think this may warrant, if you need changes, let us know, please. Wait, you sent the prompts? Wait, you sent a prompt explicitly and I didn't read it? I didn't put it in the docket, that's why. Did you send it over DM on Discord? Oh, you did. You did, and Kalinoscopy did too. Holy moly. This was can I be forgiven? Is it possible to be forgiven for this? Okay. We will replace this. It was from a month ago, which is why I didn't expect to delay my cloning process for so long. Okay, we have the thing now. We have the thing. We can just replace this verbatim. Which is now your feet sometimes smell like vinegar and you find it hilarious. What the fuck? This is good. The 8th capital sin: unsubbing, unfollowing, leaving the server, and quitting programming forever. Oh dear. Oh dear. This is unfortunate. This is unfortunate. How will I contend with such fear? It's on me. Oh, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. We can add the thing. We can add the thing. You wanted your thing to be. I'm being sent plants on Discord. I see. We can correct such things. Anyway. Yeah, I mean, speaking of these things, I've been I've been wondering what has been happening with Eudaimoniac. Okay, we need to tell it to be short because right now we need to modify it a little bit because it's extreme long. It's doing extreme length. No, Eudaimoniac said that they were locking in. They said that they were cooking something up a few weeks ago. And we haven't seen them since. So I'm eagerly awaiting what they are cooking on. Okay, we have to correct this a little bit just immediately. We need to give it the your message should be short. We need to give it the your message should be short, no more than one sentence kind of gameplay on this. We won't do this. I know I spent like 6 hours doing these last time. We're not spending this much time on this today. I have highlighting and formatting now. Excellent. Okay, maybe it goes now. Sins have been resolved. Okay. So what's the deal? We need to restore tree. We need tree restoration. If you are not aware, last year we implemented a cool thing. We implemented a cool thing called Advent of Code Leaderboard URL fig //. The icon is the plants. I see. Now I'm interpreting properly what the I was just ready to roll with it. I was like, why am I getting this plant? What is the plant? No, the plant is the icon. The plant is the icon for Yellowberry HN. I see. This is understandable. This makes sense. I need to go. Good luck with the projects, especially the SICP series. Thank you, Fabius. The one day. I feel like I'm still fighting with the current video. I've been going for like. I try and like poke at it at least like a little bit every day that I'm not streaming. It like no one told me video editing takes so fucking long to make any. Maybe it's just me being not good at it or like being obsessed with like it being a particular way, but like it just takes or using subpar tools. Like I think Blender probably has lack of features. It can be done fast, I don't know, like I think the sort of thing that I'm trying to do, like, I don't know, if you're editing yourself, it must be harder. Maybe so. It's just like it's a lot. I use Premiere Pro. I see. For me at least, there's a whole lot of like just a skill and habits. Yeah. Takes 10x runtime. Yeah. Are you trying to copy prod style? I don't know. I don't know if I'm trying to copy prod style. I feel like actually the prod video prod asked me how I was editing this video. This was the concept. So I think like prod it's pretty far from prod style though. The thing I'm working on is closer to video essay. Use FFmpeg command line for my editing needs. Yes, I mean, this is good, right? I wish I could use this more. Go use Sphäro's editor. Yeah, I feel like Sphäro's editor is not like, he sort of dropped it, right? Sphäro is excellent in the sense that he's always moving between interesting things, right? I like that he is so willing to like just like go to the next thing if it gets boring or irritating, right? Like I saw him yesterday and he was working on font rendering. Yeah. Hello Fade, also welcome in. It's great to have you. Okay, so the objective, what we had last year is we had a thing that we had this code that would grab the advent of code leaderboard. It would grab the leaderboard, and given the leaderboard,
First blood.
hello MW Lull, welcome in. Morrowind Lull, welcome in. It would grab the leaderboard and it would show next to your name, like if you are Yellowberry HN, right, and you are up to date. The good color theme is set. Yes, it's happened already. How are you doing, Fade? Early victories. It's funny how this is developed. It's funny how, like, honestly, of the colors, this is the one that I'm kind of like least likely to use, I feel, which is it's interesting. I do like it. I like them all. But like this is like, I don't know. It's the one I don't think of as often. So it's nice to see it more often. It doesn't match your Twitch name. Yes, well, we will add this because we already had last year, we had functionality for name mapping. Darker Loon. Well, you can change the theme with redeems, LKA080. There are various theme change redeems that are cheap that you can use for things like this. Look like brown on brown with, oh yes, because of the color blindness. I see. This is interesting to consider. Disappointing to hear as engage. Oh, I see. It's trap exit. It's trap exit robot. I see. Okay. It's Crystal. Yeah. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna port this to the new system. We're gonna port this over. Hello, Niche Penguin. Welcome in. Not the type of chatter that messing up. Well, I mean, this. It's not messing up. It's more so just like it's just part of the deal, right? It's just part of the experience, right? This is just the thing. Competes on the global leaderboard for this. Yeah. The hello Niche. Hello Niche. So we're gonna make where's Bible dot where's other. Where's things? We're gonna make advents. Wasp advents.el. We gotta port this thing over. We have to port this over, and we have to restore our previous functionality, which is to have a tree. Yeah, you can change everything. You can really change everything. LKA080. Like you can make it be like if I say LKA080 red. Right, my eye now says LKA080. Right, do you see? This is we have full customization abilities. Okay. So this guy here. Let's just change it. We have the basic things to change. Our leaderboard should still be the same if we just go 2024. I think it's probably the same ID, right? Given that it's preserved year to year, I imagine this is the same thing. I think in order to fetch this, though, we may need to authenticate ourselves. I think that's possible. I think that's maybe possible. We may need to authenticate ourselves. Or is this a or did we get 404 here? What is the response? This, oh, we said 2022. Why did we say 2022? It's the same deal, but now it's large. We're We're being told there's no clues here. We're being told there's no clues here. Interesting. Okay, we should just check the API docs on the site instead. We can say use an API. We can get John JSON. We can get John JSON, and it should be this URL, right? And you have to provide your session cookie in the request. And the session cookie lasts a month. Okay, so this is the interesting bit. We will need to grab our session cookie, which I do not really want to leak, and I need to put it into the place where the secrets go. I need to put it into the place where the secrets are placed. We can go leakma style. Okay, so I'm going to go. We need to cover the thing. Let's cover the thing temporarily. Where is the thing? Season 2. I still have this source is still called Season 2 new model. I have to actually conjure it. My mouse is double clicking. So if you saw it like flash twice, it's because my mouse, when I do a single click, my mouse has been double clicking. I think it's a hardware failure. I need to like, it's very annoying in the sense that the mouse I use and that I love is a mouse that has been discontinued by Logitech now, I think. And I only have one extra lying around, and I need to like go on eBay and buy a bunch of them. Do you have a Logitech mouse? I do. Open it up and clean it out. I probably should do this. This mouse has served me faithfully for like 5 years now. I like the mouse a lot. ModClonq uses the same mouse also. Crack both, unsolder the buttons, swap them. It's a Logitech G600. We can temporarily go. It's Logitech G600. This guy gamers. It's a gamer's mouse. It's for MMO players. If we go to PC World, is this going to? It's this guy. It's this guy here. Do you see? Yes, this creature. What's your join code? It is here. You can see it in the some information section of Discord IRC, and there's also it's this guy. For gamers only. Yes, this mouse is all the G buttons for game. Exactly. The G stands for gaming, Andy Gravity. It's true. Welcome in. I got like 4, and all of them double click after like a year. Yeah, I mean this one has lasted pretty long. Twiddler mouse. Where is the free scroll? I don't use this very often. I actually kind of like when the scroll is very tactile. Like on this, it's very. I know how to input one. I tend to use. I tend to use the scroll wheel for bindings in games. Right? This is a thing I will do. Right. Like in John World of Warcraft, I use like scroll wheel down for like a tagging macro and scroll wheel up for my interact key, right? This is the thing. So I like when I can do one, but it is also spammable. Pat the scroll, yeah, exactly. Shout out Andy Gravity also. Welcome LG. So this is a sick mouse just in general. I do everything with this. How do you zoom in and out then? I don't. Ever. I'm always at maximum zoom out. I'll just reposition the camera if it's annoying, but usually it isn't. Usually I feel like I want to see as much as possible. Alternatively, you can just bind this to shift scroll wheel, which I've done in the past. But typically I'll do something like I find I want to scroll out more than I want to scroll in, so I can bind like shift no zoom. I can't. Yeah, no. I go maximum scroll. I would increase the scroll out distance far further if I could. Hello code in 007. Also welcome in. Level 30. I'm on level 37, almost 38 now. LG. We're gaming. We are gaming. I haven't played in like 2 days though. Yeah, these are really good, right? Because like for MMOs especially, or like it's also really fun for like, this is just like so good. I saw you on last night. I was not on yesterday at all, actually. Like I did not log in even once yesterday. The night before I was on though. It's good for gaming, right? If you're playing League of Legends or Dota or WoW or something like this, custom made for Plan 9, maybe so. The highest so far at level 16. Oh wait, are you on the same server as us, Octorinsky? Is this true? I'm on Night Slayer PvP status. Or if you're on there, we should link up and build. We could all do some stuff. We have Azrael and LG are playing as well, so like we could hop on and game a little bit. It's just very nice. I've used this to play fighting games too, like Guilty Gear, like just I don't know. I really like having the thumb buttons. Dream Scythe at level 13. I see. I see. Oh, it's like this. It's like this. Is this hardcore? Bind the new tweet to a mouse with text to speech recording, and this is possible. I feel we don't have a Twitter post API endpoint, but we could build this. Either way, I really like the thumb buttons. They don't make this mouse anymore, though. I think, right? I think they discontinued it. If I go on Amazon on my other screen, I think I saw this Logitech G600. Yeah, they're fucking $200 resale on Amazon now because people love this mouse. Is the tasty menu supposed to be working? Yes, it should work. People are using it, I believe, right now. A Squared is. They stopped fucking making it. And there are others that are similar, but they're all like silly. They're all like, I just want this one. I don't want a cool mouse. I want I want the one I've been using for years. So it's I may just bite the bullet and buy like 5 of them and put them in a box or something like that. I don't know. I'm sure I can find this is like a normal mouse, right? This feels like a normal mouse, right? It's basically just a mouse that has a keypad on the side of it, right? Like if you Google MMO mouse, right? You are going to get insane looking mice, right? I do not want this. Like this is nuts. This is nuts. This is like, I do not want this. I do not want this. I do not want lights and things on the mouse. Hello, Ashla, also Razor Nog. Maybe so. They're the same but different. I mean, this is the one, the good one, right? In the grand scheme of things, this one is like relatively not unintrusive, right? It just looks like a normal mouse with keypad, right? Like and it feels really good in your hand. Like it's a normal mouse. It's a good mouse even for just like anything, right? For just doing anything, it's a pretty good mouse. So like, yeah. If it isn't throwing off RGB like it's a nightclub, are you even gaming? Like MX Master 3, I see. I know there are some people who are into track balls as mice. I don't know if I could do this. Replace the switches for you? I see. I should perhaps try and do this myself, maybe, if it's too bad. It actually looks good. Yeah, like what the fuck is this? What is this? Like this looks like some kind of torture device for your hand. Like I'm not interested in this kind of this. Like what is this? Looks like an economy car. I'm not like. It looks like a trike. It's a 3-wheeled bicycle or something like I'm not. I'm sorry, but I'm not interested in that. A snowmobile. I got really good at Zonotic with a trackball. Now we're hello Mickey Noon, welcome in. Yeah, so I don't know. Either way, I gotta find a good mouse situation for this. The double clicking is too much. Something from Terminator. Yeah, it has claw marks on it. What do you do with all the little buttons? Well, for normal use, like for me, it's just a numpad. I don't actually enter numbers with them. I basically only use it for playing games. I could ostensibly use it for like streaming. Like I could use it as like a stream deck thing if I wanted to for like effects. I have not really considered that. But like for playing games, I use it for like just key bindings, right? Typically, if I'm playing games, I only use like WASD on my left hand, and then I just do everything else on my right hand. Or you love the word ostensibly so much. I do. I know. How does it present itself in XEV? There are multiple modes you can toggle through. One of the buttons on the top changes the mode. I think some of the modes do not work properly with my like the whole Windows VM setup. So for me, I always have it in the mode where it just acts like a normal numpad, and I just use it for the number keys, right? So like if I press 1 on this is me pressing on my mouse, right? This is my mouse inputs, right? I'm now this is shift mouse inputs. Right, so it's just a normal like number pad only on my thumb, right? And it's pretty cool for Noita. I have trouble coping with using. Yeah, it's good for any game that has a lot of buttons, right? So like I got it originally because I got into Final Fantasy, and like this was the entire impetus for it. And Final Fantasy, like you're pretty often going to want like it lines up really nicely with like hotbar games. Right, so like MMOs, you typically have like a hotbar, right? You have like a 10 or 12 length like squares. You have a grid of squares that's 10 or 12 long, right? And you can like put things on it, and then you can keybind the things to different things, right? So like typically what I do is I'll have like a 3x4 grid of a hotbar shape on the screen, and I'll just like bind all the stuff there, so it's very obvious, like just looking at it, like what I press to do the thing. And typically also another one for like shift plus those bindings. And then it ends up being pretty natural. It's good for any like these games that make you press 1,000 different buttons. It's good. I imagine it's also pretty good for like some mech games and stuff. Like anything that's input intense. Fighting games also sometimes are good. Okay, back to Cookie. Back to Cookie though. It's back to business. Can we reconjure? Okay. Can I extract my session cookie? Can we do this in a way that is not horrid? Can we do this in a way that is not horrid? If I go here, what do I do? If I go to storage in dev tools, if I just copy this, how do I copy a cookie? Probably just this, right? Probably just this. Chat, do not peek. No peeking. No peeking. And then I go to the bad file. If I go to sensitive.el, if we open up sensitive.el, which I actually have a bunch of spaces. I forgot I put a bunch of spaces at the start. I put a bunch of spaces between each entry even, so that none of them fit on one screen. So I can't leak everything by accident. If I say defconst w sensitive AOC session cookie, and we paste the guy. We paste the guy. I played Hacknet for 3 hours before this. I'm ready. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hello, Vika. And also, hi, Doto. Welcome in. Thank you. Welcome in both. It's great to see you, friends. Allow me to quote unquote drink. Thank you. Thank you. What is this called? Sensitive AOC. Let's evaluate that. Let's evaluate that. Let's close this file. I should probably make this file not appear in recent F also. And then we should be good. I think if we go back to advent.el, we should be perhaps good. Let's make this go away. Let's make this go away. What are we doing today? Well, first off, Diablo project is we're doing Advent of Code restoration. So we're restoring the feature from last year where if you're caught up on Advent of Code, it puts a tree next to your name. Next, it's game dev. I want to fucking develop games. I want to develop games. I realize it's been so long since we've done any OOP. It's time we need to go into the... I saw that basically what happened was, as many of the streams go, I was on the web. I was surfing. I was on my little surfboard on cyberspace, right? Manually. Well, I'm manually mapping the names that do not match. This is only for names that are not matching. That's the solution here. Odin the Allfather does not believe in us anymore. Yeah, maybe so. Maybe so. Free trees. Yeah, your name doesn't match, so we will add you to the thing. We will add you to the thing. So let's just see if we can make a request though. Let's make some requests. I'm just gonna rename a bunch of shit. Lie. I'm using Prowl Cowers. That should work. This should. It's based on your display name, so it should work. The max stars should also work. Okay, the lookup, however, this is just AOC user start. We'd have to retrieve this thing. This is the same. I think we're calling this sensitive AOC session cookie. I think this is the variable that we desire. I think this is what I named it. I tried solving it today in Torch. I see. Check out Greyhack too. Bitburner is also a good one. Yeah, I think there was. Is Bitburner the open source one? Is this the case? No, Bitburner. This is not the case. There's one that's is a browser game. I remember Basilia liked it a lot. Oh, it is. Bitburner is open source. I think this is the one. I think this is the guy. Hello, Isomorphica. Also, welcome. Yeah. Yeah, this is the thing. Can we does this just work? This might just work. We're just gonna do the same thing as last year. We have to change all the names because we're no longer in fake. We have since become wasps. We have since become wasps since then. And apparently I have like a bunch of solution code in here. Why do I have a bunch of shit in here? Okay, we're fine, I think. If I just run this, where is user stars? Where do you live? Okay, it worked. It worked the first time. Excellent. Our old code still goes. Our old code still goes, but this is not fetching the correct year. It's fetching 2022. Can we fetch 2024 instead? Yeah. Yeah, okay. Can we get 2024, please? What happened to 2023? I don't know. I think we changed. I think I got in an amusing typo situation. I think I went backwards in years rather than forwards in years, which it'll happen to you. Okay, it appears we have mapping now. It appears we now have mapping. So from here, all we need is manual name. We need manual name translations, those that remain, right? There are some that we can see, right? I don't know who Zymoros is. I don't know who Wezik is, right? I don't know these people. If you don't want to share, this is of course fine also. You might want to read this if you haven't. Automation FAQ. It says yeah, you should throttle your requests and cache your inputs. And also put yourself in user agent. We should do this. Who is PLS? What the hell? Yeah, I can probably just put myself in John user agent like this, right? If I just say user agents, can we just say it's what's the link to this file? What shall it be? github.com/LLLL We have to use predictive power. We have to use predictive power. Wait, do you know Nightshade Dude? You know each other? Wait, Nightshade Dude is a known entity. Hello, Nightshade Dude. You've been here before. We've spoken before. I've probably asked this same question about whether you are a known entity. He's a mod in your chat room. I see. Oh, he's moderation. He's moderation individual. I see. This is interesting. Well, hello. The fake false news. It's falsehood. They get around and are cool. Okay, hell yeah. Hello. He just is one somehow. This is how it tends to be, I find. This is how it tends to be sometimes. D Vipper. Got them. Yeah. If I go github.com/LLLL/wasp, what is the format? Once banned a whole family, riven by war, no remorse. Hello F Collector. Where is it'll be in Gizmo. Let's just copy this link and then just change it because we haven't pushed this yet. Let's say it's wasp advent.el by twitch.tv/LLLQ. Okay, cool. Does that still work? Does that properly send our user agent? Value as variable is void k. Oh, advent.el. Wrong advent.el. Okay. Now it should work. Plus 10 netizen points. Yeah, and we only fetch once per stream. Every time it amazes me. You're our peak VTuber by far. Thank you. This is kind of you to say. This is very kind of you to say. I don't know about this necessarily, but I certainly, I don't know. I'm glad people think it's good. We gotta do fucking more is the thing. We gotta bring back, I gotta bring back the hands. I feel like hand restoration and making the hand stuff more consistent and workable. Because like there was a lot of parlor tricks happening the last time we did John Hands, right? I feel like we need to do some. I want to do like some hardware shit. I want to do some cool, yeah, the hand stuff, yeah, and less sweaty. Yeah, we need like better setup, right? Better gloves. Yeah, I don't know about Lego. I don't know if this is appealing, but I want to do some hardware shit. I want to do this. I don't have a very good workspace for it right now, in the sense that like my effective desk area that I have access to is like, that is not covered with keyboard and other things, is probably like roughly 1 square foot immediately in front of me, and that is like the extent of all of the table space available in my room. So like it would be good to have this. Bad Cup doesn't have all the fish. Oh dear. Hello, Troop and Ponda. Welcome in. Thank you for the resub as well. Surround yourself. This is what I've already done. Mod. Someone was asking where Mod is. Mod is. I think she was taking a shower. She is kind of ill. She has fallen somewhat ill. She has like a sore throat, bad head cold. So this is unfortunate. Yes, this is why I was making Coco yesterday, because yeah. 105 out of 111. Yeah. It says it in the friend reports on these things sometimes. Yeah. So I'm hoping there are quite a few sick people around here. I'm hoping she recovers well soon. I'm hoping I don't get sick also. Although I think I won't. My immune system tends to be freakish. Make her a nice thing. Yeah. I think she's doing better than she was yesterday, I think, but like overall she's feeling kind of like she came home early from her job and things like this. It's yes. Virus scanner installed. Yeah. I think I've only ever been sick. I was sick like last July once, but that's the only time I've been sick since the start of streaming, I think. We've been ill once. Sick as fuck. Yeah. I don't know about that. I don't know about this one. Hello Mogu Mog. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. You have a cool name. You're doing like a cool thing with the Is this like an intentionally cool thing with the Japanese text to make an arrow? Is this the concept? This is quite cool. This is quite cool. I like exciting, using the features of the website to produce exciting outcomes. Which hand tracker do you use? OpenCFA. I'm not using any kind of tracker right now. The hands, can we bring up the hands? Where are the Twitch? Or if I go to, I did the hands. We've done it only once. I developed a thing on top of my current model deal, where it's like a green screen thing. What was that stream? What was hands? This was like a few months ago, right? This was it was a somewhat long guy. It was a somewhat long guy. Which is the one? Which is the one? Which is the one? Is it this one? Gaiden X Ultra Energy Mode? I don't think it is. Hello Dieter from Spronkets also. It's more impressive to be lower ranked. Is this the case? Is this the case? It's more impressive to be lower. Oh, it's these ones. This is the one. It's this stream. We did hands on this one, and the concept behind the hands was it's like this. It's a view of my desk. Look, we can go forward a little bit. And then it's like this. It works like this kind of way. Do you see? Do you see? It's kind of like my model, but it's in real. It's in real space. Yeah, pull that up, friend. Can you pull this up? Can you pull this up? And there's ModClonk's hand, right? You can kind of see. You can sort of see the thing. Top down camera with green screen. Yeah. You can see. You can see the concept. Why is the BPM so high? I don't. Oh, on here it is. It's so high because it's running all. This is what I was not on the new machine yet, so it was like perpetually very high and like lagging all over the place. Yeah, that was the concept. Although the green screen does not work very well because I implemented it myself and like I did not do the right things. Yeah, you can do the same stuff. Like here's Bad Apple on the hands. You could change the letters and all the stuff you could normally do on them. Yeah, thresholding. I did not implement it very well. So like anything that was even like remotely greenish, I tried tweaking it a bunch and it just did not. I gotta make changes. I gotta make changes because it's a little too aggressive. Hello, M Tinks. Also, welcome. And Semafriend is hands today's thing. No, today's thing is we were waxing nostalgic. Someone was asking how we did it. Today's thing is oob. We gotta go oob today. I think at long last we gotta get back into things. We have to. I've been the way things often go for me between the streams is I'll be like, I'll see something interesting online and it'll make me think like, oh damn, I have not touched that project in a month. I have not touched that project in 2 months. I gotta make video games. Typically this is the impetus. This is the impulse. No, we'll talk about it soon. Hello Kenners also. How often do you use arrays when coding? I'm learning them right now, but don't quite understand it. This is, I would say you use them basically all the time, right? This is extremely fundamental. This is like the most fundamental thing of all. I mean, this is, you know, it's the same. It's the same. Release when, I mean, release as soon as we work on it a little bit more. Hello Fizzbuzz also. And congrats to Tayamisi on this. I think I need it back. Yeah, reclaim the thing. Yeah, you'll get it. You'll get it for sure, Dieter from Sprockets. Okay, think of one. So arrays are there for when you need many of the same thing, right? So if I could take a guess, your point of confusion is probably something along the lines of, why do I need an array, right? If I have an array that's 3 long, right? If I have an array of 3 things, right? I could just have 3 variables, right? Right? Like the reason for it being useful, right? The reason for the utility, right, is it lets you sort of treat many things in kind of a generic way, right? If you just have 3 variables, right? You have to sort of treat them all separately, right? Whereas if you have an array, right, it lets you kind of like refer to a thing in the array with like a number or something like this. This is like the immediate obvious utility, right? And you can use a number instead of a name, right? And numbers you can do things with, right? You can add to numbers, you can compare numbers, you can do all kinds of stuff with numbers. Implementation of adjacency lists, yeah, maybe so. It's all, yeah. And just in general, right? Like there are 2 things you're going to be doing all the time, right? Like programming, like in a really simple sense, is basically describing, like coming up with a way to represent your data and then manipulating that representation, right? This is kind of the core thing. And sort of fundamentally, there are really 2 ways to represent the data, right? Either you have a bunch of different things bundled together, or you have a bunch of the same thing repeated, right? This is kind of like the thing, right? This is sort of the base, and the array is sort of like the basic a bunch of the same thing repeated element, right? Norman Wildberger and realize everything is a lot. Is this Norman Wildberger? This is one of the ultra finitists, right? Is this the case? Is this an ultra finitist? Norman Wildberger. This is the case, right? Oh yes, rational trigonometry to universe. This is divine proportions. This is a finitist perspective, I think, right? I've seen this person spoken about. A vector versus list situation. Yeah, I don't know. I think again, these things, the specific data structure you use is less relevant than kind of the chess program they wrote without knowing about arrays. Never have I seen such an amazing feat of sheer misguided effort. Yeah, I mean, this is it makes it impossible to abstract, right? Because suddenly, how are you representing the board? You have 64 variables, right? And then suddenly you have to talk about each combination of those 64 kind of individually, right? You can't really like a chessboard is a very good and obvious example. Hello, Corollas 2011 also, and Lucky Bear Thing, welcome. You like if you're writing a chess program, right? You would like to say something like, okay, then the pawn moves 1 square forward. You can't, like, saying that when you have 64 different variables for each position is insane, right? You have to like handle each position separately. You have to say like, right? Like that's nuts. Yeah, you have to handle every like, but an array allows you to abstract. An array allows you to say like, okay, move from any position X to any other, like the appropriate position Y, right? Where Y is the, you know, one forward. All positions are in, but the thing is you have to handle them all separately, right? Like do you see what I'm saying, right? Like if like, can we go array.org, like, and this is the basic there are other trade-offs for like getting more involved in it. Like, of course there are trade-offs between different implementations and data structures and things, but like the basic utility of having an array, right, is like, okay, so say you have chess without arrays, right? Hello papachan _div, right? Your chessboard is going to be something like this: position, like, how do they do it in chess? It's like one, is it one indexed and it's A through H or something, right? You have position 1A equals, you know, rook or something. Position 1B equals, you know, it's etc, right? All the way up to position 8H equals whatever, right? Do you see? You can't have strings, whatever. You see what I mean? You see what I mean? Hello, partly atomic also, right? You have everything, right? You have every position independently. And then if you want to like move, how do you move a pawn? You can't do this in a position agnostic way, right? So you have to say things like, okay, like if moving like so say you have a move, like if moving pawn at position at you have to basically check everything, right? So like if you're moving a pawn at position 1A, then you say, okay, position is it, I don't know the ranks in the files. Position 2A equals position 1A, position 1A equals empty. Else, if moving pawn at position 1B, right? You have to you have to do it individually for every position on the board, right? Whereas with arrays, chess with arrays allow you to abstract over this notion of like position, of sequence, right? You can say you have positions, right? And then you can just say, if moving pawn at x, y, right? You can just say position x, y plus 1 equals, right? Position x, y. Do you see? Do you see? Like this is, and you only do it once, etc. 62 more times equals empty, right? Only once, right? This is the advantage, right? This is the utility, right? And this is the basic utility of the thing, the ability to refer to something with a number that you can manipulate rather than a name. It's the y plus 1 that is the benefit. This is sort of a roundabout explanation, but I hope this is somewhat clear, Dieter from Sprockets, right? Like this is maybe something. Some like, right, the advantage is that you can do, if it's just in the variable name, right, you can't do anything with it. It's just something you can't fuck with, right? If it's an array, it's you can manipulate the index, right? You can add, or you have, of course there's plenty of other things, right? If you have unknown inputs, right, there's tons and tons of other things you could do, but the very basic utility is that it lets you refer to something with a number that you can do things with, instead of just a name that you can't do anything with a name, right? It's just a name, it's arbitrary. It makes your thing more, like it adds this structure that you can kind of utilize. So yeah, and this comes up again and again and again everywhere. Basically anywhere where you want to, you have like a notion of something, right? And here the idea of something is like a square on a chessboard. It could also be a notion of like, oh, there's an enemy in a game, right? An enemy in a game, like a a name in a list of names, right? So things like this, right? The whenever you have a notion of something, and you might have you might have more than one of something, right? This is gonna come up. It's the basic notion of more than one. Yeah, okay, sure. And of course you can manipulate variables if you want to, right? In Python too, Python has eval, right? You can start doing garbage like if moving pawn at x y, like I don't even know, eval. Yeah, you can do hell. Yeah, it also has locals, right? So Python, you can say like locals position plus strx, like this is, you don't want to be doing this, right? This is basically using more than an array anyway. I missed startup. Hello Jakava, welcome in. I'm sorry, it's all good, please don't worry about missing things. I'm happy to have you here. I hope you know, right? Like it means a lot to have people to talk to. Advanced topic like trees, Shrai and its advantages. Tree, the funny. Okay, I have to confess something. I never remember the importance of tree with I. I never used this guy, and I don't remember him at all. I don't like, the vast majority of trees that I am working with are like it's typically just like some kind of structured tree for like, AST or something like this, or it's a yeah, and this all this stuff is language agnostic, Dieter from Strong. It's the same thing anywhere, the same exact thing anywhere. It's radixy. This is like a certain kind of search tree, right? This is the deal. We can probably try and understand this. Trees in general are also very fundamental, right? Hello Puka _ for a personal project at work once, it sped up the naive to for loop from 2 seconds to 10 to 20 milliseconds. Yeah, it seems like this is probably useful in some cases. Had to build a B+ tree. Hello Brave Teddy and Reggie 1660. Yeah, I would like to learn more data structure in general as well. What is the basic concept here? This is often like a text search functionality, right? Is that the understanding? I think that's how I understand it, right? It's for searching text is the deal. Prefix tree is a better name. Yeah. Hello MX Alex also. What do you call it? Is it basically just a, okay, this kind of we have to think about this a little bit. Links between nodes not defined not by the entire key but by individual characters. Following the links between, okay, sure, this kind of makes sense. Right, it's prefixes, right? It's for finding things given a prefix. For a smaller set of search values, yeah, I mean this is true in general for almost anything, right? For most anything, right? Like for, if you have small n, right, and small can be a pretty big number, right? Small can be like thousands, right? Small can be tens of thousands sometimes, depending on your overhead, right? A lot of the time, constant factors will like outweigh these things, right? Like all of these things have costs. Okay, I think I understand the meaning behind this. This is sort of very similar to what is the guy? What is the guy? It reminds me of fuck. What is that? Huffman table. It reminds me of Huffman table. Is this it's Huffman coding. This guy. Yes, we even see the tree here vaguely. And this is a prefix. So yes, I think this similarity is true. Okay. Yeah, okay. When someone I knew discovered that grep could search JSON of size 1 GB less than MongoDB, small can be pretty big. Yeah. Like this is a similar deal. Like a lot of people like don't understand how fast things are. I don't understand how fast things are in the general case, but like things are really fucking fast. And like things like how do you say? using the who metric, yeah, the like for a lot of things you don't need a fucking database, right? For a whole lot of things, right? Consider us, right? Consider the case where we're using Redis right now. We have this we have this in-memory cache. We're trying to do all this shit, right? Like throwing files on a disk, throwing a bunch of files on the disk and opening all the files, or opening the files you need, or like saving key data just on disk in a JSON file is pretty fucking fast, right? Like you can just like you can get away with shit that people do not think you can get away with at all. And in fact, a lot of the time the things that people think are fast are in fact slow, right? For the same reason that this kind of thing is slow on small input, right? For a small set of search values, right? Because of the overhead, right? It's the constant factors, right? Like things might have like a better sort of asymptotic complexity, right? But they might have better big O, right? They could have better big O, right? But this is far from everything, right? Like the thing that matters is absolute runtime at the end of the day, right? Yeah, almost no optimization will help you, as I learned. Yeah, if you need all the data, right, the best thing to do is throw all that shit into memory however you can, right, and work, right, just you're reading it all anyway, right? I think Postgres removed all of their caching code years ago because the file system was just better at it. Yeah. It might only it might like, especially for like things like startup kind of shit, right? You really should just not care about it at all, right? You should just you just need to like implement the thing in the dumbest, easiest way possible in all cases, right? Like that's like almost always the best thing, right? Because like by the time of course some things warrant attention, some things are genuinely like slow and you have to think about it, right? But like the whole like people don't I think people worry too much about whether X scales or not, right? By the time you need to scale on how fast modern computers are, like you have better problems, right? But if you are throwing fast computers at your problem and then suddenly like you find that you need to scale even that, right? You have better problems like wondering about where you're going to put all your money, probably, right? You have problems like how am I gonna fit all of this money on my boat? So like you should consider those problems instead. Maybe like go you're right, like let someone else handle the scaling problem. I will say my current job maybe had to switch my mindset to thinking of scale by default. Yes, and it does matter in some places. Some people are in the unenviable position to be hired by the people with the boat, right? This is the unfortunate place. If you work for John Google or something like this, right? This can happen. Small company but large, yeah. And it's common these days too with the machine learning. This does warrant, right? Like if you actually are pushing the limits to like if you're pushing the machine's limits, right? If you're trying to go fast and it's just too slow, or you need like this does matter, right? But it doesn't need to matter before it needs to, right? Like this is the thing, right? Linear search fucking gets there a lot of the time, right? Like I actually bet a lot of the time, even for stuff that, I wonder what the exact point is where, if I like a thing that happens commonly with me, right? A data structure that we use a whole lot in EList is the association list, right? And the association list it's a list of pairs. Right? People do this in Haskell as well. It's a thing you'll see pretty commonly in Haskell, right? It's a list of pairs, right? So if I say foo is 42, bar is B, right? And baz is hello, computer, right? This is an association list. It's a list of it's a list of any number of pairs. In this case, it's a list of 3 pairs, right? And the pairs are, you see, right? And there are various routines that you can use to retrieve things in this. So there's one called alist get that's very common, right? Alist get, you give it a key, right? If I say foo here, it gives me 42. Wow. If I say bar, it gives me B. If I say baz, right? So this is basically like it has the interface, it has a dictionary type interface, a map type interface, right? The performance characteristics of this are It's a hash map without the hash. Yeah. And it's what it is it's linear search, right? There are various ways you can implement a map, right? You can implement a map with a hash, like you say, right? You can implement it with you can have a thing that takes the keys, applies some hash function to them, and that hash function determines bucket mud. It determines which bucket the thing goes into, and you can have various strategies for if there's collisions. This is a hash map, common thing. You could have a tree-based map, right? This is common in Haskell, right? Haskell. And also common in other languages where you need a sorted map, right? So Haskell, the common map type is a binary search tree, right? A binary search tree also gives you a map, pretty much. Or you can implement it like this. And if you want to know how this works, it's linear fucking search. It's iterate over the list. Look at the first element of pairs, and if they are equal, return the second element of pairs. That is this function. And I always wonder what is the exact, and there are other ways to get maps in ELIS. I can say ht create, right? And I can make a hash table, and I can I can do stuff. I can convert between hash tables in these ALIS, right? There are more types with more efficient lookup. And something that's always curious to me is what is the trade-off, right? Because this trade-off depends on a whole lot of things, right? It's very language dependent, of course, right? It's dependent on what the overhead of certain things is in ELISP and what the it's interesting, right? I wonder what that number is, where the length what length of this it starts to be worth it to use a hash map. I feel like it is probably we could profile it, of course, if we really wanted to. Hello, Vesdiv. We could figure it out. It's sort of annoying to do so, probably, and remove any, when O1 is slower than ON. But the thing is, there's the thing is that doesn't have all the information in it. The sentence doesn't have all the information because there's a lot of stuff hidden in that O, right? It's the constant factors that matter here, right? That's the thing. I can imagine this being. I can imagine a variety of things, right? I can imagine this being faster for 1,000,000 elements, maybe. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. It all depends on the overhead of various things, the overhead of the hash function, It's hard to tell. Only matters around 30,000 elements. I mean, this rule of thumb is derived purely from whatever the current speed of computers and the overhead of your platform is, right? Right? It again, and how it depends on so many fucking things. So it's much more complex. Gets the value from the provided key. Yeah, exactly. It's map lookup. It's dictionary lookup. It's like this, but it does it through linear search. It does it by it's O of n, right? It does it by looking at each element, right? Similarly, in something like C, right? The trade-offs are going to be different, but you could have a similar thing, right? Do you want to see my very cool C map type? Let's close this here, right? Here's my super duper cool C map type, right? We have typedef struct entry. We have struct entry, void pointer key. Let's just say int key. It's going to be easier for now. Int val, right? Entry, right? Epic map type here. We have entry map 100. Here's my map type. When I want to add a new entry to the map, I'm gonna say let's also say int map next equals 0. If I want to add a new entry to the map, I'm gonna hit him with the classic map next. We can just write functions for this. Let's call this map inserts. Int key, int val. Here's my cool map insertion technique. It is map next plus equals entry dot key equals key dot val equals val. Extremely sick. And also my epic lookup, int map lookup int key. It's while for int I equals 0, map I not equal to not equal to key, and I is less than 100, plus I, return if I equals 100, return error negative 100, right? Otherwise return map I. The map I dots key rather, and map I dot val, right? Here's my epic lookup. Here's my epic lookup function, right? I wonder when this gets slower, right? When is this slower than my fancy hash table, right? Because like a hash table, like, you know, it's got some overhead here, right? There's stuff going on in places, right? Like I gotta compute the hash, I gotta determine, like, I'm still gonna have to linearly, right? I less than 1, yeah, probably, sure. We probably do wish to see this to not go off the end, sure. I less than 100, and yeah, we get there. Here's the thing, right? Like, it depends on a whole lot of fucking factors, right? It probably like a ton of shit. It's hard to tell. It probably depends on like other load on them, like it's so many things, right? So like this, like, I wouldn't be shocked if this is better like with 10,000 elements, right? Like I don't know, right? And this is like not like what people think, right? Like, I don't think this sometimes. Yeah, memory latency, caching, cost of alternatives like hashing. Yeah, exactly, right? There's so many things possible, right? So like, yeah, insertion order too, right? Like, and of course there are trade-offs here, right? It's more difficult to remove elements, alignment of the compiled instructions in memory as well. Maybe so. I don't know very much about this kind of thing on x86. What if there's a collision? Well, whatever one is inserted first wins, right? If we want to make whatever one is inserted last wins, it's also not very hard. We just say 99 greater than equal to 0 minus I, right? We can just search backwards instead. Alignment on x86 is generally not a big deal, but can be depending on certain factors. Yeah, I would kind of hope that instructions are aligned, but maybe this is untrue. I mean, it probably can be. I don't know the rules, and I suspect it's, given x86. I suspect it's much worse. It's much worse than we suspect. It's funny to prove people that the list of pairs is faster. I've written a small piece of C++ with linear search on list with some OMP optimization. To this day, not a single was able to make it faster on 1,000 elements using any other data structure. They hate it. It's variable lengths. Yeah, I guess this is true, right? The hello, Mod Colonq. Hello. Yeah, I mean, yeah. This is obvious then. It is variable length, so of course it is. Yeah, individual. Yeah. Okay, this makes sense. I was being foolish. I had foolish brain. Hello. How are you feeling? Better? No? You feel bad?
Head cold.
Head cold? Yes. This is unfortunate.
Hello, everybody. Hi. I hope you're all doing well. Someone at Thanksgiving got me sick.
You've become ill.
I'm mad.
You have developed illness.
Oh, Ilver, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
Mogul needs. Yeah.
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 I like left work early yesterday. I was like, I need to go lay down.
Yeah. You have been enjoying laying down.
Yeah.
It's good.
I'm back up. Oh, it's my emo. It's me.
Is yours unsanitary? The children?
I mean,
perhaps it could be.
It was a kid brother.
Yeah.
But he's not really a kid.
Yeah. Alas. Hello, Timidus. Also, welcome in.
Hello.
It's good to have you.
I'm gonna go drink a bunch of water. We got out the second comforter for the bed.
We got double blankets.
I woke up. I had none of the normal bedding on me and just the extra one, because Colonq is not a.
I'm not a human.
No, you just.
I flail around like a maniac.
You do move a lot in your sleep.
Hello, Zamiel Payne.
Hello.
Also.
Okay, I'm gonna go.
Okay, enjoy. And Failure, welcome in.
Kimchi from the grocery.
Thank you. This will be good to eat. Hello, I hope your travels are going well, Failure. Yeah. So anyway, this is the deal. I don't know why I'm ranting about this, but it's interesting to think about.
I'll be here.
Okay, enjoy. What is Hathful? Hathful is Hack the Planet. Hello, XWidget1 also. Someone said something, have you explored representations? Have you worked with trees that are stored on disk? I mean, there's one obvious type of tree that's stored on disk. It's called file system. So I guess so, right? Other common types of tree that are stored on disk. XML. XML is a common type of tree that is stored on disk. JSON. JSON is disk tree. Basically any programming language is a representation of a tree. So all source code pretty much is a representation of a tree on disk. There are other things, right? Only XML is XML compliant. Tree stored on disk, a slice of naturally grown wood. So true. Hello, Buncell Channel and Ikatona. Welcome in. Can we keep shouting people out also? Is this a possibility for us? We shout out LG. It goes. This is good though. The slice style. People used to do this quite often, right? This is sort of the kind of thing you get at a trendy restaurant, right? It's just a slice of wood. It's a slice of a tree. Oh yeah, speaking of trees, we need the badge. We need the sigil. The sigil of tree is necessary. We did not get that far. Very tridimensional. Yeah, it is. It's truly. It has 3 dimensions. You can see it here. It actually has quite a lot of texture as well. We want plants. Yeah. Counting the rings to get my bits. Can you throw some light on graphs? So graphs are cool and useful. Hello, Doc East. For anything, right? You can almost think of like there are kind of 2 halves to a data structure, right? There's kind of like the interface to it, and then there's like the implementation underlying, right? And this is how I often think of it, like this, where like certain things are, you have a tree with 2 billion nodes, so you need to store them on disk. How would you store with the tree? For something like this, I would probably do it in like, I would probably store it like I would store a graph, and I would probably store like an adjacency list kind of deal. I imagine it depends on how much data. It depends on how much data is in each node also, and it depends on what it is and what you're searching for, right? If it's like a search tree, this is maybe a different thing. But I think probably like adjacency list feels like a pretty nice way to save this sort of thing. Tree, yeah, I mean some kind of prefix tree. I mean, if it's any sort of like search tree, I don't know. I have not thought about this very much. Yeah, they're just trees that lost their way, right? So graphs are basically trees, but you have a less natural representation, but they're not, because of the presence of cycles sometimes, right? Like I guess you can do this in fucked up sicko languages like C or whatever, right? But like you can have recursive pointer, like build a graph out of pointers, but I feel like this is unwise. This feels unwise to me, right? Really, the way I would probably want to represent a graph is using an adjacency list representation, right? And an adjacency list is you just basically you give each node, right? Like what is can we go graph.org, right? Adjacency list. People use this term like this comes up in like algorithm classes and things like this, right? And it's like, what the fuck does this mean? What the fuck does this actually mean? It's literally the obvious way you would write a graph, right? Like and the way it is right, assign each node a number, a unique index number, right? So then for each node you have basically nodes 1 equals nodes n equals edges, right? Equals a set of edges, right? This is the representation, and the edges are represented as like, and let's just say 1 equals 0 to 4, right? So this would mean that node 1 has edges to 0, 2, and 4. And of course, other representations are, you can consider a variety of things, whether the graph is directed or not, whether the edges have some graphs have edges that have values, right? Like you might have an edge, like in games a lot of the time, right? If you think about it, right, an edge might have like a weight for pathfinding or something like this, right? It might have like a cost. So there's various things you can change, but this is the basic thing, right? And this works pretty well for trees too. It works. This is a kind of nice thing for programming languages, especially, or like expression layouts sometimes, because this is a you can like trees, right? Like the natural representation of, you can kind of get away with doing trees with like pointers a lot of the time, right? You need too much to delete an element. Yeah. I mean, this is somewhat costly to delete something, right? Because to delete something, you have to like prune it from all of the other edges, right? This can be there are other ways you can do it. How does one transverse a tree? Hello, big gay Mikey. I mean, like, this is kind of like the natural way, right? Like typically a tree, you have a certain thing that is the root node, right? And then you have children of that node, and you just do it. It just naturally happens, kind of recursively, right? It's like you to traverse a tree, you look at a node, you do something with it, and you look at the children, you do something, and there's various where you put the do something kind of determines a lot of like but like it's all the same at the end of the day. Good night, Kirsch. Also, I guess this is a data structure. I don't know why we're in this data structures mode. Hello, Luigi 401. Also, just stop caring about needing data. It's not worth it. Yeah, someone asked why arrays are useful. I think it was a good question. I think it's someone starting off, right? So it's, I don't know. They are relevant for labyrinth traversal here. Yeah, and we have the AOC cookie working. I just need to make the badge happen. So this is like a vaguely sensible graph representation. Also, like, there's a technique that's this is occasionally cool in programming, right? Even for trees, like you'll often, instead of using this big array with array of sets kind of structure, right, or array of arrays, right, like you can expand this. Another thing people talk about sometimes is adjacency matrix, right? Where instead of being just a list of these things, this is like a big set of a big list of booleans, basically. For each other node, there's an entry that tells you like whether it's there or not. This is just another representation of a set. I don't think this is meaningfully different. I guess it makes it slightly easier to store edge values or something. I don't know. It's not so much. So for trees, like, oftentimes you're like, I don't need to do that. I can just say, okay, my tree is like, I don't know, struct tree node is whatever int val, and then vector of tree node children or whatever, or maybe just like some fixed number of children, whatever, right? This is what trees are in Lisp, basically. I mean, Lisp they're more simpler because they're like just pairs, but like you can sort of think of them like this in Lisp. But it's often useful to use this representation even for trees, because a lot of times trees in something like a programming language, there's like a lot of shared structure. So there are things like there's a technique that's cool. This is maybe actually interesting. This is getting into things that are maybe beyond the basics. There's a technique called hash consing, right? That's really cool. And the idea behind hash consing is you use this representation for a tree, right? But to assign the index number, you don't just enumerate things. What you do is you take a hash of the tree, of a subtree, of a given subtree, right? This is the idea. And what this does is it lets you naturally collapse trees down into DAGs. Right? It lets you for free. So let's consider a simple tree, right? In Lisp, right? Something like this: times 2 2 2 3. I don't know, times 2 3. Think about something like this. Well, it's not truly Merkle tree, but it sort of has a relation, I suppose. It's more so using the hash to obtain a unique identifier, right? So something like this, right? You could compile this in the simple way as a tree, using a tree, right? But doing this is sort of inefficient, right? Because what you're going to do is you're going to generate two multiplications, right? You're going to generate two different multiplications. You're going to generate times 2, 3, and then times, it's identical, right? There's no reason to do that multiplication twice. It should be shared, right? Really what this, a more efficient way to write this is kind of like saying something like let x times 2, 3 plus x, right? Do you see? Do you see? And this hash consing technique, what you would do is these two things would have the same hash. These two things would have the same hash, right? So that they would be the same node here, right? So what this would compile to is it would be the plus node, and then it would be two of the same child, right? So you would only have to, it sort of naturally lets you transform this into this kind of thing, right? Not truly a let, but it lets you kind of factor out duplicate subterms. And this is, I don't know, it can be useful to, basically the long and short of it is it can be useful due to techniques like this. Oftentimes when you think you're working with trees, you actually want to be working with DAGs, and it makes it like a DAG is a directed acyclic graph, right? It's sort of like a tree where you can it's a tree where, like, you know, two things can point to the same thing, right? Where you can have kind of these diamond shapes, right? These diamond patterns in it, branches that rejoin. Yeah. A lot of the time you actually want a DAG, and so it can be useful even in something like Lisp to use this adjacency list or similar representation. Use a graph representation instead of a tree representation. Yes. Okay. I think we're good. And so this is why arrays are useful. This is the long and short of it is this is why arrays are useful. The whole yapping gave me an idea to use adjacency list for part 2 of today's puzzle. Thank you, computer. I hope it's, I mean, you will certainly want to use graphs in the future of Advent of Code. People like, is that guy still here? I don't know. I hope they are. Hello. If they aren't, I hope you have a good day. I hope we did not scare you off. No one asks why functions are useful. Like, I mean, these things are like important to discuss, right? And it's important to clear the air about these things, right? I think, like, there's so many. I've had a lot of friends, right? If any of those friends, I know some of them know I stream. In the past, I've had some friends who have studied programming a little bit, right? Some IRL friends who studied a little bit. And I would talk to them, and they would say things like, "Oh, I hate object-oriented programming," right? I hate OOP, right? And I was like, oh man, that's kind of the I've asked them about it, right? I've asked them about it. I've been like, oh, that's sort of, you know, I don't know. I have gripes with OOP as well, right? What do you dislike about it? And the things they said in return were it was something like I don't know why you need methods, right? I don't understand why you need to put things into methods. Why don't you just write the code? Right? And this is something that has stuck with me. I explicitly don't say this to make fun of this, right? I think this is a very odd, like if you have not programmed very much, if you've just been writing little scripts and things like this is a very easy perspective to have, I think. Right? They cost 8 bits but only store 1 bit. Yeah, I mean those yeah, who knows about those guys? I don't know if those are useful either. Hello, Dante Daedalus channel also, right? Yeah, so this has stuck with me for years, right? This person had a thing, right? Like, think of this when you see people discussing things here, when you see me talking about something, when you see people talking about things on Twitter, when you see other streamers talking about something, when you see whatever, right? You should think about whether the thing that they're saying is something that is I don't like OOP because I don't understand why there needs to be methods, right? Do you see? Right? Like the impression of Java and its lack of, yes, I believe that's exactly what it was, right? So it's very easy to express opinions about things, whether those opinions are, you know, like right, like it, like you yeah, this is the thing, right? This is the thing. You have to consider where people are, right? And like whether these things are. I love having. Yeah, I mean it's not even an invalid opinion. I think it's a. I think that they genuinely they didn't like it. They didn't like what they were doing because they didn't understand, right? And I mean like this is you know. Yeah, why opinions are useful? I don't think they are. I don't think they are very much at all. Just like it's worth considering. Like when you see hot takes, consider the thing that is heating that. Consider the heating element, basically, right? It could be, you know, you never know, right? I don't just like the OOP toolkit because it sometimes maps nicely to my mental model of things. Yeah, I think these things are always more nuanced than the first impression, right? It's the same anywhere, right? It's yeah. What I've learned in Java feels more straightforward than OOP in Python. Yeah, I mean again, it's the same question of like you don't know like where people are with the thing, right? Like what it actually means to them, right? I hate hammers. It's so hard to drive the screws. Yeah, exactly. Right. I think in general, these things, almost nothing is so simple as, oh, that sucks, I hate it. Right. Like nothing is so simple. Classes, methods, etc. Probably. I mean, maybe so, but like, what does that really mean at the end of the day? Right. I mean, you're going to have data structures and you're going to have functions, subroutines that operate on those data structures in any language, right? Is this OOP? If I write a struct in C, right? If I go to test.c here, right? If I write a struct called entity, if I write a struct called enemy for my game, enemy. An enemy has, I don't know, enemy has HP, it has char name, right? It has various things, right? It has int str, int magic, right? Things like this, right? And I write some methods, right? I can write a constructor. I could say entity pointer make entity, and this is return calc size of entity 1, right? I can make a new entity, maybe even, right? I could have methods on this, right? I could say like, I don't know, void hit, or like let's say entity hit, entity pointer this HP minus equal 1. Right? I don't know. Like I can. Is this OOP? Is typedef a keyword? Well, I mean, I could even, let's make it simpler even. Typedef struct enemy enemy. I don't know why I'm saying entity here. Enemy make enemy. Enemy. Is this OOP? The worst part is they have internalized these concepts, so learning the easier way feels like cheating makes them angry. Like me and getting, yeah. I will not stop hating Go. I've already done 2 full yeah. The is this OOP? This is not OOP, right? I don't think this is OOP either. We should look at self. Self is like a small talk style deal, right? Is this the case? It has like it has the same deal of it needs a namespace. I mean, it has a namespace. This is the same as it is in Python, right? If I open some Python, if I say test.py here, right? If I say class enemy, def init self dot hp equals 0, self dot name equals self dot str equals 0, self dot magic equals 0, and then we say def hit self self dot hp minus equal 1. This is the same. Is this OOP? Is this OOP here? A concept of objects, so I can see some weird OOP here. I've never even looked at close. Yeah, this is probably true as well. Or small talk, honestly, right? Small talk, the OOP of small talk and the OOP, and to some extent the OOP of close, are very different than right? Is this here object oriented? I don't think this is either. I don't like we wrote the word class here. I don't think this is object oriented though. Hello task E666. This is the basic. We can go further too. Test.hs. Is this OOP? Is this OOP? Int magic int. If I say make enemy make enemy equals enemy, do the standard song and dance. Hello lovely death 6969, also welcome in. Finally left a follow here, forgot about it last stream. Have to say it's really relaxing listening to you. Thank you. I really like jokes and funny stream. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really, it's great. Like yeah. I appreciate this. If you like this also, you can join our place. Yeah, this is common in Haskell, the leading comma. They do this a lot over in that world. But like if I say str equals 0, magic equals 0, and I say down here hit enemy to enemy, hit enemy e equals e, HP equals HPE -1, right? Is this OOP? Is this OOP here? I don't know. I don't particularly think it is either. I mean, this is we're writing Haskell here, right? I don't know. You're still trapped in Emacs. Yeah, that's where we live. This is our zone. I don't know. I don't know. What is behind the question? Is this OOP? Well, what's behind the question is OOP about classes, right? What is OOP actually? When people say I don't like object-oriented programming, what does this mean, right? What do they mean by this, right? Do they mean I don't like putting the code in methods, right? That's what some people I've spoken to like, and I'm not saying this to like shame them or like say, oh, you're so foolish, haha. I'm saying that like what people mean by the terms that they use, right? These hot takes that fly all over the place. What do they mean? Right? You have to know what the fucking words mean. And I don't know if they necessarily mean something like you know, meaning it can be up to the individual person, but what literally the question is, you know, people say all the time, what did he mean by this? Right? This is like one of those meme phrases. What did they mean by this? Right? It's about the code pattern, right? Yeah. Maybe they hated the professor. Maybe they learned Java in CS1 and they hated the professor, right? I mean, you know my opinion on this already, computer. I think nothing warrants your hatred, right? In the world of computers, nothing warrants your hatred, right? Nothing warrants this level of hot, right? This is, yeah, only works on YouTube and Twitch URLs, so apologies, fighting analysts. It's to prevent problems. I will look at image though. Yes, this is good. This is quite good. We must bring it up. Image. Yeah. Exactly. So I would say for me, there are two things that can be the thing that is OOP is dynamic dispatch, right? The thing that is OOP is subtyping polymorphism. Right, is probably the word, is probably the fancy word for it, but it's the thing that makes it OOP is virtual function, right? The problem is it's so people are introduced to the concept of a record, right, of a struct through OOP, right? Yeah, I love vtables, right? A vtable is what makes it OOP, basically. Maybe it does, but like vtables and like this kind of thing, definitely def generic makes it OOP. Maybe I don't know. That's the definition I would use, at least. I don't know if this is true in general, right? The final one I want to say here, is to take it all back to the beginning. Is this OOP? Is this OOP? is this OOP. This is C++, right? This is C with classes. Is this really that different from this? I don't think it is. Constructor spotted. I don't think this is like, this is just normal programming. You know what it's called when you put data together into records and then you write functions that manipulate those records, right? It's called programming, right? That's what you do in any programming language, right? So like this kind of thing, like this is the basic idea, right? OOP is something more specific, right? OOP specifically, encapsulation maybe is a word for it, but I mean, even this is not necessary. Right? I feel like encapsulation also requires like some degree of like, you know, you're not exposing this stuff in order to, you can do this in a variety of ways. Hello RWXITO. Also, are noob questions allowed? They are very allowed. And not only are they allowed, I think they are encouraged. I like talking. Because I think new, like, again, this all, right, I don't know. Basically, yeah, that's kind of the feeling. I think the thing that makes it OOP is when there's polymorphism, and specifically when in like C++, if we had like John virtual hits, and then we had class other guy. I don't even know how you do this in C++ anymore. I don't remember fucking anything. Public enemy, right? We had John other guy where we had I don't know if you have to say virtual here too, and this is HP plus equal 1 or something, right? Like this kind of deal where I can pass an other guy to something that expects an enemy and it gets to call other guy's hit instead of, right? This kind of thing is the deal. Where is my manners? Hello. Is this code that combines? Yeah, but the thing is, this Zully 3, the thing with this definition is that's literally all code, right? Like, I don't mean to say this in an aggressive way. Also, hi Zully. This is like every code in any language, right? This is I could describe basically all code I've ever written like this, right? It's basically all I combine data and I mean, like, whether I guess if you mean combining it syntactically, right? Maybe this is something, right? But like, sorry for, oh, don't worry, Big Book of Bug. Hello, Big Book of Bug. I'm sorry if I didn't say hi also. And Party Cat LOL. Why is there code on the screen? Oh, we're yapping about it, of course. Yeah, you see. How does self-learning, oh, so this is a whole separate thing. Tasks. If you mean like the current AI stuff that does learning, basically the way that this is, I'm not a machine learning expert, but basically the way that it is others can probably explain it better, but like I can explain it in the sense of I don't know if we can explain it at all actually in anything resembling a good way that isn't just more confusing. Basically you have a, like, one way to think about it. So say yeah, it's all basically gradient descent, right? Yeah. It's all basically trying to, like, self-learning stuff is basically you're trying to achieve some outcome, right? Something like, oh, you're trying to win at chess or something like this, right? The winning at chess constitutes, well, you have to, how do you win at chess? You have to play chess. You have to play chess well. What does playing chess look like? It looks like every time you're offered a turn, right? You have a bunch of moves you can make, and you have to pick moves such that you win, right? So it's really very simple, right? You have to pick a bunch of moves that win. So what you need ultimately is you need some kind of function that looks at the current state of the game and picks a move that is the best move, right? And the self-learning stuff basically is, in a loosey-goosey sort of way, right? You have a bunch of numbers where you kind of encode possible functions there. Possible, I guess, policies is the word they say sometimes, right? And you have sort of a procedure for updating that big bunch of numbers, right? Which therefore leads to a different function, right? And you have some techniques such that you kind of are confident that if you update the function, if you update the numbers in a certain way, it makes the function better at figuring out whether the move is what the right move is for the board. I think this is basically the idea. Yeah, differential function fx and optimize it using gradient descent generally. Yeah, and the fx is about computing like how good you are at chess, right? Basically, this is the case, right? You're trying or how far you are from good at chess, right? And you're trying to make how far you are from good at chess small or something. I am far from having any level of real knowledge in this domain though. Other than doing just a little bit. Yeah, a heuristic that improves based on the performance of its outputs. It's a loss. Yeah, sure. It's like a how do you say? I think the issue for me is init needs an explicit. Yeah, it's implicit. And again, this is purely syntactic though. Model by itself is a function. Yeah. But it is this way, right? Ultimately, all it is about is about making the function better, at guessing how good the move is, how good a position in the game is. Has implicit init now too. Yeah, I mean in Python you can also do the funny data class thing. Is how I read it a lot, right? So yeah. So someone was asking what is like, this is what OOP is for me, right? OOP is for me like something that's like, if I were to write another function here called void hit enemy that takes John enemy reference E, right, and say E dot hits, right? The fact that I can say, you know, other guy O and then say hit enemy O and have HP be added. This is OOP, right? It's the fact that this E dot hit, when this says that it's enemy at compile time, can call other guys hits at runtime. It's vtable, right? This is what I think the essence of it is, right? And this is like a very specific thing, right? This is not just like C stuff. Bro likes dynamic. I feel like I actually don't like this. Right? I don't know. I don't know. I feel like I don't like writing code like this very often. I would rather have an explicit tag on the enemy and then just do this automatically, right? Should try. Yeah, you like dynamic dispatch. Yeah, I mean this is a matter of taste. Right? Like this is at the point where yeah. Instead of improving the function or like improving efficiency of it, let's say the complicated way to solve. I don't know if we're speaking in the same direction here. Maybe there's hello attention span also. I see C++. Okay, we got to get it off the screen. Get this off the screen. Hello attention span. Welcome in. Thank you for the resub. Very annoying for decompiling / reverse engineering. Yeah. And in general, my tastes are such that I prefer explicit things rather than implicit things, right? Because fundamentally, like, what is this? Like, if I wanted to write this in C, if I wanted to write this C++ in C, what would this look like? Well, you can kind of think it would probably look like you'd have something like a table here, right? For all the virtual functions, you'd have something like a vtable. Vtable V. And vtable probably looks a little bit like it's a bunch of functions, right? So like, I don't know, struct vtable. It probably looks a little bit like we have the hit function at least, right? And hit is shaped like this. Hit is shaped like this. So like, and then what enemy hit actually does is it actually calls this v dot hit this, right? It's kind of like this thing instead. So then specific instances of this, you have like there's a vtable for enemy, right? And then that gets initialized for the base enemy, and then there's like another vtable for our other guy that has a different value for this function pointer that does, you know, you can do it, right? But this is a very particular sort of technique, right? And I would sort of prefer it be obvious when that's happening. Basic dynamic dispatch is an acceptable amount of encapsulation. Writing an in-language solution to a common problem that would otherwise require boilerplate and doing, yeah, I think so as well, right? Like I wouldn't say like I'm like against this in any kind of way, right? And in fact, it's the same thing that like I think maybe I have more of an issue with inheritance sometimes, but it's really all fine, right? Like here, the main way that this dynamic dispatch is set up is via inheritance, right? Whereas Haskell has a similar kind of vtable deal, but you do it with like this type class concept, or like what Rust does with traits, right? Like trait stuff in Rust, right? I can have a if I'm writing Rust, I'm gonna have to remember the syntax for this, right? If I'm writing Rust and I have struct enemy, right, and the same shit, right? We have I32. What were we saying here before? HP string name. This is different, of course. I32 str I32 magic. You see? Oh, it's exclamation point advents. Strive to not care. Maybe we should just care instead. Maybe so. I don't know. I feel like it's best to not care, right? How would that look like if someone were able to make that? Most models cannot make themselves. Yeah. I mean, if someone did this is the whole singularity concept. Who knows if this is actually possible, right? But this is kind of the singularity concept, right? If you can make something that makes itself it makes itself better at making itself and also doing something else, right? But like, I don't who knows if this is real? Who knows if this is real or science fiction? Yeah, Golang interfaces must also be some kind of vtable. Yeah, traits in Rust, at least in certain cases, are a vtable, as well as in Haskell, right? They are in cases where you have the funny dyn thing, right? Like this is I never remember what this is called exactly, right? But you can do it inside of a box, right? Because you don't know how much space it's going to take, right? So I could dynamically dispatch, right? I could say what we would say here is we would say trait hittable or something like this. I don't know how you do this. I don't write traits very often. Is it like this in Rust? Do you say John T and you say fn hits like anti x, right? It's like this kind of thing, right? It's like this kind of deal, right? And then you would say impl hittable for enemy, right? And then also you might say impl hittable for other guy, right? And if you're doing the inheritance here, you'd probably just compose them, right? You'd probably say other guy, has an enemy E, right? Has this is not how you write Rust either. You know what I mean though. You know what I fucking mean, computer. You're good. We're code switching too often here. Right? You might write like this. You see? Might better have a one command install option to avoid my wrath. So true. Prefer not to care which layout torch uses for data if I can perform math on it. Yeah, not my job. Yeah, exactly, right? Fn hit and mute self. Yeah, is this the case? Oh, you don't say the thing explicitly. You just have a funny self type. You have a funny self type. Yeah, I'm not. My brain is not in Rust mode right now at all. This looks like it makes sense. This looks like it makes a lot of sense. Okay, right? And then if you wanted to store these or something like this, if you wanted to write your hits, right? If you wanted to write enemy hits, right? What you would do is you could pass in, you could still dynamically dispatch by passing in like one of these, right? I think this is how you do it in Rust. If you want the similar kind of dynamic dispatch, right? You have this dyn trait thing, right? Which you have to put on the like. Maybe you can actually have a reference. I don't actually know all the rules behind dyn trait deal. Aspect-oriented programming. I remember seeing this term a lot, but I don't remember actually ever interacting with it in any sort of meaningful way. Hello, Coos also. Yeah. Struct unions qualitatively differently. Yeah, exactly. Struct unions and arrays. Structs and enums are completely orthogonal forms of compound data. Yeah, I mean, they're yes, as Big Book of Bug, you're asking, yeah, they're, I mean, like, you can sort of, enums kind of get you a lot of, right? Because of like funny helper things you get, right? Enums can kind of get you a lot of things, like, because you can kind of use the struct syntax, right? Like, because you can say enemy, you know, HP I-32, like you can sort of think of an enum as a bunch of pluses, right? Remember we were talking about like the size, like the size multiplication algebra stuff the other day, right? Like, struct is multiplication, right? Struct is Cartesian product, right? It's Cartesian products. Cartesian product, like it's pairs, right? A pair is the most basic form of a struct, right? We're still talking, we're still yapping about the same thing. You know how it is, Nightshade. We're figuring out what it is. I like FOP as well. Instead of just a, yes, it is a full sum type Vostra 1025. You can have arbitrary, you know, I can say enum, like the way I would typically do this, instead of doing the dynamic dispatch like this in Rust, I would typically say enemy, right? I would say, I don't know, base HP, you know, you understand, right? It's like a map with keys, and it's not like a map, right? It's something else entirely, right? We can explain what it is, right? You can give these things fields, right? I can say other guy has other thing F32, right? Like you can, it's a full sum type. I think it basically, I assume in terms of the sizes, it's always the size of the biggest one, right? It's always the size of whatever the largest thing could be, right? Union is the word, yeah. So I think it's actually, if we were talking in C terms, right? If we were talking in C terms, this would be you know, it's oob today. We're oobing today because I wanted to make video games, because I'm feeling video games. In C, this guy would be, it's kind of like this, right? It's a tagged union of structs, right? So it would be like this. It would be like this, and we would have enum, I don't know, enum sort, right? And the sort would be either base, other guy, right? Sort, or let's say tag here, right? And then you would have a union. We would have a union that has the actual. I think there's actually a syntax for shortening this, but like it's like this, right? It's we either have a struct HP name, you understand, right? It's like this kind of deal. This kind of deal. You see, you have an anonymous union. Yeah. This is base, this other guy, right? Float, other thing. I would assume that these are basically similar, right? In Rust versus the other thing. Of course, it's much nicer to work with the Rust thing than the C, because the Rust has a lot of niceties for working with this sort of thing. But this is like the basic ADT representation in C. Have an anonymous union. Yeah, I think you can do this, and then you can just say directly. Yeah, maybe you can just directly refer to the, yeah, something like this. Something like this. It's clicking a bit better. Yeah. You see, right? It's like, again, so struct is and, right? Struct. Can we go? Where's our notes? Where's our org files that we have open here? Let's just write it down here. Struct versus enum, right? Struct is and, right? It's saying I have A and B and C and D, right? It's like, yeah. Enum is or. You're saying I have A or B or C or D, right? It's this kind of way. We were getting questions, and that is cool, even though the yapping will remain eternal until we stop getting them. Start unpacking jokes about how many useful lines. So, yeah, I mean, this is true. It goes like, you know well enough for this. My clone is just insane. Yeah, it does really want things to be pip installable. My language does not have structs or enums, please advise. Well, I think in Bash you probably represent both of these things as, I mean, okay, enums, or like, okay, the way you would write, like, we can talk about these things. Typically, you'll also call this, people will call this product type. people who are nerds. People who are nerds will call this product type. People who are nerds will call this sum type, right? And this lines up all really nicely. It feels like last week. If it was 3 days ago. Wake up from a 10-year coma. I'll be sure next Tuesday I'll have some good yapping. Yeah, this is good, right? Product and sum, yeah, right. And this kind of makes sense. Again, this is sort of like it's Cartesian. Product sort of has the same behavior as and, right? This is true also, right? Product has similar behavior. Hello, Azriga. Also wanted to say a quick hi and be here for a little until I go to sleep. Well, it's great to have you, Azriga. It's like, yeah, it's kind of like this a little bit, right? You can even think of it like this, right? Like if you have numbers as booleans, right? What is and, right? True and true equals true. True and false equals false. Everything else is false, right? False, true, false and true. False and false, right? This is and. What if we multiply numbers? What if we multiply ones and zeros? What if we go this style a little bit? Is this anything? Is this anything? Are these the same? Does and fundamentally have a product nature? Yes, and is product, right? You have to think of this. And is product, right? Like it's a similar characteristic. Is this similar with sum as well, with adding things? It is. And actually adding things is kind of a, yeah, or is sum without carryover. Yeah. It's similar for or. Of course you get 2 here when you add 1 and 1, but you can kind of say it's non-zero. You can also kind of cheat and say that maximum is another, yeah. And these sort of form there's a ring structure here. I think is the way is the correct thing to say algebraically, right? There's a like multiplication and addition. There's a ring structure here, right, where there's certain behaviors. There's a similar ring structure on the booleans, right? I think with and in or, right? There's kind of a semi-ring. Yeah, maybe this is the correct word for people who know math, right? There's a similar algebraic structure between and or and multiplication and addition, right? You can't change a number's nature, only its name. Yeah. I made that core, yeah, and that's why they write it like that, right? That's why they write the funny like if we go to and logic, right? If we go to John and logic, logic, can we find and symbol logic circled? Where is the guy? Where are the guys? List of logic symbols. Can we find the guy? Here it is. Here it is. Or you see, funny circled plus. Hello Loudbite. When I heard people use Emacs as an OS, I thought it was a joke, but here I am. We do this. The guys are in the stream chat sidebar. Is this true? I welcome in Loudbite. It's great to have you. We do like Emacs quite a lot around here. We are fans of this guy. There we have it. There we have the guy. Or is even uncircled plus right above. Yeah, like here it is. Here he is right here. This dot, mid dot. This is the multiplication dot. Also, it's funny LaTeX C dot, right? Yeah. They are similar. When Copilot, I don't know. I don't really use LLMs very much. I don't know. Yeah, circle dot. Fairly certain that, yeah. And there definitely are things that exist right now. I don't have a Mac. Yeah, common issue. You gotta make sure you buy Apple computers for this. Fully fledged, not this. Yeah, I guess I just don't know the alternatives very well. I don't really use LLMs at all, apart from Humor right now. It might be impossible to create code. Which it's we don't know. I think I'm not following that conversation very closely, but we don't know probably what is possible. thought about it primarily in terms of sets. Yes, Cartesian product and unions, right? And then this goes very naturally with the type stuff in programming, right? What, like an enum versus a struct, right? It's very natural. The cardinality of the result is either the product or the sum. Yeah, exactly. And similarly for sum and product types, the size of the types is either the product or the sum, right? This is how to think about it. There's two basic ways, right? It's or and, right? You build anything out of these. Enum and Rust kind of gives you both, right? The fact that Enum and Rust and some types in most languages let you have multiple fields here, you kind of get to have both for free. What is reverse turnstile operator? It means different based on context. It means a different thing based on context. On the given logic that you're using. I know there's the turnstile that I know best is the one from John's sequence. From this notation, from this sequence, but it's used in a lot of notations, right? This funny turnstile here is what I see, and this usually just means that like it's kind of like a funny implication, but like it's sort of a this. Yeah, it's this, right? It's sort of like this B is kind of true within the context of this. Proves entails, right? Maybe something like this. I mean, does not yield also. Yeah, I don't know this is the deal, right? These things are ultimately arbitrary, right? There's no like one logic, right? That someone is like, okay, I'm defining all of the rules and these are all the symbols and they mean an exact thing, right? There are like a lot of different notations for things. In fact, honestly, one of the most annoying things about math and logic in general is that like the notation is so non-standardized, right? There are so many different like notations for these things that are like, it's annoying to read stuff sometimes, right? Like there is a great amount. Why Kenneth Iverson invented APL? Yeah. This was being discussed earlier that APL is a notation. APL is a notation originally. I think this was not discussed here. This was on the other channel. This was in the other zone. This was in Whimsically Made's channel. Actually, I'm thinking I heard things in chat here when I actually heard them over speech in other areas. Math notation was even less standardized back in. Yeah. I mean, this is. You can write whatever symbols you want on the page as long as people understand them vaguely. Right? Can your Emacs do LaTeX? My chat cannot do LaTeX. I can do LaTeX in principle. I probably can in my. Do I still have this in my org mode? Like if I go to this again, right? What is the syntax for this? Is it like let's. Is it like this? Do I have bindings for this? What is it called? QIF? Oh, there we go. It's very small. It's very small, but I can. If I say what's something sensible that will be, if I say this, yeah, you can see it. It's very small. I need to like fix. We're at the last slash. Yeah, we gotta fix this somehow. Is this? How do I make it big? This is probably just my config. I don't use it I don't write much LaTeX anymore. But like, yeah, you can have funny inline guys in org. Hello, Team Geek YT. How's it going? Welcome in. I'm doing very well. How are you, Team Geek YT? And Ledin Jin is here. Welcome in, Ledin Jin. We can do big mode. Yes, that's the org thing. You can do. I think the small one is like. No, it's the same. One of these is like math mode. The other one is like something. There's various ways. 'Tis the season. Oh, you know it already, Ledin Jin. You know it already. This is the deal. You can just call me Team Geek or Geek. I'm sorry. I have a brain thing where I have to say the full name every time. It's even people who have been here for, you would think I would call someone like Ledin Jin just Jin or something. I'm very bad at nicknames. I always say the full. We go for the full thing. No problem. I'm joshing around a little bit as well. I'm joking around, but this is yes. Hello, welcome in. Do you do YouTube, Team Geek? Is this the origin of the YT in your name? Is this the concept? Is it youtube.com kind of Team Geek? He can't even ignore my numbers. Yeah, it happens. Some of us have more than one name. Yeah, Wind Up Boy. I think you've just been fade in the. I mean, basically, I think I go by people's Discord or IRC names. Diablo Projects. Yeah. I'm not very good at reading words. Like I'll forever call Fabius based on whatever their whatever their Twitch name is, and I'll forever call Wind Up Boy Fade, right? Like this is, I've had the same computer handle for a long time. Yeah, it's and people naturally end up with multiple, like a handle like Fade, right? It's a short English word, right? So I imagine it's hard to get it on sites and things like this. This is also used, yes, to express the difference in syntactic and semantic follow. Yes. There are nuances abound. Nuances abound in these things. When I was younger and studying, I often wondered, like, why does this shit matter? Why don't we just have implication, right? Why isn't it just purely symbolic implication, right? But there are differing opinions in this space, and there are different kind of like levels you want to express things at. And this is the meaning. I think I've come to think of it more so as like there are like how do you say it's like a DSL versus the language it's embedded in kind of deal. Right? Something like this. My name is Heba Code BTW. Hello Zulfix _ Is this Oob? This is not Oob. Okay, we have to dig into Oob also. I think I'm gonna grab water first though, because I've been yapping. I'm gonna see if Modclonq is here. Let me go call after her. If she's out here gaming, she'll come in and say hello. Pause. She's feeling well. She's sitting out there and gaming a little bit. Wind Up Boy plus Fade. Yeah. The weather is frightful. It's been snowing all day. It's been wild.
Hi. Hello, I'm here. Oh, the model just like snapped back into existence. Hi. Hello. How is everybody today? Hi. Hi. Oh my gosh, I didn't even realize the Christmas hat was here. Hi. For anyone who doesn't know me, hello. My name is Modclonq. I'm Clonk's wife. I'm here to chat while he goes to get some water. 'Tis the season indeed, indeed. Hello, everybody. Oh my goodness, so many people that I know. Hi. Hi. Oh, first day back to work? Yeah. Yeah, it's tough.
First blood.
Thank you. Oh, you're so nice to me. Hi. I'm working on it. To be okay, so I recently this isn't specifically about Lisp, but this is about being married to Colonq. So I was speaking to I don't know if people know this, but I have been a Windows user. I think most people probably know this. It's been talked about. I've been using a Windows for as long as I can remember, and recently I built a new computer, and Colonq was like, really, you should use Linux. And I was like, I will use Linux if you if you do like the whole thing, pretty much like take over the computer. When I start using it, I want it to be as close to Windows as possible, but without all of Microsoft's everything. And so that's what he did. It was great. It's great. Mint is great. Very easy to use. Very salty for tikka masala. Do you have any like cream that you could add, or like just a bunch of rice? And so, but recently at yeah, I noticed there was a lot of weird redeems coming in. I don't know what to do with that. But at yeah, the best Linux. A bit of sugar also, yes. But we were at Thanksgiving and I was talking to someone, a family member who I had built a Windows machine for. No. Zully 3. Zully 3. How rude. It's okay.
Huh?
I got total clarity.
You were clear.
But I was talking to this family member about how I've officially moved on from Windows. And they were like, "Oh, that's so much work." And I was like, "Not when you're married to the John Linux." When are you doing Fru? We have never done. Neither of us have ever done an ultimate.
The most I've ever done is I progged like quite a bit of uwu. I progged uwu in PF, and it made me want to not be around anymore. It was not good. I just generally, I don't have a group to run things with, and also I don't want to commit to like the time of having such a group. And
I'm
also,
down
like,
though. I am down literally anytime.
Yeah.
There was a reason I married him. It's so that you could set up Linux
So I
for
can
me.
do tech support. Is this the idea? Hello, Moshko6.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we had a follower, Loud Bite.
Hello, Loud Bite.
Someone also asked who's the better programmer. Colonq. Colonq 1,000,000%.
I'm trying to convince her to do Advent of Code.
I'm scared.
Really, Mod Colonq is very out of practice.
Yes.
She has not really programmed very much at all since college. And I'm trying to convince her that she even made an account. She signed up to the leaderboard last year even. I'm trying to convince her that it would be fun and not very hard. And
everyone's gonna see though. It's gonna be embarrassing.
You know what? You will be bad, right? That's fine though.
Hi, Chixie.
It's okay. You don't need that. Yeah. Breaking news: tell L Colonq the Witscored the game delayed February 1st, 2020. Witscored the game is over.
You don't have to post your solutions. Yeah, I would not be posting things publicly.
I think you should just do it and post it publicly, and then like we can talk about it. It'll be good.
Nice sheet, dude. That's
actually that's true.
That's so funny.
Yeah,
oh, that's tempting. Can I do like the first 5? Is that it?
Yeah. The like I don't know.
Tensions, man.
I feel like it would really improve your life if you do the first 5.
Colonq reacted to Mod Colonq Advent of Code solution.
Yeah, exactly. It's infinite content loop, Azure.io. It's literally infinite content loop because then Mod Colonq its reaction is so powerful. It's literally it's like cheating. It's doubling machine. It's the doubling cube. It's scryfall.com's search function doubling cube.
Yeah.
Okay, we gotta bring that up one moment.
I'm being removed.
You're being removed.
I'm being removed.
Only temporarily in order to do the bit. We need to do the bit. Gather clicks on. I don't. as evidenced by.
I'm sure I'll be back again.
Yeah, you'll be around. You're here.
Soon. We are getting close to. We are getting close to at least the second half of Dragon Age Inquisition, which means I will be back.
Okay.
I will be back because I will be playing the Veilguard on my computer.
I have been here, right? I have been playing a fuck ton of World of Warcraft. You are gaming more than me somehow.
I am not though. I'm mostly because I get so nervous because I'm
nervous and you just sit on your phone.
And so I do. Yeah. I sit metagaming.
Mod Colonq gets extremely nervous playing single player games.
I do. I don't want to mess it up.
Because she gets worried she's going to.
I get nervous. I could play games on Twitch when I'm like, I was thinking recently. Okay, so I was watching Northern Lion play Papa's Pizzeria, and I was like, I could play this on stream. Because like it's a children's game. I wouldn't have to be nervous that I was messing it up if I'm playing like the
thing is, you don't have to be nervous about that anyway. It's funnier if you do mess it up. Right?
So maybe we'll get like a Papa's game.
You need to obliterate the ego, Mod Colonq. You have to obliterate the ego. Bad play is popular. Yeah, it's more popular even, right? Like anyone could hop on here and be like, yeah, I'm kicking ass at Bejeweled, right? Like or whatever, right? Like whatever, like it's
I'm thinking about it. Pursue my idle dreams.
I think you should do Advent of Code
on stream.
You should do it
I'll be like, oh, I don't, that reminds me way too much of my first and only ever like technical programming interview when I didn't remember what a map was.
I mean, this is fun. You should just do it. Like,
I'm
you're never gonna
cringing
remember
so hard.
unless
I
you do
was
it.
so nervous.
Hello, Destiny waits. Do it
I
right
was
now.
so worried.
Yeah. Like, okay,
I didn't
either way,
remember
you should
the
totally
data
do it.
structures.
You are like the ideal person. I don't know. Anyway.
Chat would help me. It would be very
It would
nice.
be good.
Okay, you can bring up the thing you wanted to
No, I
bring.
don't. The moment has passed.
No, I think you
The
should.
moment has passed on Magic the Gathering
Oh.
Doubling Cube concept. Goodbye,
Goodbye,
Azriga. Thank you.
Azriga.
I failed to implement a malloc in front of a very senior engineer at Mozilla.
Oh
Due
my
to the-
gosh.
I mean, this is
Oh,
it-
wow,
it
such a
is-
big mood.
it is what
I'm
it
the
is.
same. I was like Colonq helped coach me for a technical interview, and I could not remember what a map was.
Yeah.
That was really bad.
It was fun. I mean, you got the thing. You
no,
got.
I didn't. That was the
Oh,
one I
that was the
did
one
not.
you didn't get. Okay, well that's
No.
fine. The
I went to a different company and they asked me very basic technical questions just over a Zoom interview. Instead of making me whiteboard an actual problem. And that one I passed with flying colors.
very nice.
Because I
very
was
nice.
fine asking about my opinions of C versus C++.
Classic. You guys worked at Mozilla. Yeah, everyone here worked at Mozilla. Actually, this is actually a Mozilla employee hangout. That's why it's so poppin'. Hello, Mr. Extremely.
Okay, I have to
We're this
I
this
will go.
this chat room is actually everyone that they fired when they canned Servo. When they removed Servo from reality, when they deleted Servo, everyone just came here instead, and this is where we hang out now. This is kind of our spot. If you're not from there, I mean, you found our secret hangout. I'm welcome. The RBAC meant at my first. I still don't know what RBAC means. What does RBAC mean? Like the guy who proposed the name Firefox when he forked off Netscape. Hi, hello, welcome. I'm kidding, by the way. Role-based access control. I see. What does this entail? What is role-based access control? What is the meaning of this? Role-based access control? Based on what? On role, I guess. I guess this answers the question. It's based on role. Authorization? Does this just mean you have usernames and passwords? Role-based access control is a policy-neutral access control mechanism defined around role. Okay, does it mean you have usernames and passwords and different people are like in groups? It's Unix groups? Okay, that makes sense, right? Does it mean you have users and then the users have different capabilities based on what type of user that they are? It's like Discord? Okay, that makes... Okay, I think this is good. It's like the military invented it, but nobody really knows how to implement it properly. I find this with a lot of things where there's like some kind of terminology and then it just is something that's like... And that's kind of how it works all the way up too, I feel almost, right? Like there's always like... Everyone's just kind of like reading the thing and being like, okay, that's just this other thing, and they just implement the other thing. Tailscale is huge on this though. I see. I can imagine that being... I know they have this. I don't have this on head scale, but I think I have seen the dials to turn for this. Is this... Yeah, this might be OOP. I mean, maybe. Thus using set theory notation. Oh, we are. It all comes around. It all fucking comes around. We have some fucking... I mean, we have Cartesian product right here. Damn. We also have lattice-based access control. Huge. Well, this is probably pretty cool. I don't know any of this shit, honestly. I'm not afraid to say that. I don't know. If you asked me what this was in an interview, I think it's probably 50-50 because I would roll the dice. I would, it depends on like well, I don't know. What is the point of a race? The interviewing mechanism that I would choose if they're asking me about RBAC is I would be rolling the dice and hoping that I could obtain a sense of sort of jovial like camaraderie with the interviewer. Once they start bringing out the RBAC acronym, I'm like okay, I'm thinking about social strategies rather than about answering the problem. I'm thinking about how do I like, I don't know. Hello Mookie Sticks also, Joel. Yeah, it's so true. Welcome in, Mookie Sticks. It's great to see you, Mookie Sticks. Can we shout out Mookie Sticks? I know Mookie Sticks is streaming from time to time. I saw someone the other day. Oh, it was Zerchonic. You know, Zerchonic is around here sometimes, and I was like people are okay. People always are around here, and then I don't know that they stream. I should probably expect it because people do tend to, you know, people who are on Twitch a lot and are talking all over the place tend to stream. Interjoling, yeah. But like I think like people, you should just tell me. You should just tell me if you stream. Is this Oob? Yeah, we gotta get Oob up. Let's get Oob. Let's start at least running the 45-minute Nix environment setup. I don't stream. Okay, good. If you do, you should make sure I know. Like I know it's kind of like rude in other places. I thought this was a set theory stream. Yeah, exactly. We mostly are all about Zermello Franklin around here. We're keeping it Zermello Franklin typically. I would like to stream. Okay, good. The when people like in some places this is a thing people consider this is rudeness, right? Frankel, yes, this is the thing. People consider this rudeness, right? If you go into a chat, like I would never go into a chat room and be like, oh, I stream. Like people think this is like it's chasing clout, or it's some kind of bullshit. Here, I do not give a shit about this. You should make sure I know at least, right? You should make sure. I would prefer you ensure that I know. It's nice. Yeah. I don't stream. Okay, good. This is good also. Well, it is rude to say. And like, okay, like I would consider like it's a social faux pas in some cases, right? If I were to go into like, and it depends on the person. Like if I were to go into like a big streamer's chat room, right, that I don't know, right, and every other message was like, did you know that I stream too? Hey, on my stream last night I did this on my like this is sort of awkward because it can be considered kind of like you're not there to talk, you're there to just like promote yourself, right? And this is kind of yeah. And I wouldn't want to do this even in like my friend's chat room. Yeah, general rule is to not talk about other streamers in chat. Yeah, in general, you shouldn't talk about yourself or about others, right? And like promotional stuff in general, I don't like just because it's like boring, right? It just sucks, right? It's not like, but like if you like it, like I want to know, right? It's different here because I say so. Right here it's like I would prefer to like you're fine, right? I try not to have like weird unspoken social expectations here. And also like if you're being annoying, I'll just tell you. I'm promoting infinite sets. Damn, infinite. Are we talking countable, or are we going full on uncountable? Do not talk because everyone else will see you as too competitive. It's yes. I mean this is the thing. I think in general, right? Like talking is best. Talking is best if you are, you know, talking, right? Like I don't know, like I want to live in a place where like it's like if we're talking about something, like we're just talking as people, right? We're communicating with each other, we're having human. How annoying do I need to be for you about suppressing that? I mean very and I won't suppress it, I'll just say please don't do that. Day 1 part 2 in WeWa is killing me because I can't do map lookups. I see. I did day 1 also. I mean, close your eyes if you do not want spoiler. I guess it's kind of hard to read the code anyway, so it's sort of annoying to spoil. Where was mine? I did day 1 to practice. I did day 1 to practice, and I don't think I went map style at all. I just did a lookup every time, I think. Yeah, I just like linear searched through the whole thing every time. Just made that shit quadratic. You did WeWa? Yeah, I did WeWa for day 2. I'm doing a different thing every day. Okay. Oh, let's fix the trees. Let's fix the fucking trees first. That's probably here. It's probably in Sigil. It's probably in Sigil. It probably looks a little bit like this. If we go to Fig Twitch, what were we doing here? Were we saying Sigil? User Sigil lives somewhere else. Chat.el. Sigil. Here it was. We just said this. We said this guy. We said this guy, and we got AOC stars from their database entry. Are we still doing this? Equity Lord Redeem gives one a sigil. Yes, you can place an arbitrary thing next to your name if you have equity. This is one of the many benefits. One of the many hundreds of benefits. You want to see my solution? Oh, this is quite nice. This is quite nice. I will have to parse what it actually means. I think yeah. I basically did it in like the obvious way for day one, at least, in the sense that I just like parsing the thing was the most annoying bit, and then it's pretty easy from there. Throw it into pad. I will investigate this. There's a place in Australia called WeWo. I also did day one and realized I had to have an account at Google or Twitter or similar to log in and get the actual data for the problem. And you can use GitHub too. I wonder if, like, what do they actually offer for the login? They offer, I assume it's via the funny OIDC thing, right? I wonder what it would take. I was looking at this and I was considering like what if we sponsored Heaven of Code? Like, I probably should do that next year, right? They have the sponsors thing. What if I sponsored and we got everyone a sponsor badge? Because you get a little sponsor next to your name. I had that before through an employer in the past, which was kind of cool. I wonder how much you actually need to give them to have the sponsor badge. That seems like a funny thing. Like, I mean, if it's like $1,000, like I think up to $1,000, I am like happy to do that. That seems like kind of exciting and cool. Because like Heaven of Code is a cool thing, and also like it would be sick. So it kind of feels like it would be more than $1,000. Probably it would be. But like, they have a lot of sponsors, right? There's a lot of people on here. Like, I don't know. I mean, they have Bank of America on here. They have King. They have King. No, not more subs required. No. I deleted my GitHub account when it was bought by Microsoft. Yeah. I mean, this makes sense. They have some heavy hitters like Jane Street. Yeah. Code crafters. These people, I think these people like they like offered me like a sponsorship thingy. Did my stream just die? Are we dead? Are we dead or are we back? Are we dead or are we back? Are we dead or are we back? Brief death? Brief death? Brief death? Brief death? Are we still death? Is there a queue? There's no queue. Mini F. We are now back. Had to refresh. Timeout. Thank you. Yeah, I think my internet just went down for one second. Network halted. Okay, we're back from death. We dropped 200 frames or something like this. Something of this nature. Jane Street interns get a lot of money. Yeah, they do get this. They do get big bucks. I know quite a few people who work there. It's a cool zone. Am I on the list of lordship? I mean, you're on the list just in general. Like you are lordship. But no, they have a puzzle here. They're doing John puzzle. This is like a course thing, I think, right? It's like a course for it's funny that one of their links is AOC 24. One of their links, look at the bottom of the browser window. One of these things redirects to codecrafters.io/AOC 24. The other one redirects to codecrafters.io/AOC 2024. Are they different or are they the same? This is this. It's the same. Maybe it's just for analytics or something. Very strange. Seems like a fuck up maybe. Also, why are the two links just to the same zone? Also very bizarre. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I wonder what we'd have to pay. I feel like, yeah, It seems cool if we can. Anyway, these things are tricky. The login mechanic is troublesome. As expected. ICID tracking point, maybe so. I don't know. Like, it's just two links. I can DM you the number. Okay, please do, by all means. It is not a small number. Okay, send me DM. I will make sure not to say thing out loud. Oh, I see. Okay, that's like kind of a lot, but like that's more than I'm willing to pay, but it's also less than I was expecting when you said that. So like this is acceptable. This is acceptable. Okay, back to Sigil though. Back to Sigil though. If we go back to advent.el, a friend's GitHub code base finished importing today to GitHub after 7 years. I see. Oh no. Oh no. Oh dear. Oh dear. This is unpleasant. Okay, let's just look up the stars instead of like assigning this. I think before we were like caching this in the database, but there's no reason to do that. That's pointless and stupid. That's silly. Let's say max. We're like let's just bind them all here, right? Max stars is W advent AOC max stars. AOC stars is W lookup AOC stars name. And then it's like this. So now if I say test, classic, huge. This is a let star situation in actuality. WDB connect, please. Test. Why is this not giving us warnings? What are we fucking with here? Excuse me? No such file or directory wasp. We gotta correct this. I think maybe we're on a different yuck. We have no warning style. I think it's because there's like a thing we have to set after we set the load path. Yuck, 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 yuck. Where do we put that? Where did we put that? I think it's probably in udc.el. It's probably over here. Yeah, this elist flymake byte compile load path. Let's just run that once. That probably fixes this. Now we're complaining about hex. So we don't know about temp assets. Oh, I see. Why does it try and load that? Ugh, yuck. Okay, we have to find this. Arrives 3 seconds after text chat. Wait, is this that seems like pretty low latency to me. This seems relatively low, I would say. I don't is this abnormally high latency? Like sometimes it's like minutes. Is that the case? I don't know. I don't know. Chat is not on the screen also because it's busted. It's busted. What are we saying? Oh, this is when. This is a when situation here. Now if we DB connect, are we winning? We are winning. Hello. 3-4 is definitely on the high end on Twitch. 30 seconds is below out. Yeah, it depends on the country a lot of the time, right? Okay, we're back now, I think. If I say test, okay, I have the funny thing now. We have you see tree? You see tree next to name. This is due to Advent. So now from this point forward, no, we did not lose the headlines. We only lose the headlines if I have to kill Emacs. Okay, some people have this now. They have 0x539 has this. They have tree. XOR Xavier has tree and flower. The reason it might not appear for you is if your name on Advent of Code is different from your name in the real world here. If your name in the world of fictions is different than your name in the world of reals, right? This can cause difficulties for us. Party cat lols is different, yes. So the way to fix this, is we have big A lists. So for example, colonoscopy, colonoscopy underscores name on adventofcode.com on John Code is in fact what is colonoscopy's name here? What is the name of colonoscopy on list? On John list. It's at colonoscopy here, right? At colonoscopy. I think it was Colin, but maybe it's changed. So now if you type, maybe it will work. Now maybe I think these are all lowercase. Control underscore O goes to yeah, exactly. Control underscore O goes to control O. You're currently 11th. Party cat law goes to paper cat law. Party cat lol goes to paper cat lol. Asriel underscore IO goes to Asriel. Hello, Stay Home CS. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Enriched Caramel. Very nice. I see we're continuing the nuclear weapons theme. Caramel nuke. 50 active gamers on the thing. Yeah. Hi, hello. Happy coding. Thank you. I love the computer. The computer is my best friend in the world. You get a tree if you're caught up to the current day Diablo project. So today there's currently 3. So if you have 3 done, you have the tree next to your name. This is our patented motivational mechanism here. Okay. Things should be developing. Does it need the ad if it's a GitHub? No. It's literally whatever name shows up in this list. And you can configure this to be whatever you want. It's whatever the literal text is in this list. I imagine including like the anonymous user stuff if we want to. I don't know who the anonymous users are. They remain an enigma to everyone. Might be data out of sync. Yes, we have to refresh it when it goes, right? We have to refresh them by saying this. I'm only going to do it at the start of the streams in general because I don't want to spam their API. Sadly, don't have any other options really. Yeah. Alas. It's no tree for me yet. Is control caught up? Is control? Oh yes. No, not yet. One of them is Satoshi Nakamoto. I wouldn't be surprised by this. This will happen. Yeah. And many of the people who are on here down here who have these are people we know, right? This is Majad, this is Yellowberry HN and Axelf and Hexadigital and Exodrifter and Octorinsky and Ledingen, right? This is we have accumulated quite a crew of gamers here. There are quite a few. Yeah, it's from past years signups also. It stays between years, right? So this is kind of the thing. And we know this PLS is actually PLSS. We know this one for sure. PLSS is PLS, right? You see? Viscerae pet, so true. Okay. I think we've accomplished tree style. This is Christo. Yes. Okay. Chromos Sundrift. Sure. Life's too short for dependencies. Very true. Okay, you've acquired tree now. Yeah, I think broadly this is good. Again, we can continue. I think ashing here, ashing is probably AL Daniels 100 is Alan Daniels. Thank you. That's actually very good to know because I thought it was something else. There's someone else named Alan around who I was like this must be them, but in fact it is AL Daniels 100. Welcome AL Daniels 100 also. Okay. Cool. How long it took you to solve first day? Too long because I did it in C and I spent most of the time looking up how to do fun things like use how to use Strurtalk, how like it's just I did the parsing. It took me a while. I think so far it's been like the first day took me an hour. The second day in Weewa took me like 3 hours, 4 hours maybe. Which because I am not array headed at all. It took me quite a while. And then the third day it took me like an hour as well in prologue. I'm not aiming for speed particularly. Gotta choose hard. Yeah, exactly. I gotta get them out of the way. I gotta save, and I think I'm gonna save like again. I can just like fire off like I have a whole barrage of like Haskell and Haskell clones. Right, for the hard days, right? I can just be like, okay, we'll use Haskell for whatever first hard one. I can then use pure scripts. We can hit him with Idris, right? We can just like keep throwing Haskell clones at things until like and Lisps also, right? Like I'm like eLisp I'm pretty comfortable with, and then also Common Lisp is like close enough, and Scheme is close enough. He's like really it's not like you have to do that much. You really only need to do like the basic syntax plus like string splitting and arithmetic, right? So like if you have that, you're like good. So yeah. There's some breaking. It would kind of be fun to do a different Lisp every day, which does seem doable. Must be on the platters. We have to do it on the I'll check back after a while. Thank you, Wind Up Boy. Enjoy your food. And attentions, man. It's snowing here as well today. It's winter has truly come. 25 lisps of Christmas. Yeah, we're bringing lisps a leaping. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, the theme of the day. We've gotten past the 3 hour and 45 minute introduction. The 3 hour and 45 minute introductory segment has concluded. It's time to get to work, gamers. It's time to, around at LLLL we're all about hardcore productivity co-working nonstop for hours. I'm always all about locking in and making progress on my projects for hours. That's truly the meaning of the stream, to make intense progress. This is Oop. Hello, Novelicus also. Welcome. This is the meaning of the thing. It's work time. Yeah, no more fun. Never fun. I will never have fun again. Hello, Slad. No, we're joking. Okay, the progression. Yeah, here's Oob. Where did we leave Oob off? Can we look? If I say trunk serve, does it build? That's a good first step, that it builds. If I go to localhost 8080, does it run? It takes a minute to run. We can go on here. We can walk around. There's currently broken level design. The last time we worked on Oob, we were experimenting with the wave function collapse. This was our previous endeavor. This was in like late September, if I recall correctly. We were experimenting with wave function collapse. When will you add anti-aliasing? Never. I mean, I can probably actually get some kind of anti-aliasing pretty easily from something like just from OpenGL, right? There's things like this, I think. The waves, yes, you can walk through walls currently, because I'm aware when we were testing this, we were aware that the level design is broken. It's December already. What happened? Yeah, it's crazy. With one GL function call, yeah, you can enable, like, what do you call it? Multi-sampling anti-aliasing, right? MSAA. It is a forward renderer. I'm not doing any funny deferred rendering things, but it is. I don't know. This might be annoying to do with glow. I can investigate it. Either way, I'm not too concerned about it right now. I kind of like the harsh edges, right? They kind of look a little nice, right? I kind of like them. It's sort of a fun look, right? We can experiment though. I'm sort of, so the last thing we did on this was fucking around a lot with wave function collapse. Can we look at the code here? Where is code? Where is eShell here? We were messing around a little bit with wave function collapse. Yeah, you want to keep the ugly edges, right? People are like manually these days people like manually break the texture filtering on shit, right? That's like the trend these days, is to make that shit look like a PS1 game, right? So like people do stuff like they have bad what is the thing that PS1 has? It's bad texture filtering, right? There's like some kind of like rounding issue, or doesn't like properly do perspective transforms when it maps textures. Is this the thing? Is it affine textures? That's the word for it. Like it's not doing a proper I don't know the details. Is it like I'm not sure if it, like, lack of precision is one thing. I just wasn't sure if it actually is lack of precision, or if it's just like doing something different to be cheaper, right? One of my favorites is when on-screen polygons are snapped to the low resolution, which makes them distorted slightly. Yeah, the sample point isn't properly interpolated. Yes, that's what I thought it was, Taurus. Texture perspective. Can we see PlayStation 1 texture mapping? Do we know the thing? Affine texture mapping in shader code? Yeah. The PS1 does not properly account for the camera's perspective during texturing during the texturing process, right? Because like so the idea is, right, you need to have, when you're rendering, like, okay, let me explain this to the best of my abilities, and if I'm wrong, maybe someone knows better and can correct me, right? The way I understand it, when you're rendering like graphics like this, right, traditional like raster graphic kind of stuff with polygons, right, what you're doing, right, is before you think about textures at all or anything like this, you're computing the pixels on the screen that need to be filled in by, in OpenGL terms, by the fragment shader, right? You have a certain, you do your whole all your perspective transforms and stuff, and you end up with like basically a bunch of pixels on the screen, right? You have like they're flat, and knowing what like color each of those pixels should be involves oftentimes looking them up in a texture, right? And you have UV coordinates for this, right? So you sort of have to, the UV coordinates, you have to sort of transform those according to the perspective in the same way that you transform, not in the exact same way, but in a similar way to how you transform like the actual like geometry coordinates. So the geometry coordinates determine like where that triangle is on the screen, right? You apply the perspective in whatever world space transform you have, and then you know like, okay, what pixels this thing covers on the screen. And then when you're shading that, you need to sample pixels from a texture, and how you do that sampling, you have to also adjust that based on, right? Because it can't just be, okay, just sample them in order from the texture. That doesn't make any sense, right? You have to know like which pixels, and also like pixels are like, it doesn't line up neatly, right? Like it's going to be like kind of skewed somehow. I don't have a very good picture in my head of how that works, I guess, how that interpolation actually happens. There's it's probably maybe broadly the same as, is it actually just like the same math that you use normally for the, no, it's probably different. I don't know. I don't know at all. Is it you just do you just apply the same kind of perspective transform to this thing? Hard to paint a texture and make sense of what face it'll show up on your cube in Blender. Yeah, I mean this is a separate thing. This is texture mapping. This is like at first glance like assigning the UV coordinates, right? This is like, okay, for each vertex, like which position in the image is this, in the 2D image is this associated with, right? Then there's a separate step of when you render the thing, transforming those UV coordinates such that things like look properly if you look at them at an angle, right? Like if we draw this, right? If we draw a really simple case here, right? Like if we have a texture that's like it's like a bunch of lines, right? It's a bunch of John lines, right? It's like big red block, big blue block, right? Big red block, big blue block, right? Do you see? Imagine this is what it is if we're looking at a wall straight on here. This is us looking straight ahead. If we look at that wall at an angle, right? If we're looking and it's like we're at kind of like a shallow angle to it, right? That's going to look like this instead, right? You like let's actually just make them narrower so it becomes, the effect becomes more obvious, right? I'm not going to bother correcting this thing. Right? Do you see? Right? They become narrower, right? So like sort of the coordinates of that we're looking up in the texture change based on the perspective. This is the thing that the PS1 does incorrectly. I don't know. I don't have a clear enough idea of the exact math involved here to turn like say like this is just a rectangle, right? Say this guy up here is 0 0, right? This is 1 0. This is 0 1. This is 1 1, right? The corners are still going to be the same values, but the pixels in the middle, like it's different. Rasterization pipeline on the PS1 is just using Bressenhin's algorithm for tracing the lines of coloring texels between vertices as cheap interpolation. That's based on nothing. Yeah, but does this really tell you how it samples? How it samples from the texture, though, right? Like ultimately, we have this 2D image, right? We have an array of pixels. How do we decide? And we have a bunch of pixels here too. There's less of them. And they're in a weird kind of shape. How do we know which pixel this should be? How do we know that this, like in the original image, the red is this wide? This would be inside of the red if we just sampled them naively, incrementing by 1. How do we know that this should be blue, right? This is complex. Linear interpolation, maybe so. Linear interpolation in what sense? Like, what are we interpolating, and what are we interpolating by? I don't doubt that maybe this is the case along the perspective line. Maybe different screen size and DPI setting that would also differ. Depends on field of view. Yes, these things also matter. But I mean, all of this information should probably be baked in on, like, this is all part of the perspective transform, right? Kind of like the view transform, I guess, is the thing. I don't, again, we have to think about this a lot. But either way, it doesn't matter. The precise details don't matter too much. Lerp between UV of the texture at the vertices usually. Yeah, maybe that's what the PS1 is doing. Yeah, the textures will always be parallel to two of the triangle's edges. I see. So like the PS1 does it wrong. Thank you, Novelicious, for the follow. Also, Novelicus, excuse me, for the sub. This is highly appreciated. Thank you, friend. Yeah. So a Lerp would be too expensive for the PS1. Yeah, I would have to think about this. Go off. Hello FN_Lumi. Good morning. Hi Lumi. I hope you're well. We have trees back for Advent of Code. And we're thinking about, I don't know. Either way, this is why this whole thing came up, because this is trendy now. Doing it wrong is trendy, right? People like when it's very fun to do PS1 styled games. It's become a trend, and people love when it looks like that, right? When it looks like the texture's kind of swimming around when it moves, right? It happens. Yeah, people love being, yeah. I don't know. That's the thing. Maybe this is the thing. Anyway, back to OOP. PerspectiveCorrect.pdf. Nintendo are back. I have some details on how 3DO does this, but 3DO has no poly versus texture. Yeah, if I recall, yeah, 3DO has like this. I forget what they call the concept, but it seems involved, right? Like there's this generic kind of like surface concept almost that you can do all kinds of transforms on, which is why like your Hello World maybe something like this. Hello, thank you for the gift subs. Kalinoscopy also gives more depth when you do things wrong. It's art. Yeah, I mean, this is just it's a matter of it's a look, right? There's no real wrong in this sense. It's just it looks a certain way or it looks another way. It's all just pixels at the end of the day. There's no actual 3D. You can do whatever you want. Where the problems with the medium will become beloved the instant the medium is obsolete. Yeah. Okay, we have the thing here. Our simple model of perspective let me just open this on stream also. Where is Jonathan PDF? Where is Jonathan PDF here? Projection, including the perspective divide, sets up the XY coordinates of every triangle vertex for the rasterizer. The rasterizer linearly interpolates the texture coordinates ST across the triangle, as it does with Z or color information. Then for each fragment, we use the interpolated ST values to look up the texture. Okay, this makes sense then. I think I understand what this is, right? For every vertex, we have a value. We have texture coordinates, right? This is just like known in the model, right? In the model's data, we have these vertex coordinates, right? Or these texture coordinates, excuse me, right? For each vertex. And then it's just as simple as doing anything else, right? You just interpolate it like you would interpolate anything else on screen, right? The like all that can be is just like it's the same way if you attach a vertex color to each vertex, you're just going to interpolate all the components linearly across everything, right? It's like a right. This is the deal. The correct way to do it is you need to interpolate before you do the perspective divide. The perspective divide is this Jonathan divide by W? Is this Jonathan divide by W in the homogeneous coordinates kind of deal? It's kind of odd how it keeps happening. Yeah. It will forever. Like what are the things today? What are the problems with things today that people will be nostalgic for in the future? I like visual and neat things. I also like this. How we reminisce about problems and limitations. Yeah. I mean, because the limitations of things are kind of what define them, right? Things are sort of defined by this. So like, it's naturally what people are nostalgic for. Driving cars, ray tracing noise. I wonder about bad screen space effects. Like, think about this. Bad JPEG artifacting. That already is, right? The JPEG artifacting stuff, that's like, people love that in like, they call it crispy, right? They're saying crispy about it. They say that it's crunchy. They say that it's deep fried. They call it deep fried when there's people like intentionally add JPEG artifacts to images. And I feel like these things already are. I feel like today, like things that are like things like, how do you say, bad screen space ambient occlusion, or especially like bad screen space reflection. Maybe it's too niche, but like having like weird janky reflections maybe is like a thing that's yeah. Deleting keyframes from compressed video. I do such things for humorous effect. Glitches are cool but hard to reproduce. Yeah, I don't know, maybe so. The same code works in the online interpreter but not locally. Are you using the same version? Is it the same? Is it there seem to be pretty major changes. Like I had to pull in a version from a newer Nix packages because the version I pulled in by default was kind of old and awkward. Alternatively, maybe the version on the site is older than the version if you're pulling in from Git master or something like this. What comes on the screen when you set your computer on fire, basically? Yeah, in both environments. I see. Interesting. I wonder. It may be interesting to look at this program. Okay. Yes, perhaps this is the thing. Okay, back to OOB though. Where did we get? We have this wave function collapse thing. It has various problems, right? If you missed the beginning of the thing, wave function collapse is sort of a weirdly named, reduced to one of the 2-line sample programs from the website. Oh dear, this is extremely fearsome. Could you share the program? I'm curious now. Wave function collapse is a somewhat interestingly named algorithm for doing procedural generation of things, basically, right? It's for the example given here is for generating bitmaps that are similar to the inputs. Get 1.3. I see. Yeah, I don't know offhand. What is the difference? What is it? Just doesn't work. It breaks. Does it give you an error? I also don't know what the dot what the dot does offhand. Or maybe this is the line separator or something. I don't know. Dot copies the maps. It's dupe. I see. I remember now. Yes, dot is dupe and comma is dip. Yeah. Okay. So like, this should be like simple, right? This should be like very simple. Does it just like, what happens? Is there failure? Is there intense failure? GCP dot. Yes. Okay. Where the fuck are we also? Like what is the next step here? What is our next iteration? Can we, so we built this thing, right? We implemented this concept. Returning 4.6, it just says key not found in map. I see. Interesting. And it's the same. Okay, this is yeah, it's trying to use the entire array as one key instead of a list of keys. I see. Yeah, I don't know. This seems like it must be like running different code. It must be some kind of different version or something. But if you're, I don't know. Like the example that we're stealing is basically this one, right? What it does is you give it a window size, right? You give it a window size and you give it an input pattern, and it sort of extrapolates images based on the window size in the input pattern, such that every window of that size in the output occurs somewhere in the input, right? This is the concept of wave function collapse, right? This is its nature. And it does this basically through backtracking search with some heuristics to make it faster, right? This is, I think, the whole concept. As always with these things, like I feel like this is something that like intimidated me for a long time. Like I saw this first like several years ago, and I was like, oh man, that must be like super complicated. And it's basically just like it's backtracking search with some with like a heuristic for picking the thing, right? What are your recs for learning Haskell? The more obtuse, the better. Yeah, it's the scary name is 90% of it, because I'm thinking like, oh god, I'm gonna have to do like some crazy fucking math for this. It's like some involved, like, no, it's picking elements from sets, right? It's looking, right? It's search tree. So I think if you want to learn Haskell Kukupsi, first of all, just program. I don't actually know if I don't know the state of Haskell books very well, right? I think when I was learning, there was a book from No Starch called Learn You a Haskell for a Great Good or something like this. I don't think that book is particularly good, although it is kind of fun. I don't think it does a very, like, it's still fun, right? Like, I think is there real world Haskell? There's a book called this that I think is free online, maybe? Or maybe this is yeah, there's real world Haskell free online by some people who are well known in this zone. I've heard good things about this book. I think it also has a cool feature in that every paragraph of the book has a comments section on the website, so people can comment on things, and there are like corrections frequently, right? I think this is probably a pretty good resource. Did you make RGB Christmas LEDs? If not, you should. I just made mine. I see. I finally got second day working. Is the website in Haskell? I wouldn't be shocked if it was. I think I don't know what the backend looks like. I also like that they have RSS feeds. It's a dung beetle. It's a Hercules beetle. It's a Hercules beetle that has a high power to weight ratio. It's Jonathan like Heracles. It's something like this. It's something like this. It's a bug. Yeah, it's a big book of bug in this case. You might even say. You might call this a big book of bug. Yeah. So I think this is a pretty decent resource. Sure, you can tell yourself that. Yeah. I wonder what is the GUI pro. Oh, they're using GTK. I mean, this goes into some crazy shit. But at least like up through like probably here, this is like all like stuff that is like generally pretty. You know, you're gonna be doing a lot of this shit a lot. Hello, Christopher. There's a book I'm going through for Haskell called Programming Haskell. It's been good to me. It's probably good. Yeah. This is probably good also. I think yeah. Most importantly, of course, is to just try a bunch of shit and like try and make things. Oh god, they're using. Yeah, I don't know. I've never done. I think I've done SDL with Haskell before. I made a little game. I made a couple of little games actually. Twitch is glitching for me. I'm sorry. It's over. Haskell January in 1 month, maybe. I don't know. I feel like I don't know. Which repository is this again? This is. Oh, do you mean which repository am I looking at here? This is just if I just Googled real world Haskell, it's book.realworldhaskell.org. I don't know if I'm answering the correct question. Hello Polyglitch also. Yeah, sometimes these things can cause issues. It's bugging out. I see. I apologize for this. This is never pleasant. Anyway, we implemented this. We basically implemented the exact version that's here. You are a bit delayed. Thank you. Okay. And it has problems, right? So let's see if we can make it work in the way that we expect it to work. I think we were tweaking the bounds a little bit. I think we were tweaking bounds, trying to make the thing behave the way that we wanted it to behave. Like we gave it this pattern, and we gave it like different sizes. I don't know why it wasn't working for us. I don't know what we did last on this fucker. Did we actually give it the right pattern here? I feel like we made some kind of change. Where is this? I feel like we made some sort of change. We did. We changed some of the edges. We changed some of the edges a little bit here. Like if we were to make this go, and we were to make this go, right? I think it would probably produce different outcomes. Excuse me, I'm sipping. Where can I write in for Haskell Jam? It probably has different outcomes. Maybe, no, it still doesn't. I think our window size is maybe too small then. Like if we increase the window size, maybe that captures the thing correctly. Or maybe we're treating the edges. Either way, my conclusion of this whole thing was I don't know if I'm very happy with wave function collapse. I don't think it's the play. I thought it was going to be the play really hard. I sort of am inclined to think it might not be the play. Actually, it might not be the best outcome. Yeah. I suspected that. Yeah. I think it was really fun to explore. Why walk through walls? Just for testing. The walk through walls is just for testing so we can see the whole map. The cult computer thing bound variable is, yeah, this probably is quite pleasant to do. I would yeah. I don't think this is particularly good. I think we should perhaps I think in fact bespoke level generation is maybe the option. I think just trying to do levels in the traditional way is maybe better. I think the way this way, right? The thing I was like hoping we could maybe get away with, right, is not having to write like complex level generation code for like different shapes of level. Can the player go off the map? Yes, you can. There's no borders right now. They couldn't get anything to beat 50 decent handmade levels. Yeah. Make community level submissions. Yeah, I mean, I do want them to be random, right? We could maybe have random levels for like vaults and things, right? I would be happy to do that because this is going to be like a free game, right? So like if we had random level selection that happens at random situations, right? This is perhaps possible. The off fable. Yeah. Okay. Let's. Okay. If we just don't do that. What if we just don't do wave function collapse? What if we just banish you? What if we just banish you and say, let's just do the old thing again? And where were we doing collision detection? Let's just roll back to where we were last. We'll leave the wave function collapse code around, but we're not gonna fuck with it for now. I think probably an update. Where do we do collision? Where does this happen? It's probably in do action, right? We should probably also start this. Oh dear. What's what if you wave function collapse the texture for crunch? This could be good. I think, and there are other wave function collapse things that I think could be relevant, right? In particular, the one that we're doing here is a sliding window, right? There are others that you can use for just kind of like fitting pieces together, like that one. What is that game? Is it Carcassonne? Is it like there's other ones for like fitting pieces. I think my friend Nova Liminal is using this right now actually. Nova Liminal made a thing using the tiling version instead of the sliding windows version for fitting together levels for a 3D game. Just notice my tree. Yes, indeed. Can we shout out Nova? Nova is a good friend for a long time. Okay, if we go to do action, which is over here. Where are we skipping collision detection? Where do we do this? Where do we do that actually? In move. Oh, we're skipping this check here. Sure. The is walkable check. Tiling makes sense. Yeah, but I don't want it to be so like the advantage was we would just like draw like a sample level and generate other levels from the sample. But I think it's going to be too much to tweak. Like it's going to be more effort in the long run to do that than to just do good old fashioned big like do level generation. So here's like the old fashioned style, right? Apologies for the lag. The lag is not real. 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 The lag is my GPU. The lag is my GPU. It is hell. I hate NVIDIA. NVIDIA, awful, mean, rude to me. Like, yeah. This is the struggle is not real in this case. It is not performant. I have to say this every time. It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing that it behaves like this, but it's due to the configuration of my system. It is not due to this code. The lag heresy. RxI level generation using Markov chains. Yeah, okay. So I think instead what we're going to do is maybe we'll explore some more traditional techniques that are perhaps faster. Rust is slow. What the heck? Yeah. So the streamer, right? Like, exactly, right? This is the conclusion here. Computer makes me look bad. I mean, the computer is just trying to tease me and embarrass me. It's fine though. It's acceptable. Okay, this is the typical game. You see, we have much bigger levels now. Right, we have big levels. We can die. We can die, right? There are various types of levels, right? It's kind of cool, right? This is where we were. We're basically where we were months ago. It didn't lag for me. What the hell? Yeah. You get it, right? You see the lag here, like the slowdown. This is due to my GPU situation being really fucked up. And you can follow along at home also. If you go to oob, you can see oob.colonq.computer, the current this version of the game basically. So I do want some more interesting level generation though. That's kind of what we want here. We have a few things left to do for oob. What does our to-do list look like currently, oob style? What are we looking at here? What are we looking at as far as oob goes? We have todo.org, which we edited last on July 12th. On July 12th. This is hell. This is truly hellish. Here is what we need. Here is what we need to complete the game. Scandalous. Sleep bed will generate levels in dream for you. Thank you, attention span. Rest easy. It's been a minute. Yeah. It's been a fucking minute. And I want to finish this goddamn game. It's been too long. It's been way too long of not working on it consistently and just instead, slowly, meandering around the issue over time, right? It's been months. It's been years at this point. It's been like it's been more than 2 years, or it's been at least 1 year. It's been almost I don't know. It's been a lot of time. It's been a long fucking time. Meandering here, yeah. And to be fair, it's not like we're working on it even every week. But I would like to get it done. Can we and we were clearly feeling this way back in July as well. What do we need? We did key binding. I did this. I'm just putting this in one section of things that we need. I don't care. Can oob merge with spider oil? This would be ambitious. This would be very ambitious, perhaps. I don't want to like, spider oil is like an ambitious and like big thing potentially. I don't want to creep the scope too much. They just have different characteristics, I think, right? Levels are pages, yeah. I don't know. I really want this to be mostly just like a traditional roguelike. Is the sub badge an L inside a circle inside a square, or is the sub badge a wall? It's an L inside a circle inside a square. This is the concept. This is the concept. It originally was in the early days. I think it was. I was inspired by Shindigs having like the Twitter checkmark as the sub badge. Because I love social media brain rot nonsense. So the badge is the Twitch checkmark icon rotated and rendered monochrome to be an L. It's sort of like I'm Twitch's Waluigi, right? I have the Waluigi aspect when it comes to Twitch.tv. I am their ultimate inverse. And something like this. Like this is the it doesn't actually mean anything. It's just funny. It's just funny. Okay. We still need this. These are what are the things that I practically need to do? I got item images. We got those. I found epic item images on itch.io. I logged on to itch.io. I found free CC0 item image pack. We have that. We have item images. And I'm confident that I can obtain free assets for enough item images that fit the style that we can have all of them. We have done design for 100 items. We did this collaboratively like a year ago at this point, right? Instead, what we need is half items implementation. We do need recolor system for enemies, and probably music and sound effects and UI images and portraits and sprite sheets, right? But other than this, I found virus.zip on ish.io. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. As both goblins are blocking and following the oob. Is this true? You can attack. You can use techniques. I'll go to the live version. You can use tactics to attack your foe. You can attack foe even on here, right? If I were to go to, you have sweeping attack available to you. You have sweeping attack as well as end your turn. So if I approach bat, if I just press 1, it'll prompt me to end my turn. But pressing 1 by default attempts to use the default action, right? So if I open this instead, if I press tab over this, or if I just press 1 on this guy, this will register the attack action. So I can instead attack and kill bats. We don't have death animation currently. That's another thing. We need to have death. We need death. There needs to be perish animation. Death animation. I think these already exist inside of the sprite sheets that I am using. If I look in textures entity, I think JonathanGoblin.png actually does have it does have don't the bat. Okay, we will not the bat any further in the future. I think there actually are animation for being hit / collapse. Yes, here it is. Look at him. Look at this face. This is how I feel sometimes when I have to, you know, this is, you know, there are plenty of rude jokes that can be made here, but this is a very funny face. So we need to play this animation or something like this when we perish. And there are various angles. They have this from every angle. So like, yeah, you the man now though. It's like that one image of the chipmunks or something. You know I don't like to get into such things. I don't like to get into such things around here. We would never talk about it's inappropriate. Okay. So we have this guy. We have this guy here. It's one. In general, it's just for my testing. Like the key bindings by default are really bad. We'll fix them. It's WASD is his move, and then 2 is B and 1 is A. It's a 1 equals A button and 2 equals B button situation. So I can play one-handed, right? It's kind of like, it's like this. So I think let's address some of these concerns today, computer. Let's sort out what's going to be going on with some of these. We have other things. Let's be honest with ourselves. Better level generation. A few types thereof. What kind of dungeon branches do we want, right? Or branches, floors, something like this. What is top priority? Really anything. I don't know if there's a priority. Probably the top priority is actually getting these, but I'm trying to. I tried to commission this stuff on Fiverr.com from someone who seemed promising. Well, alas, they ghosted me for months. And I emailed them the other day again, and I was like, "Yo, what's up? Are we good?" Because I don't want to like screw somebody over and say like. You know, like, oh, like you didn't like. I want to, you know, if they need some time, like they're welcome to have it. It's not like I'm in any rush, but like, it's yeah. Oh, but what kind of music do you want? Well, we have some music already. There is some music that was provided by the ever wonderful Yuki VT. I commissioned some music from Yuke. If I go into audio, we have a few of these. What is it called actually? It's called Danger, I think. Can we go force window equals yes danger.org? This is from Uke. That's speed. How do I do volume here? Yes, this is classic uke style music. It's quite good. I have a few that I made myself that are much worse. That are significantly worse. I'm trying to think of which ones we actually have in the game right now. Is one? I think, maybe. It's kind of like this. Yeah, that's kind of the vibe. It's kind of like that a little bit. I like it. Yeah. This is 1,000 hours. This is 999 hours in Beepbox. This is in, oh, we even have comment. I had not seen that comment on the track. This is in, is it Beepbox is the thing? Beepbox music. There's a series of websites. There's various forks of this, and it's like little synths that are in the browser that are very easy to operate, right? You can even say like where's the thing? Where's John thing? Where is John thing? There's probably one to like place on load. Yeah, this is the kind of deal. I've used variants of these things, and they make, I don't know. We'll put I'm confident that we can put together something through a combination of commissions to friends and fucking around in Beatbox. We can put together enough songs, like 5 or 6 songs, that there is enough variety that it is interesting, right? Really, like 1 song per area is probably acceptable. We can do this 1 song per area. Like this will not be that much of a challenge. Okay, other things though. This is the main thing that remains. I don't know how to make fucking art. I don't know how to draw. I'm not right. So I need to find someone to make at least a couple additional sprites in addition to the ones that we already have. The ones that we already have are I purchased on itch.io that are wonderful. I found them on itch.io and they look good, and I think I'm happy with them. Further things can be explored, however. And really, it's only like characters. Some people love FL Studio. Yeah. I would love to get more familiar with something like this. Usually more expensive than regular art. I've heard this, but it's you know the drill with this sort of thing. It won't be too much. I prefer Ableton. Yeah, Ableton, it seems like the big option, right? This is like the Photoshop of this kind of realm, right? People like this. I really just want something that's like simple, right? In what format do you need the sounds? Any. I mean, I can convert them. We can convert them between things, but the engine supports, OGG and Wave and all the usual guys. It's just using whatever. What's the thing? Whatever web audio API supports. It'll work with. Ableton is complex. Yeah. Really, I feel like what I want is LSDJ for Emacs, right? There's this thing for the Game Boy called Little Sound DJ that is like a tiny little sequencer for I want like the equivalent of this for Emacs, a tracker, right? Just a simple tracker with like one of the nice things about Beatbox and its equivalents for someone who doesn't know anything about music is that it has like a ton of fucking presets. Right? I can go through a big list and it has names of like instruments and stuff, and I can just like pick them out and then just like put notes on. I just click notes and then it just like I can listen to it, right? I don't have to like think about like the fucking like what the harmonic profile is of the thing I'm making. Hello? What, the drip? What? Where did you get this? What is this?
I did some online shopping for Black Friday.
You shopped online and you got bell bottoms?
They're not bell bottoms. Okay.
You got bell bottoms jeans? The dripness?
What is the style of these called? Like baggy
They're
Yeah,
called.
they're just called baggy.
They're called baggy. That's kind of wild, actually. Maniacal. Yeah, wide leg is back in. You got the boots with the fur.
I don't think it works for me. I'm a pretty small human.
I think it looks good.
I mean,
I think it looks good. I think it looks great, actually. The baggy pants have been hip for at least 6 months. Hello, Son Albionus.
Yeah.
Welcome in.
But okay, the question is, do I return them or not? Do you think?
I think you keep them. I think they look great.
Do you think it's a look?
I think it looks great. I think it's a look. I think it's good. Shout out Son Albionus. I think it looks Joel. Yeah.
No, but actually.
No, I think they look great.
Really?
Yeah, they're cool.
My mom and I were both like.
Yeah. I'm a little more. I'm a little more
really,
with the fashion.
The
You know.
they're really comfortable.
Yeah, I would.
Like-
I think those rock. You know, I'm a fan of this.
Yeah.
I'm a.
Do they look like they fit properly?
They look cool. How do you? What are your thoughts on Little Sound DJ?
That's cute. I like the name.
It's for the Game Boy. High rise pants are also hip. I don't know.
I only buy high rise pants. I hate low rise. I can't do it.
You can't do it.
I can't do them.
You can't do
They
it. I
really
see.
make me anxious,
Okay, we
'cause
got-
I feel like they're falling down. On
We gotta look at trackers. And is Goat Tracker? Is Goat Tracker real? Is this a thing that exists? Goat Tracker 2 download. Is this? Do they have this? GT Ultra. It's GPL. Does this work on? Does this work on Linux?
They're a look.
I think you should keep them. I don't have much thoughts on this. I guess you're the one who's having opinions about this. Renoise, I can see them. They're good. I think they're great. Hello, Muavdelaliam. Welcome in.
Oh.
Hello. Do you know of Sunvox? I have used Sunvox in the past. Maybe that's what I'm looking for. Sunvox. I've used this. This is recalling ancient memories. I think I tried to use this in a past Ludum Dare. More of a modular system, yeah. When I see this, I'm like, what the fuck is going... Like, what is this? I don't know. Like, I want to be able to make little sounds happen. I don't want to have to know what a compressor is, right? Or, like, you know, I just want to have opinionated things happen. I guess this is actually not that complex, but, like, it's not beginner ideal, right? Like, I do just want to click the buttons. I'm wearing a belt. If I wear a belt, it doesn't feel like it's falling. I see. Yeah. The okay, clarity. Let's be clear about things. And anyway, we can do music. We can make this happen. Recolor for enemies is kind of interesting. I recommend find a tracker you like. Yeah, I'm inevitably will try and make one though. Right? Like just like frankly, like we'll probably end up trying to make something and it will be bad but like interesting. Like that's the usual flow. You have no idea. I have tried this in the past. There was a time when I was trying to like make music with Haskell and like this kind of thing. I feel like before I do any of this, I probably need to develop a better understanding of music in general. A better understanding of music in general, of like what sounds, what the meaning of this is. Because I'm at the point where I understand PCM data. This is the level of my understanding. I'm like, okay, well, I kind of get that you can make a funny wave in an array, right? You can oscillate a number and you can put the number in an array and have it sampled at a certain rate, right? And have that make noise of certain tones. And you can make the wave shape different ways, and then that causes the sound to be different. But like I don't, beyond this, I don't really understand much. Without theory, cool algorithmic music. Yeah, you probably can. Pure data and Sunbox, etc. rely on understanding filters, modulation, etc. Yeah. And like I feel like I ostensibly can understand the filters, right? Like I mean, you can't understand anything. I feel like I could get myself to a point where I'm like, okay, here I want a low pass versus a high pass filter. Music would be the perfect collaboration point. In fact, it is the only collaboration I have ever done on this channel. Not in this exact form, but in the past, I did one collaboration on the channel with Jake Creates Stuff. This is like more like a year and a half ago at this point, where we wrote a thing to like have the chat here control Jake Creates Stuff's MIDI thing using a bunch of nonsense, and it was pretty cool. Let's pour some more here. Okay. So I honestly feel like doing the recolor thing might be kind of the most interesting thing. I feel like the concept here might be one of hue shift, right? It might be one of hue shift, right? This is the concept, right? We want to take, like, fundamentally we have a limited amount of art, right? for monsters, right? For entities. We have these ones that we found on itch.io that are good, right? They're kind of cool and good and nice, right? We have slime, for example. Slime is green, blue, right? What if we want to make a red slime, right? But we want it to look the same, right? We want it to have a similar look to it, right? I think we can accomplish this via hue shift. Like if we adjust the hue by some offset. So it seems to me like we can probably make this happen by for each pixel. Like we have a fragment shader that renders these guys, right? We have, if we look in assets shaders entity frag.glsl, we have a fragment shader, right? And this fragment shader is mostly doing a bunch of like it has a bunch of uniforms, so it can get the proper texture coordinate in the sprite sheet, right? But ultimately at the end of the day, we get texel here, which is just like the pixel sampled from the thing. So once we have texel, we can ostensibly transform it somehow. This is just like an RGBA pixel, right? So like if we were to instead do something along the lines of what I'm thinking right now is what if we transformed this RGB value into like HSV or I never know the difference. I never remember HSV versus HSL. It's huge. Like what is the HSV in HSV? Not herpes simplex. HSL and HSV here. They're two. It's lightness versus value. It's lightness versus value. Is this true? Is there are these the same or are they different? I feel like they are different. They have differences, it seems to me. Depends on where it tops out. I see. Interesting. I guess value is only half of lightness. I see this one going from black to like full saturation or full color, I guess, full bright, whereas this is going from black to white. Maybe this seems real. Sure, I guess I believe that. So can you just not represent? Oh, is white just in the middle then? There's only one white. Maybe this is the case. Interesting. Okay, either way, this is we don't care about that because we only care about the hue. Better range for human gamma range. Okay, I see. Hello RCRNSTN also, welcome in. Really all we care about is let's turn RGB into HSL and get the H, right? And then add some offset to the H, right? So say we're representing the H as a 1 byte number or something like this, right? Then we like if we add 100 to that and then take it, like let it wrap around, right? This is going to shift the hue by some amount, and then like we convert it back to RGB and then write the thing out, right? Okay, LCH for the win. Is this true? What is this? Almost broke an $8,000 piece of equipment for measuring color at my first job. Acerola mentioned the superior color thing called OK Lab. I see. Okay, this is interesting. OK Lab color wheel. To be honest with you, I still don't fully understand the situation here. I still don't fully understand the concept of color space even, I think, right? This is like I sort of understand, like, okay, you can represent this thing in different ways, right? Certainly. But like RGB is so baked into my head, right? That like what is the actual advantage? Is the advantage for human interaction, or is the advantage of, I mean, here it seems like this is purely a coordinate representation for RGB. So this is a representation of RGB that allows you to like maybe pick colors more nicely, or or like adjust colors in a more uniform way. It's easier interactions, right? This doesn't actually get you any more expressivity, right? There's no more colors. Is that the case? At least that's what this sentence makes me think, right? It's not actually there are more. There are additional colors. They are operating at different precision. Okay lab. We have okay lab. I don't understand the concept in general. I guess is what I would say, right? Like I guess I do understand higher precision for more colors, right? And I also independently understand like is exactly the same colors as sRGB. Yeah, that's sort of what I was expecting given this thing. You can just yeah exactly. That's what we are like. I understand that, and that's what we care about, right? And that's all we really need to know for today. Comparing OK Lab to HSV. Can we see? This is so it's fundamentally for human selection, right? This gradient is such that it's more uniform. Like if I drag something across this gradient, the color change will appear more even, right? And this is apparent, obviously, but like this does OK Lab actually get you more colors, right? Or is it yeah, a white point? I don't understand this, right? I don't understand a lot of the I don't understand why human perception enters the picture with like sRGB and stuff like this, right? I feel like I don't know. I feel like to some degree I'm like in my ignorant mind I'm like, okay, it should just end with the monitor. How if you see it differently it doesn't matter, right? It's just like, okay, this is the monitor has this certain value and this is the monitor has this other value, right? So I guess is all it is at the end of the day. You're just trying to like, I don't know. I have computer brain rot where I'm like, I don't care what people actually see, right? The thing that matters is the value on the monitor pixel is this number. It looks more spread washed. Yeah, less color banding. Sure, I can understand that as like a color picking mechanism. CMYK rabbit hole. Yeah, I would actually go so far to say that there are only 2 to the 24 colors in the world. There are no other colors that exist. You should just round any other color that you perceived to one of those 2 to the 24. Do you really need more than that? Are you really in a position where you need more than 2 to the 24? I don't think you are, maybe. It's basically getting a more intuitive color picker. Okay. This is fine. I understand this then. Everything else is a lie. Yeah, maybe. A front-end web designer and you want to it's easier to it's a human interface thing, Tom Weil. And exactly and for us as well, right? We're gonna use it to tweak hue, right? Like I understand this, right? It's closer to like the components of it are closer to things that are like perceptually relevant. Is that a good way to say it? You need blending, yeah, sure. Okay, we need alphas. When you mix R with G, you get yellow. Maybe so. I don't know. Any parameters takes you outside the sRGB gamut to colors that cannot be represented on usual displays. They are bad because they are not perceptually uniform. The difference in the hue 10 and 15 is not the same as between 90 and 95. Okay. Understandable. Understandable. Since we see luminance is more important, we can spend less bits on saturation and hue during encoding. So okay, I see this as well. Okay. I think I understand. I don't get sRGB still. This is something that is still okay. Can we fucking figure out sRGB? This is something that has been a curiosity. It's relevant today. Right? Okay. A standard RGB red, green, blue color space. Sure. I see. Okay. Here's the okay. I think it's coming to I don't actually understand how displays work. Also, hello bad cop, welcome in. Certain color spaces are used to better convey the color's properties in certain contexts. CIE lab that we used at my previous job, for example, was characterized by the numerical change in the color being approximately the same as the perceived change. I see. Yeah. Okay, this makes sense. sRGB is a different thing, though, right? sRGB is not like an HSV kind of. It's not a representation. It's like the actual deal, right? Is it the case that sRGB is the kind of the semantics for RGB? Is this it? So if I have three numbers, right? If I have 3 bytes, let's say, right? Or 3 floats between 0 and 1. Three real numbers even. Let's not bring in floats to the equation. We have 3 real numbers between 0 and 1. Is sRGB what defines what that actually means in terms of what colors they are? Real numbers mentioned. So true. Is that what defines like is that the case? It's like and from that point, like how do you define what does that look like? Yeah, a map. Okay, that's what I'm thinking. It's a map of RGB to real life color. What the fuck is a real life color then? That's the next question. What the fuck is a real life color? Like I think that's the missing piece for me. Because my view of color in all contexts is RGB. If you ask me to do physics with color, like wavelengths, man, okay, I don't understand this. It's frequency of the it's properties of the light. We have RGB receptors. Yeah, you have a receptor in your eye that just picks up a 32-bit number, right? Obviously, a crazy rabbit hole I went with my friend. Yeah, one color is light blue and I said it's light green. Yeah, our colors when you're okay, it's frequencies. Okay, so is sRGB basically a mapping from 24-bit numbers to frequencies? Is this the concept? Or it's you know, you can get different colors by mixing 3 monochromatic of a single wavelength like lasers lights. The colors you make is the convex hull of the 3 colors chosen, called primaries. sRGB defines these lights. So colors outside that convex hull cannot be represented. Okay, so basically, if we have an RGB value it's 3 numbers between 1 and 0, right? It's a 0 to 1 number for R, 0 to 1 number for G, 0 to 1 number B, right? You have 3 lights. You have 3 lights. Those lights have certain frequencies. We're not going to worry about what those frequencies are right now. RGB is telling you how much. Oh, therefore, sure. Let's just say let's say 3 lights. RGB is telling you how much each of those 3 lights is on. Is that like the intensity of those lights? And sRGB is telling you the precise frequency of each of those lights should be. Is that the concept? Yeah, I understand that RGB cannot convey all the color. Well, I mean, maybe. RGB is a model, not absolute truth, but it serves its purpose. Yeah, sure. Okay, this is the thing. So really? I guess I believe this. I mean, this is dependent on a variety of things. Like I certainly believe that RGB cannot convey all colors like on a computer. You just can't make some colors of brown, pink. I see. Is this a property of like the 32-bit representation? Like if it was real numbered components? Yes, RGB. Yeah. So but like RGB is just itself, right? sRGB is the interpretation of RGB, right? Well, rather, if you say you have an RGB image, that's an image with, you know, three component colors, right? What those colors actually look like on a screen is determined by sRGB. Is this true? I think maybe this is the case, right? Like what actual frequencies are turned on in the light for the pixel? Like is this the thing? There are different RGB color spaces. Max do P3, etc. I see. Hello, Colnq also. Most monitors will have an sRGB preset that optimizes accuracy. Sure, that's probably the most. This is at least a way to think about it. Okay. A question derived from this then: why do I ever have to care about sRGB in code? I've read tutorials and things where they're saying like, okay, I have to do like some kind of color space conversion here. Why is this ever relevant in code? Is there like how does sRGB even, like, how is that even like visible from code, right? If it's just the interpretation of how my RGB value works, shouldn't that just be purely left to the monitor to do, right? Shouldn't the user have the freedom to determine, like, interpret their pixels however they wish? Like what is there actually to do here? Only if you deal with CMYK. I see. Maybe I've also heard this in the context of like for print. Yeah. is this maybe I've heard this in the context of what do you call it? Fuck. What is its name? Like when you can go over. No, fuck. When you can go over HDR, high dynamic range. High dynamic range is the word for it. Yes. Are these considerations relevant then? I can sort of imagine that being the case potentially. The interpretation of a specific like if you have like HDR basically I assume means you can go past 1, right? You can have values that are bigger than 1, right? And instead of just like cutting them off down to 1 if they're bigger than 1, you have to interpret them in a certain kind of way. Does the interpretation of them in a certain kind of way involve you have to do some special math for sRGB? Defines the linear light primary colors that can be mixed. Okay, I understand this. Also defines a nonlinear compression at the end. You want this nonlinear thing when talking to the display for historical reasons, CRT. I see. When you want to do physics, color mixing, rendering, etc., you don't want the nonlinearity. Okay, I understand maybe. It's the nonlinear compression bit that is there for historical reasons that I do not understand. I see. Where can we find information about this? Where can this do we know? Can it tell us? We'll have to see. You want to be able to compose without blowing out bright. Yeah. This is, I understand the intention behind HDR, right? For things like bloom and yeah, you want to just not like, it's, you know, like there's, this makes sense, right? It's fundamentally about not losing information, right? Not kind of not kind of flooring things too early, right? It's propagation of number higher than 1 without cutting it off to 1, right? Hello, Sun 312772. Welcome in. Hi, Sun. It's a pleasure. Sun. It's great to have. We're talking about color. We're talking about the concept of seeing and perceiving different colors. You want to simulate brightness effects without actually causing their eyes to react to overly bright light. Yeah. Again, it makes sense. It's a don't round too early situation is what HDR fundamentally is, I think. Hello, Jivan Yatra. Also welcome. GLHF. Yeah, the town ain't big enough for the both of us. The all-seeing hummingbird. The image magic forums are full of insane stuff about that. Yeah, and I think I've convinced myself mostly that I don't have to care about that. I've largely convinced myself that I don't need to think about that at all. But I am vaguely convinced that there is something that I need to be doing for this sRGB stuff that I'm not doing currently. Like in my actual, like I do need to care. And I think that thing is the nonlinear compression. Can we determine what this is about? sRGB compression. Is this something you're supposed to do to pixels at the end before you actually put them on the screen? sRGB learning curve. S3 texture compression, image format. Like what is the meaning of an sRGB image format? Like that doesn't make any, like what is the difference to the pixels? I'll go sleep a little and thank you, Diablo Project. It was great to have you. The nonlinear thing is sometimes called gamma. Yeah, okay, I don't get this at all. Maybe we can understand it though. Maybe it's possible to understand it. We have medium post here? Okay. Gamma encoding is a way to efficiently use the limited number of bits available in displays and buffers. Sure. We have 8 bits per channel. Sure. I don't know what the fuck this is even at this point. They're already talking about, like, it seems to me like in my head, right? Like if one monitor displays one thing and another monitor displays something totally different, that's not something to care about, right? For me, like I feel like it should end at the bytes sent to the monitor hardware, right? Like maybe this is misguided though. Maybe this is misguided. Like if your monitor shows blue where mine shows red, that's a separate issue, right? Like this feels like a separate issue. I don't want to know what a compressor is, but here we are in color talking about the same thing. Yeah. The rest of the job is it's up to your eyes and the screen, right? Whatever happens there is not my problem. What matters is the bytes that go over the HDMI, right? I think this is what matters. But I'm being glib. It does matter. Everything is our problem. We strive for maximum customer experience or something. Something Amazon would say. Perception is reality. Yeah. Okay. So this is basically saying interpolate non-linearly, right? So my previous naive understanding of RGB is we have a number between 0 and 1 and just use that linearly to interpolate the intensity of the 3 lights, right? We have 3 lights, right? The lights have certain frequencies. Those frequencies are defined, they're constants defined by the sRGB color space. Hello, Wazi Kamawada. Welcome in. Vanta Black or Semple's pink. I see. Yeah, I don't think this either, Luigi. We're seeing thing and saying thing. You know the way. I try not to think about such things. So we have 3 different frequencies. We have 3 different frequencies, right? There are 3 lights, right? The frequencies of the lights are determined by sRGB. They're constants, right? Assuming that it's an sRGB color thing on the monitor, sure, right? The lights have different intensities. Those intensities are determined by the 3 components, right? The 3 components are numbers between 0 and 1, right? So the first number determines the frequency corresponding to red. The second one controls the intensity of the frequency corresponding to blue. The third controls the frequency corresponding to green. Sure. If we're doing this naively, as they say, it would be to encode this linearly, right? So we have a minimum intensity and a maximum intensity, and we interpolate linearly based on that 0 and 1, right? So 0 is the minimum intensity, 1 is the maximum intensity. What they are saying here is that the human eye responds to that intensity in a more logarithmic way, right? So a linear distribution gives too many shades in the brighter areas. Okay, sure. It's not efficient in terms of the different colors you might see to do this linearly. So instead, it should be according to a power law, sure, right? There should be some kind of non-linear distribution. Okay, I understand this. I don't understand why this is a software problem. Shouldn't the monitor just do this, right? The monitor presumably is for each pixel getting 3 numbers, right? Can't the monitor just do this and do this conversion? Is this okay? I don't get that then. Let us continue reading. This power law is closely matched to how, or maybe it does already, and we have to undo it. Oh, the monitor does do this in HDR mode, but otherwise expects linear values. Everyone knows brighter screens are for normies, just like John. Is this true? LG bot is getting canceled. The human perception is also nonlinear. That should not be confused with the nonlinear thing displays expected for. Okay, we will keep reading. The A doesn't matter, right? The A doesn't actually matter on the screen. The A is just for blending. Like the pixel on the screen, it can't be transparent, right? sRGB is a thing that defines how to perform algorithms from one raw RGB value to another. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe it is that in practice. Like my current understanding, well, we'll see. My current understanding of sRGB so far is that it is just the base frequencies, the frequencies of the 3 lights, basically. I wonder how things like GL Blend are affected by different color spaces. This is curious, right? And I bet they are. I see this sort of thing come up all the time. I don't know. Yeah. Okay. The simplest and most common form of power law suitable for encoding is gamma 2.2. That is the relationship between photon count and encoding value is the thing to the power of 2. So if we have a value, we're taking the value to the 2.2 power, right? And then this is the intensity of the light. Easy to get them switched around. Sure. Okay, I understand. There's some kind of non-linear thing here. Why do I have to care about this? There are different gamma values. Different monitors can be tuned to these things, right? There are different curves, all kinds of stuff. Sure. What is sRGB? It's a slight tweaking of the simple 2.2 gamma curve. This is sRGB. It takes D3DX float to sRGB. Sure. So this is how you take a number between 0 and 1 and turn it into this guy, right? If it's this seemingly arbitrary fucking equation. It's if the thing is less than this constant, multiply by this guy. Otherwise it's some the thing taken to some power it's close enough. It's relatively close to taking the thing to a certain power, right? It's got some spice around, right? There's a little bit of spice. It's linear at low values, and at higher values it's at a power curve. The overall thing is close to this, sure. The reason for the complexity, okay, sure. There's bullshit. I don't need to understand that, right? I'm sure we could figure it out. It would take us, if we read shit for a week, right? But I don't know if it provides us any immediate value here. It looks closely like this thing. They are close to each other. Does sRGB, it's linear in the low values? Does this mean it gets you fucking better blacks? Is this the thing? Float red equals, yeah. Hello Kuromaru Onisan, also welcome in. Hello. How is it going, Kuromaru? It's been a hot minute, my friend. Kuromaru Oni-san. Howdy. So yeah, okay. This is a simulation using less bits. So otherwise, you wouldn't be able to see it, because who knows what the differences in precision are probably getting to the point where like I wouldn't be able to see difference on my monitor, right? Hello, Resonance Live. Also, long time no see. It's great to have you. Sure. Same math exists in radio tuning, audio perception, etc. I see. Okay. It's not a gamma curve or a compression format. It's not a sensible place to do maths in. You can't add them together or blend them or multiply them. So why would we ever have an sRGB format? Why do we need to do this in fucking DirectX, right? Why are we doing this in DirectX? Why don't we just give the number between why don't we just give val to the monitor and the monitor does this? This is the question. Why is that not the case? I don't understand why that. Historical reasons, legacy only. Okay. This is okay. That's good. So the monitor expects linear values then. The monitor's intensity is like the value you give the monitor is purely like a linear 0 to 1 thing, right? So we have to do the conversion beforehand such that we can give it such a value. Is that the idea? You want to be able to do compositing? Maybe. I mean, does the monitor do compositing? Really? Like, or what do you mean by this? Like, wouldn't you just do all the compositing in normal RGB and then have the monitor display it, right? Like, I don't know. Monitor has to chill. I understand it if it is for historical reasons. That is disappointing if so, but I do understand. Like, in that case, is the level of understanding I need to have just that I should do this? You blow out non-linearly? Oh, you mean in terms of like the blowout, meaning like going beyond 1? Is this the case? Is this the case? Like it shouldn't. Maybe I don't know about this, but like maybe the level of understanding I need to have is that I need to do this conversion before I send pixels to the screen, right? Is that it? Right? Like if I just send a raw RGB pixel to the screen buffer, right, in OpenGL, is that technically not showing the correct color that I intend because the monitor expects sRGB input? Like, does that mean that but like if I just have I already have like various passes, right? I have like a pass that does upscaling, right? So like where is that, right? If I look in my shaders, if I look at my upscaling shader, I think it's in maybe in shaders flat. Maybe it's in shaders flat. Hello, Ostus _ why so jolly? I mean, 'tis the season after all. 'Tis the season. This does upscaling, I think. I'm using this. If I just modify this shader to on Texel, if I just say Texel is sRGB Texel at the end, and this is only for the end, only my final rendering pass, when I take all the pixels and I put them on the screen. Is that what I want? I want to convert everything, but just before the monitor sees it. If that's the case, why do I have to do it? Why doesn't my OS do it? Right? Like I'm just like I'm like 3 layers away from understanding why this is my problem. Like I don't know. Like all of this seems like a monitor configuration problem. Or let the hardware do it with GL-sRGB image format. Okay, that's another. I can set that probably right somewhere. If I like, I can do this. I can do this thing. Where would I set that image format? Just on like my final let's investigate this. GL-sRGB. There is no OS. Well, there's an OS that's handling the shader at the end of the day, right? The shader is just like I'm just rendering to some texture somewhere that then X11 is handling somewhere, right? Like it's not like I'm rendering directly to the monitor with my little OpenGL program. It's going to some other frame, but right? Like maybe eventually it is. Maybe eventually there's some but eventually at least according to my understanding, X11 has its own thing that is going to read that frame buffer and then combine it with other things. If you're under FPO, you use that internal format. If you want to change the default, okay, sure. Okay, that makes sense then, right? It's not an image, right? It's on whatever your render target is. Okay, sure. So if I were to let's see what this looks like in practice then. If I were to, can we do it? Can we do it? Are we going to be blown away by the quality of the image? By the sheer quality of the image. If I go to Leia, which is our engine, Jonathan engine, whereas in framebuffer.rs here, we have one frame buffer. And this frame buffer is this is the actual screen, and then other frame buffers are for, we'll have to pass in like a flag. I think we only use one, right? So maybe we can just set the image format to this thing, right? Use that like there's two in GL text image 2D there are two well this is like actually populating the data. Are you binding a texture per sprite? No. I have like an atlas kind of thing and the shader just looks it up. I just pass in uniforms that are like the offset, right? All this is just so humans can interact with the mighty machine. Yeah. Okay, there's internal format here, which is argument number, this guy here. If I just change this to glow sRGB instead. Oni playing piano and ASCII. Hello 1990X also. Is sedated Granny Smith Apple? Is there the cones and rods in your eyes just take a simple 3-tuple? All this indirection is for commerce? Yeah, I think so. I'm starting to think so. That's the conclusion that we are drawing. Can we see the Oni? There it is. There it is. I'm shocked that it actually drew this and in Markdown too. It's not quite there, but it's like kind of vaguely interesting. It's sort of vaguely interesting. Doesn't really have the piano or anything. If we go back to game.rs, if we force a recompile here. Oh, what is this? Oh no. Oh no, it drew an Among Us. Yeah. Okay, we have some kind of horrendous build output there. Does it still build properly? Is it just LSP fuck or is it, I think it's just LSP fuck there. Yeah. Hello, Eigen Tourist too. Oni is a weird game. It's like it's this guy. It's like a RPG Maker horror thing, I think, right? It has like a cult. It's this guy, this face. Yeah. Greetings. Hello. Just a chill guy. Yeah. If we go back to the spookiest game of my childhood, if we go back to Oubliette of General. We are getting error now, and the error is related to error initializing frame buffer. 36054 OpenGL error code 36054. What is your nature? What is your nature? This is just frame buffer incomplete, which means we probably didn't do the right thing on the frame buffer actually. We probably did not do the correct thing on Jonathan frame buffer. Which means we probably are not supposed to. Maybe I'm supposed to set them both. Let's just try setting them both for posterity's sake. For posterity's sake. Let's do this. It's been a good stream. I'll go do some gaming. Have a nice Thank you, LKA080. And again, if you like what you saw tonight, if you want to come back, we have Zone sRGB Alpha. This might also be relevant because we are rendering with this. Let's say that also. Is it we changed it from RGBA, so I would expect there to be an alpha component. So we probably should stay aware. We should stay noited, as they say. We'll see. Thanks. Thank you. Okay, now we arrive again. We arrive again, incomplete frame buffer. So it seems like we just cannot make an sRGB situation. I mean, we're using glow. We're using glow broadly. The graphics stack here is WINIT plus glow. OpenGL and Rust. Yes, we're doing some game development today, Eigentourist. For our little WebAssembly dungeon crawler thing. Is the main idea. This is the main idea. And we were doing a little bit of investigation into what does it actually mean when it says sRGB. What is that? What is that for real? Was my mouse gone? Where did my mouse go? Are we alive? Where did my mouse go? Hello? Test? Oh, it's my internet died. It's the internet for the thing died. Called a sized internal format, sRGB 8 alpha 8. Okay, that might be good also. Huge fan, always glad to catch you live. Thank you. I really appreciate this. This is too kind of you to say, right? Like when people say nice things like this, like someone said something earlier along these lines of like it's like I apologize if I focus on it too much. Sometimes I feel like I do. I'm like, oh, like someone said something nice. I'm going to be very sappy about this. But like for me, it's sort of the kind of thing where like how do you say, like it's kind of like I'm like doing this for me is kind of like a big risk. right? Like I'm kind of doing a strange thing in my life these days, right? I'm thankfully surrounded by supportive people, but I have sort of totally dropped like a relatively like, you know, a decently like quote unquote successful by traditional metrics career to become an anime person. So like it's the sort of thing where like any sort of validation, so I like this and I'm confident I'm taking the right path. But like I do have like doubts about it. I have like self-doubt. I'm like, oh damn, is this actually good? Is this a good thing? Am I doing something interesting and cool? So like when people say this, it's always like, yeah, I am doing something interesting and cool. Eigentourist likes it, right? Like this is like this, right? You know, it's so it really does mean a whole lot. I'm feeling good about it because it's such a you know, it's different. Okay, are we arriving at same conclusion? We are. Can we just say, okay, let's just Google this instead of blindly guessing. OpenGL sRGB image format. Can we see sRGB color space? We have two. We have two here. When images with this format are used as a render target, OpenGL will automatically convert the color space from linear to sRGB if and only if. Okay, so we would have to enable this. But this seems like a later issue. The broader issue seems like, why does it not, like, we're not even creating the frame buffer at all. The frame buffer is incomplete. Does WebGL support this? WebGL sRGB. Oh yeah. We probably need to enable an extension. That's probably what's happening here. It's because there's no. Oh no, it's in WebGL 2 by default. Okay, that's fine. Sure. I guess that is understandable. I wonder why. Maybe they need to be this. Let's just try a couple more things, because I'm curious about this. Alpha 8. This guy over here. This guy over here. Exclusive if and only if instead of only if. Yeah. It means the other. I mean, yeah. They're adding the opposite, the inverse implication as well. Is that the inverse or the con? I think it's the inverse. Incomplete basically means cannot draw to this. Yeah. I think I guess that makes sense. We can try the GL enable also. Let's throw the GL enable on there. If you write if and you get the red squiggle, yeah. It's GL frame buffer sRGB. If we go to our, if we go to frame buffer, hello quasi-conformal also, welcome in. Wait, that's false. That's a robot doing that. It's the quasi-conformal robot. Quasi-conformal, if you are here, hello. If it's just your robot, I guess, hello independently. Like, if we say hit him with a little bit of gl.enable glow, what is this? Is it frame buffer sRGB? This guy? Okay, maybe this does it. Go back to game. I'm doing this to trigger a recompile because it only watches the files in this crate. It doesn't watch the files in the other crate, this automatic reload thingy. So I'm being very lazy. Okay, still no. OpenGL error sRGB frame buffer. Are you bound by the rules and extensions of when to call GL enable this? I'd like to get some correct sRGB output. The behavior of the program is rather inconsistent. Hell. Functions incorrectly. sRGB default frame buffer is unreliable feature. This is fearsome. This is fearsome indeed. I think we're actually, I'm not gonna fuck with, I feel like we could probably fuck with this for enough time, but like it's yeah. And also, wait, the OS does do it. I'm trying to make an OpenGL Haskell program gamma correct by making appropriate use of sRGB frame buffers and textures, but I'm running into issues making the default frame buffer sRGB on my desktop. Okay, sure, it's not doing this. On the other hand, on my laptop, Windows 7 64-bit with an Intel graphics chip, I get an sRGB default frame buffer by default, whether I request one or not. God, this is hell. Yeah, okay, all of this seems like hell. I feel like we can not worry about this for now. Yeah, this seems like, I think we understand. I think we have gained an understanding. I understand more about what this is. I think in that it's sRGB is the frequencies of the three lights that you control with RG and B. It determines what RG and B mean. Hello, Freefall. Also, by the way, if I didn't say so before, I thought you were here, but I maybe I'm hallucinating things. And then you have to give it, you have to pre-convert to this weird, like this weird nonlinear format for the RG and B values, even though the monitor should really do it for historical reasons. Oh, you're back. I see. I understand. I'm placing it properly in my head now. Welcome back. And OpenGL will do this for you if you tell it to. So really, we shouldn't need to care. Let's just focus on CGA for now. Yeah, perhaps this is more convenient for us. Perhaps this is more convenient for us, I think. So let's I guess think about maybe like things that are more obvious. Go back to arrays. Yeah, what we understand. Okay, now we're failing again. Oh, we just didn't rebuild. We didn't rebuild over here. Okay, save us please. Save us please. Rebuild now, please. Okay. Okay, we're now back to Jonathan Oob. We're now back to Jonathan Oob, and it somehow picked the same texture. It picked the same texture for the walls and the floors, so it's very difficult to see. I'm off to make polenta for dinner. Enjoy. This sounds very promising. Okay, so I think what we'll do is let's modify this entity fragment shader to shift colors. Possible to do OpenGL and pass it data in something other than arrays these days. Have not touched Vulkan. I mean, it's all going to be arrays at the end of the day, I imagine, right? You can do clever things even with OpenGL because OpenGL usually permits an array, like it permits a stride, right? So for example, if you have like an array of structs or something, right? The structs have a constant size. So if you want to just like pass in like one field from each one, you can provide a stride such that it selects the correct things. But like at the end of the day, it's all buffers, right? It's even more all buffers for something like Vulkan, I imagine. I'm gonna go grab more water before I continue because we're sipping. I feel like I've been drinking more, which is probably good. Let's BRB. I'll be back. Soon. Hello? Hello? Hi, I'm just gonna go BRB and I'll be right back. You can chat if you want to. You can come in if you desire. Like let's just say we can just you can chat if you have things to say. I never want to be like you're, you know, given that you're ill, I don't want to be like Mod Colonq the illest or whatever.
The illest. Hi. He was in the middle of a sentence and he just left. Hello. Hi. Hello. It's me. Hi. How is everybody? Oh my goodness. Hello. Hi. I was here earlier, but in case there's other people here who don't know me, hello, I'm Mod Colonq. I'm Colonq's wife. I'm here. I'm here to chat while he is away. Hello. Hi. Oh my gosh. Hi. Hello. Think. Hi. Hello. I've been drinking a lot more, and that's really good. Well, Sparrow, I think it's water. I don't smell the alcohol, so. Oh no, Niche Penguin, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't want you to get sick. LLLL girl version. Yes, hello, Eliphaz. I am Mod Colonq. I'm Colonq's wife. He's getting a drink and I'm here. Do I have any sisters? No. Tell us about the pants. Okay. So I've pretty much only worn the same jeans since I bought them in high school. So I think they were like straight leg, like Gap skinny jeans. Not literally the same pair. Like I bought like 4 pair at that point in my life, and then like just have, you know, obviously washed them. If you find something you like, buy 2. Yeah, exactly. And jeans from the Gap are pretty like high quality. They were expensive at the time. And yeah. That was what was in at the time, was skinny jeans. I think I might have added 2 to the rotation and then taken out like the 2 that were showing the most wear. I don't remember. I also hate wearing jeans, so it's not like I was wearing them all the time. I hate jeans. I hate wearing jeans. They make me feel anxious because they're too tight. Back when I was young, Tourist, we're pretty close. We're pretty close. Like, really close. You can wear yoga pants. Just go for it. Are there no... So that's... yeah, super free fall. Here's the thing, is that... like now, not skinny jeans are cool. And so for the first time, okay, again, also for context, I am 5'2" and fairly small. I'm not like a size 0, but I'm not like I'm fairly small. And so I bought wide, like baggy 1990X. Yes, I have a family member actually who used to work as a seamstress, so they have my pants. All of my dresses, all of my pants. Yeah, I've gotten away with it because of this family member, but I'm gonna have to learn at some point. So I ordered baggy jeans. And they make me feel like I'm wearing, isn't it like the Jinkos? It's like the thing in the 2000s.
Yes.
Like,
They're very wide.
they're really wide.
Triangular sort of.
And it's kind of fun because they're really comfortable, and I kind of felt like I was wearing like clown pants, but like really fun. Yes, literally yes. I feel like I'm in one of those videos. Do we know how tall Colonq is? He is 6'3". Other end of the spectrum in terms of height. And so if anyone's looking, I got them from American Eagle because they were on sale. Does he just pick me up sometimes? Used to, and then one time I wiggled too much and it got a little dangerous, and we almost fell down.
Yeah,
and
I
so
thought she was gonna hit her head on the counter, and now we live in a place with concrete floors. So I'm like, let's not risk that. I don't want to take a dive.
A has baggy stuff again. Yes, I'm so excited. So I got like 3 pair.
Hello,
one of
Dan.
which Joker Dan was here earlier when I was chatting also.
It's a Mod Colonq exclusive chat. wait. Is this the case? Oh man, it's over for me.
Yeah, so I bought like 1 pair of like the mom jeans, so those are still like pretty skinny. And then I got one that's like a straight leg, but they're definitely like a wider straight leg. And then I got the baggy size. And I got these in like the short length, and they're still like below my ankles. And I'm a little mad about it. But there's one that's a lighter wash and 2 that are like medium, I'm gonna say. They're not like a dark wash. All of my previous jeans were like the darkest of the dark washes, and I'm looking for a change. Because I'm not, like, my old jeans, I'm not like getting rid of them. They still fit. So, this has been trying on jeans with Mod Colonq.
This has been jeans minute. This has been jeans minute.
What about jorts? I love jorts.
You're a jorts enjoyer.
I am a jorts enjoyer. I do. I think they're cute. Jean talk with Mod Colonq. How do you... Short jorts? Depends on how I'm feeling. How does he even... Okay, Pure Coin, sometimes he'll like crouch down. Wow, that's short jorts. I don't know if I have any that are that short. Sometimes Colonq will crouch down to my height, and sometimes he has in the past at least lifted me up so that I'm like at his height.
I'm about as tall as you sitting in the chair that you're in right now.
Yeah.
As you are standing.
Yes. By Denim Company.
By John Denim.
John Denim.
The John counter is going off the screen. We can't even read it anymore. There's too many apologies. Hello, Sarah.
Sarah, I've been chatting about jeans this whole time.
How's it going,
They warned me that you've been drinking more. You said you've been drinking more.
I'm being driven to drink.
I don't know what Colonq's bench press
how was your
is.
stream? I saw you live earlier. Was are you doing font rendering now? Is that are we NIHing free type? Is that the current saga?
Also, I feel like the question, is Colonq strong, is like difficult for me to answer because GUI framework.
Oh hell yeah.
Because I am, just due to the height difference and that. Oh no! Oh, I'm sorry. Like, he's just a much larger human, so he's definitely stronger than me, but so... It is true. Oh yes, thank you for the follow.
Did you? Okay, I gotta inquire after Sparrow's Wayland crash.
Okay, yes.
We got.
Okay, jeans talk over. If you want to see me wearing jeans in person, we will be at MagFest at the end of January. I will wear jeans. Yay!
Very cool. Thank you. Very cool. Excellent. Thank you. Okay. Back to what a weird way to phrase that. Yeah. Okay. We gotta. So, are you building? I have not caught this. Is this directly on top of like the? Is this on raw DRM?
Sponsorships are open. I will wear a sticker on my jacket with your username and/or.
How much can you squat? I'm not in good shape at all. I'm not, frankly. Oh, OpenGL. Okay, I see. How did you crash Wayland? How does it? Was this just independent Wayland crash? I can see this, but was the Wayland crash on account of? This is fearsome. This is a fearsome. I just didn't free my OpenGL buffers. I see. Wayland wants some. I see. This is. We gotta get you to your home gym. Yeah, I probably do need to do this. Just like. I have crashed my entire computer doing Vulkan stuff before. I see. Alpin Albench. I have collabed with Alpin Albench. We went on podcast with other friend Fluffy. You crash your own compositor or someone else's? I assume someone else's, right? I don't think Wayland compositor is in the active stable of Spheriphoria type. Oh, maybe it is. In concept with the yeah. I don't know. One day, yeah, one day though. The okay, where are we? Where the fuck? We're trying to we spent some time trying to learn what our sRGB is, Spheriphoria, and I think we came to a sensible conclusion. And like, it's not entirely satisfying, that conclusion, but I think we've put the pieces well enough together that we understand what this is now. And now we're gonna write a little shader to recolor enemies. Bro, I've looked this up so many. Yes, we had the Wikipedia. So okay, here's my current understanding Spheriphoria. A gamut plus color transform. What I understand in extremely basic terms, right? Here it is. You have RGB values, right? That are it's three numbers between 0 and 1. Let's say it's this, right? We have three in the abstract sense, it's three real numbers between 0 and 1. For each the monitor for each pixel, it wants to control the intensities of three different lights, right? And those lights have different frequencies. And I think my current understanding now is that sRGB basically is it's a combination of two things, right? It's the particular choice of frequencies for those lights. And then it's a little nonlinear function that you apply to the intensities, the 0 to 1 number, so such that the spread is more even for like human perception or something. What I did not understand is why the monitor does not do the second part, right? The monitor does the first part because it's kind of the frequencies of the three components are kind of like this sort of basis thing is kind of baked in, I think, right? Or it's controlled by the monitor. I did not understand why the monitor does not do the funny function to convert the 0 to 1 number to the other 0 to 1 number with different plot, right? And apparently I'm being told that this is just for historical reasons. This is right. I still don't get why the monitor does not do. Yeah, you do the nonlinear thing because the monitor does the inverse of that because of history. Okay, yeah. So it's yeah. Okay. I think this is the understanding now. CRTs did something backwards. Yeah. It's because of CRTs. Also, eyes nonlinear. Yes. Okay. This makes sense. But it seems like there could be a world. Now every image file has to undo this. Yeah. Why the fuck is it in a PNG? Right. That's the thing. Like that's where it really starts getting gnarly. Like what the fuck is that? Yeah. I don't get that still. I feel like, yeah, I want to live in a world where there is only 32-bit RGB, you know, whatever size RGB. Yeah, the law about implementation details becoming part of the API. It's that. Yeah, it seems like it's exactly this. Hello, Paxonian. Also, welcome in. Okay. Weird overlap with Gamma 2.2, which we like for other reasons. Yes, we were looking at the curve in sRGB. The funny nonlinear thing there is like very close to Gamma 2.2, but it's like linear for like low values, and like it's just an aesthetic, maybe. But I feel like you have to think about it. I don't know. Like I'm gonna stop thinking about it. What we are going to think about, and what is actually useful, is HSL. Can we? I actually am thinking I may already have a thing in my common shader library gizmo, in my funny common shader. Do I already have like a HSL conversion thing? I don't think I do. But we should probably have that. That seems like something that's just like generally kind of useful to have. More like Z:W, or what? Why did I say what? More like W:Q. Thank you. I do love victory. I do love the victory. Yeah, hi Zarithia. The numbers in the letters got a little bit confused. Okay, we're fine though. Okay, can we figure this shit out? RGB to HSL. Convert RGB to HSL. Formula. Can we see math behind color space conversions? RGB to HSL conversion. We've probably been on this exact Stack Exchange page several times. Speech is difficult. How are you doing, Zarithia? How is life treating you? We are living well. RGB to HSL. Convert. Okay, whatever. Like, I don't want to look at this. I don't want to look at this. Like, what is? I don't want to look at hexagons. I don't particularly care to look at hexagons. I feel like there is an existing we did this in the other thing, didn't we? We did this in Observe the Hexagon. Indeed, working on a video at my 16-player. Yeah, we saw this thing. We saw this. We looked at this thing. If you have things to share, please do share them. Also, this is very relevant to our interests. Momo Ayase. Is this anime? Is this some sort of animated character like this on the hair? I think perhaps. Okay, we did this in the previous thing for GCP3. We literally did this in Factor. We did this in Factor inside of Mr. Twister.factor. We have RGB to HSV and HSV to RGB right here in Factor. Not right now. Video is still WIP. I see. Will the puppet ever revolt? I mean, the puppet is in control, right? Like that is canonically the lore of the twitch.tv.LLLL.com broadcast. I think Caramel Nuke, right? Like if you go to the oft mentioned lore section.gov, right? If you go to lore.gov, right? And you go to lore, if you go to not ads, if you go to lore, go to about, maybe. Can we not see cars, please? If you go to lore here, right? The lore is the puppet is sort of symbiotically controlling the operator and sometimes Modclonk also in order to speak through it. You know, it's TTS. It's text to speech concept, right? This is the idea basically. I don't know. This was the thing that seemed funny at the start, at least. I don't know how I don't, who knows. Okay. I feel like there's a simple way. Have we done this in Emacs also? I feel like we've also done this in Emacs many times. 305 your heart rate. How is your heart now? Oh, it's actually your heart rate, Zarithia. The Factor is modern fourth. It's kind of like this. I trained it up to 1000. Yeah, my heart will never explode. I have an immense. It's my CPU. It's my CPU. Don't tell anybody. You can't tell anyone, but it's yeah. Okay, can we figure this shit out a little bit? It's really good at harding. How is your CPU not exploded? Yeah. Okay, we have a bunch of stuff here. This is just to hue. This is just to hue. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. We just have to find. I feel like there's. Like, what is this actually saying? Okay, this we don't care about, right? We're taking. I think this is essentially what we want. We take the maximum and the minimum of the things, right? Lightness is the average of the biggest and the smallest, right? If max is the min, there's no saturation. A Discord, an IRC, indeed. There is Navalikis. There is a Discord and an IRC. They are linked together. It is a one-channel Discord that is rather active. We talk there quite a lot, and there's an IRC that is linked up to it. It's funny because at moments of extreme yapping, the BPM goes down to 10 because the computer is just chilling. Yeah. It's IQ or something like this. It's some sort of quotient. Yeah, you of course. We'll be happy to have you. It's It's where we hang out. I hope you're I'm glad you're if you are enjoying the thing, I am glad. Okay. Let's do the thing then. Let's say vec3 RGB to HSL. Hello tilted over also. I tried to use URC. It confused me. Never used a terminal IRC client. I see. Yeah, it should work. It'll work just fine with a normal IRC. Like URC is just the example because I think a lot of people use that one. But like, yeah, you can. The intended goal is that you can use either. You can use either one. Very slow duvet. The intention is that you can use either one, and you'll have hopefully a relatively equivalent experience, right? Of course, we cannot guarantee exact equivalence in thing, right? But it should be the case that there is broad equivalence between the two, right? Like you're not missing out on anything, and we try relatively hard to make sure you're not missing out on anything if you're using just IRC or just Discord. Hello Mars06, thank you for the streak as well. Welcome in. It's great to have you. How's it going? It's going well. We are doing thing. We are doing thing so that we're doing color conversion so that we can do hue shifting on enemy sprites so that we can have blue orc or red slime in our little video game. We're working on this thing today. This guy is the concept. Vec3, let's say rets. We'll do it like this kind of style. Let's say float min equals min. Are there variadic functions in this guy, or do we have to do it twice? Do we have to do it? Well, we'll see how it goes. This is RGB.R, RGB.B, RGB.G, RGB.B. Can we do it like this? I probably, maybe. Max is similar. Can we bring up the thing, please? What are we? We're just going to mostly copy this, right? ret.z, which is the L component here. Let's say float this equals max plus min divided by 2.0. ret.z equals this guy, right? At the end we're gonna say return rets. If we're gonna copy this basically verbatim, right? If this is the case, ret.h equals 0.0. Ret, wow, mentioned retribution paladin gameplay. I don't know about this. I don't think that's a, I don't know. It's very funny how in World of Warcraft Classic Edition, some of the classes that you play are just like, you just get to do an insane amount of shit and have all kinds of fun, and then other things you play, it's just like, why do they even put this in the game? Why do they even put this in the game? Like, what is the point of this even? Okay. Float chroma equals, this is max minus min. Productivity is being achieved. Yeah. Max minus minimum. And then the saturation is, why are we saying S? This is X, Y. Ret.y equals chroma divided by 1 minus, got good in like wrath. I think it's decent in the Burning Crusade. I think Retribution Paladin is, or at least things other than healing and Paladin are decent. I know Paladin tank is really good in Burning Crusade, and Paladin is always good because of the buffs, right? You always need 5 in any raid because of the buffs, basically. But like, I don't know. Like, I think as a DPS, I don't know how it is. I don't know. Basically, I couldn't say. This is 2.0 times this minus 1.0. Okay, this kind of makes sense. I didn't play it until Kata and not for long. I'm trying hardcore though at the moment. I see. I know some of my friends are playing hardcore. I know Ecto has been playing a ton of hardcore, and of course like tons of streamers are playing it right now. I'm too much of a wimp. I'm just playing normal old PvP classic gaming. It's powerful in TBC. I see. This I wouldn't, the class balance in general is a little bit better in TBC as far as I know. Okay, then here we just say, okay, if things. Hello, Prodsy Pod. Welcome in. It's great to have you, Prodsy Pod. Can we shout out Prodsy Pod? I hope things are going well, Prodsy Pod. I know there's a bit of a situation in Korea last I saw. Good night, code in 007. Also, what are you making your game in? The game is written in Rust plus OpenGL for the browser. Play a lot of Magic the Gathering. Yeah. The prod is here. 20 minutes of martial law. Did it end? Is it over? It was going when I started the stream, and I have not checked anything after this. I don't want to get too deep into these things, but it is I don't know. I hope everyone stays safe. I hope for this. I wish this. If max is equal to RGB.R, if max is equal to RGB.R, why did we just not set? This is setting up the conversion. I'm copying this from the question. I'm copying this shit from the question. Can we see this? Let's just look at this guy. What are we doing over here? We're doing the same thing basically. Talk about Magic for 2 hours. I have done this, of course. I don't deny it. I certainly don't deny it. I think this is the thing here, right? Is this the thing here? We're saving the maximum to V. We're saving the maximum to V. And then the maximum here, we are saying if it's equal to R, if it's equal to R, this is the hue here. If it's equal to R, this is we learned a lot Magic drama. Yes, we've definitely talked about this for long periods in the past. Huge negative aura. Where did we get these numbers from? It's basically all just this though. Ret.x equals something, right? Else if max equals RGB.B, this is something. Else this is something, right? If Chrome is stripped off from Google, I mean, your data probably still belongs to Google, right? What, like, I don't know. I assume nothing good, right? Like, I assume you're meaning like there's like a thing where like people like there's like a thing where Google has maybe a monopoly, right? And they're gonna maybe there's maybe some kind of antitrust thing to split Chrome off from Google, right? I assume like the consequences for your privacy will be basically unchanged. I would not assume this would improve. At least I would not rely on this. Relying on this seems a little bit sketchy. It seems a little bit sketchy, maybe. What are you working on today? Something with graphics? Yes. Hello, Lane VT. Yeah, we're just doing a little bit of, we're rewriting the classic RGB to HSL function because I'm trying to do like some hue shifting for enemies in the video game. I think that's the idea here. So what are these things here? What are these things? These are approximations that were given for. Can we see what they ought to be? What they ought to be? We have all kinds of nonsense here. Is it useful in lighting? Glosure. We have glosure here too. It's useful in our case specifically for changing colors. Just like pin a line around some snapshot of the RGB sphere. Maybe it is. I don't have a very clear picture of the exact relationship between the two. I feel like it's not though. Maybe. I'm not going to pretend to know about it. Is this closure on Go? I see. Man, they love porting closure to things. They love this immensely. Can we just go to the Wikipedia page, please? HSL, HSV. What is John Guy? What is John Guy here? The solution they're going to tell us here is that, sure, this is rotation of it's 60 degrees by H, right?
First blood.
Hello, headless headhunter. Welcome in. I don't really understand what this 60 degrees. I mean, the hue, of course, is the rotation. I would like to know like what this is in not that. Take a cube, spin it so it stands only on the black corner, squish to cylinder, basically. That is good. Yeah. The I guess that sort of makes a little bit of sense, right? Yeah, the effect of warping hexagons into circles. That kind of makes that is sensible. The hexagonal nature is from the cube nature. Was so complex. Yeah, there's a lot of bullshit. L is like its length. S is like inverse angle. Always find watching y'all coders do your thing happen. Thank you. I mean, I think it's really not so fancy. I think it's mostly just I don't even know what I do on here. But I appreciate it. Welcome in. It's great to thank you. Yeah. Okay. What yeah, you should 100% try it. You should definitely try the thing. Why is there what is this mod 6 here? That's sort of exciting. Oh, of course, it's mod 6 because it's a rotation, right? So like this is basically giving you the yeah, well the mod 6 I think is related to it's related to 360 degrees, right? And also related to yeah. Maybe the others are just Why is it not always mod 6? Why is it sometimes undefined exists? Well, it's not. Math is not like a monolith. It's just that because it's just not defined, right? It's not a what do you call this? A total function. Right? And this, like, there's just no hue if it's like black or something, I assume is the case, right? Because C here is the range of RGB, right? It's the maximum minus the minimum, right? So if it's grayscale, there's no hue, right? You're gonna have no idea because it looks cool. We are trying to figure out some math related to colors, Headless Headhunter, right? There are a couple common ways you can represent colors on a computer, right? You've probably seen the one that's like it's like something like how do you say like RGB. Like if you write colors, like you see them on the web a lot, like a color like FF00FF, something like this. Colors like this. What this color is it's telling you a value for how red, how green, and how blue the color is. What we want to do is we have guys in our game, right? If we go into our little game here, if I refresh the page, our game has guys in it, right? Do you see the guys? Here's one of the guys in the game. This little orc dude, right? I am bad at drawing, right? So what I would like to do is instead of having just a green orc dude, I would like to get a red orc dude and a yellow orc dude and different kinds of little guy for free, right? I don't want to have to draw them or manually change the colors on them, right? Yeah, they're adorable. Yeah, exactly, right? And similarly for other types of creature, right? I want different characters here. So what we were trying to do is I want to shift the color such that we can make it all like blue instead, or all red, or any other color, right? You can't do this kind of shift easily on just an R, G, and B value, right? You can think of, I can just add a number to each one and like you wrap them around. It doesn't work out well for shifting the colors. It doesn't like line it all up very nicely. So a better way to do it, Yeah, I mean, it would be easier to just tint a base, but like this is what we got, and I think this will be, it'll be about the same in difficulty. Instead of just directly modifying the RGB color, what we're going to do is we're going to convert the color to a different set of 3 numbers. We're going to convert it to this HSL representation. There's HSL and HSV. It doesn't really matter which one, right? Which gives us components that don't mean red, green, and blue. It'll give us 3 numbers that mean, in this case, hue, saturation, and lightness, right? And the one we care about is the hue. The hue kind of tells us, okay, is this red? Is that like it kind of ignores all the stuff about like how bright or how dark the color is or its intensity, and it tells us like sort of more directly like what is the color? What is the color here, right? So we're converting to this, and then we're gonna rotate. We're gonna rotate on this, right? So if we have a hue of 1, or if we have a hue of 0.8, we might add 1 to that to get 0.9, right? We might add 0.1 to every hue for every pixel in the image, and that should hopefully kind of rotate it around nice. It should shift the hue a little bit such that it still looks like the same thing, but it'll be a different color, but it preserves kind of the original image a little bit. It probably works out to be the same as rotating the RGB values around the line R equals G equals B. Do you feel shame ever, you two? Gonna be a huge mess. Oh my lord. I mean, LG has overcome such weak emotions as shame. Shame is for losers who don't code in JS and blast Nightcore all day. Very true. You know, if you haven't listened to what do you call it? If you're not blasting out loud and on your boombox at the bus stop, you're Angel with a Shotgun Nightcore remix. Like you're not living. You can't have shame if you're living that lifestyle. Epic Fortnite, yeah, you got it. Okay, so to do this, we have to do math, right? And we have to do math that like is kind of a lot of shit that I don't want to have to understand very well. I just want to like do the math because the math is not that long and we've done it before. What did we do in Mr. Let's just copy exactly what we're doing over here. What is this? It's B. Is this G minus B or is it the other way? It's G minus B. This is purely for 250 like bytes. This is purely doing it for bytes, which is probably not what we want to do. But I guess it doesn't actually matter that much. This is we're multiplying the thing by 43, and then like ultimately the ratio here is just like what is D here? D is the minimum. I guess we're just not computing the chroma separately here. I'm probably also doing HSV here instead of HSL. Why friend has a traffic cone. Figure out public key bullshit and remove all of my programming brain juice. I don't know if you saw, LG. I have OIDC stuff working now also. You flip the polarity so you've translocated their polarization and made them have pretty outfits. Exactly this. Oh yeah. It's not fully done yet. I have so can I register one? Yes, we can do this. I will get this. I will get you the deets. We can get you the deets shortly. The main thing, I still need to make changes because I uncovered that like on the version, I'm using an older version of Authelia. I'm just using whatever version of Authelia existed in the NixOS repos. 4-day vacation starts Friday. Hell yeah. That is a nice vacation. The version of Authelia I'm using, I can like do the whole OAuth flow, right? I can like I just downloaded a little Python client that like claimed to do the OAuth thing, right? I can just point it at the server. Too much banked by mistake. Yeah, this is 4 weeks is luxurious. This is quite nice. I can point the little OAuth client at the server. It'll pop up the login page. I can click it. It'll redirect back to whatever server the little thing runs, and it'll give me a token, right? And the token has like I get like an access token in it, and we should be able to use that access token to like get auth with the API, right? Like that should allow you to like make requests make requests on the user's behalf, right? However, on this version of Authelia I'm using, you cannot actually use it for anything. And the docs, they claim like, okay, you can request a certain scope, and then once you've requested that scope, you can actually use the thing. But you cannot actually do any of that part. It just gives you the access token, and it doesn't. I think it's like half implemented. So I gotta, yeah. Still being at the same place for 5+ years, and this is quite nice. 3 sick days is brutal, right? Like this is horrible. I think at my last job I got like 25 days, so I guess 5 weeks also, 25 days PTO, and then a couple of holidays, but not too many. Provide feedback. Okay, yeah. I just want to create this feature, right? Hello, Raleigh. This is this language on screen right now. This is Factor. This is Factor. It's I'm not actually writing this today. I'm just reading some code I wrote before. That does kind of something close to what I want to do, but not quite. It's this guy here. It's kind of cool. It does some really. It's a cool language, but the tooling is kind of really awkward in some cases. 24 days when I hit 10 years next year. Yo, I hit staff at this job like 2 years ago, and that also came with an extra 2 weeks, so that helps. That is quite nice. This is quite cozy. Having very well defined PTO like this is very good. My previous employer also did a thing like this, but they also like paid out if you were over a cap. So it just made everyone just like not use it. Because it was like, oh, I can get extra, which is good. I mean, it's not like it's better than the unlimited thing. It's it's extra money, but like it was still it definitely created a culture where people were like into the not using it in exchange for money. Yeah. 4 weeks off every December. It's quite good. It's quite good. Yeah, I don't know. It's I feel like PTO is I always felt it was troublesome because like in the situations I was in my previous company, right? I was often in spots where like I was the only person working on something that had like relatively tight deadlines. So I ended up taking way less PTO than I should, right? I ended up very like or I would take it and I would it was really awkward, the situations that it ended up being like, because it's like, okay, I can take this thing is due in a month. This is like I'm at my most stressed now. This is like when I would most like to take PTO. The thing is due in a month. I basically can't take PTO because like if I take a week off, it's just like I'm just worsening my situation, right? It's so like, and then I'm always on like 5 different things. So there's never like a lull where I can actually just like not have an imminently approaching deadline. So it's like I never can take this without like hurting my performance really badly. So I don't know. What ends up being by in December, and that's just the arrangement. Yeah, this is nice. Everyone had 2 days sick leave plus PTO per year, and they got away with it through some loopholes. I see. They realized that all deadlines are bullshit. I mean, this is true, but some deadlines are not bullshit. Like I recognize this in theory that all deadlines are bullshit, but there are some deadlines that are like yeah, I don't know that are at least in the context that I have been in the past. There are deadlines that were of dire consequence. Like someone's gonna lose a lot of money. like someone's gonna lose a lot of money really bad if like this thing happens, right? These are the ones that are stressful, and really realistically I probably should just not have been exposed to this kind of decision making process, and I mean this is why I also quit. So but the like yeah, time is money. Yeah. Okay, can we figure that? I feel like this is way simpler than I think it is. Can we just find the fucking thing? I don't want to think about this. I want to find I need one liner. Not a lot of people needing stuff needing stuff from me fast. Yeah, this is good. This is good. A lot of the stuff I was doing in the past, right? It was like, so here was what my situation was like when I quit, without going into too much detail. It was I was working on 5 different projects, right? with independent managers. The managers are not talking to each other. They all have separate demands on my time, right? Right. This is the situation. I have promised slices of my time to all of them. Basically, you know, with 5, it's basically 1 day a week to all of them. They are all totally unrelated. Hello, I'm a TV. Also, we're working on some game dev stuff today. Totally unrelated projects, right? And then also on all of them, on one of them there is one other engineer. On all of the others, it is only me and a manager and the kind of the tech lead, right? The principal investigator. These are like R&D kind of things. And also the tech leads are not very involved with these things. So I am in direct meetings with all of the clients. so every week I am in direct meetings with various external people who are paying us to do the things, right? Which means also that every week I am like, okay, do we, like, they're asking me like, did you do the thing that we are paying you a lot of money to do? This is and this basically ended up being hell. And also the other situation was that I was irreplaceable. Because the only people with experience in the code base I was working on, and in general, like, there was this massive code base that required some degree of like relatively specialized knowledge, had all also quit. So at the end, it was sort of a situation where like I was the only person who, like, I could not be replaced. If I took time off, all progress was halted, and that had to be reported directly to external collaborators. And this X5, yeah, so like this is basically the thing. And like I was like, fuck this. To request a 10,000% pay increase. Yes, I mean, this did also come alongside the slow working into this position came alongside massive rise in, you know, like but by like over the roughly 5 years that I was working there, right? I think I like they had like internal like a level system, but like basically my working dysfunction is this, right? I'm not trying to be like, oh, I'm so cool, I wrangled this is my dysfunction mode of work, in that I am an extreme obsessive, right? I will become obsessed with something and I will chase it until the end of the world, right? I will grab onto the thing and I will never let go as long as possible. Like if I don't know the thing, I will learn the thing. If I don't, like, I will just chase the thing forever. Yeah, I did this, right? I did this for 5 years. I chased the thing to the ends of the earth, right? This was rewarded heavily, right? I think I started at the place I joined as a level 1 kind of person, and I left as like the second highest level that they offered, and which was commensurate with like a lot of like I was very well rewarded for this, and I had no complaints about the compensation. It was just that the lifestyle of doing that was like fucking hell, and I don't want to ever do that again in my life. It was just like total misery, and like everyone was like really supportive about it the whole time. Everyone was like very chill, like oh yeah, if there's ever anything you need, please let us know what we can do to help. And it's like, what do I tell you, right? Like how do I, like, what do I do about this? Like there's nothing to do other than like what is the work-life balance? You have one person doing all of this shit, and like there's no like you're not going to hire someone, right? Like, and you're not going to train someone, and like there's no one else to do it. Yeah, it was a situation where there was no one else to take the workload, right? Because it was like this relatively specialized thing, and everyone else quit. And I was like, it was just like, oh my god, yeah, teaches a lot, but who boy, it ain't fun. Yeah, so I'm I don't know, just broadly like happier being an anime character, and broadly like happy I'm not worried about PTO anymore, I guess is the origins of this conversation. I'm very pleased that I'm not thinking about when I'm going to allocate my PTO. Did you quit after that? Yes. I mean, it was the slow burn up to this. Yeah. I mean, like after I left, I believe there were problems. There were I don't want to say, like, you know, but like it was the sort of thing where like my fears related to like the consequences of my own inaction were like, as far as I understand, were true, right? Like I quit, I didn't do the work, I didn't get it done in time, and there were problems. So like I don't know, like at the very least it wasn't my ass at the end of it, right? Like it wasn't, by that point I was off the hook. I was others were responsible, but like, yeah. So this is the thing. Frog boiled in pot. Yeah, I don't know. It was fine. It was a very good learning experience, and I enjoyed the thing overall. But like, it was just like, it taught me a lot about fucking saying no. Right. This is the real lesson of the whole thing. It's when people say like, hey, can you do this for me? Hey, can you make this? Hey, do you think you have time to make this happen? The default response, like my default response, has always been, yes, sir, right away, sir. Right. This is how I have grown up and acted in my life. It is yes, sir. How fast? Let me do that this weekend. Let me do this on Saturday. And like realizing that you can just say, no, I don't have time for this. Yeah. How high? Saying no to people is like so imba. It's extremely powerful, imbalanced thing. You gotta be doing that. Yeah. This is the deal. Sorry, I'm really busy. And you should be saying that even when you're not busy yet. It's low-key broken. Yeah, it's true, Kubert3. It's true. You gotta be saying no all the time. If someone wants me to do something in that kind of context, I want them to be, I mean, of course it's all hypothetical now, because now we're living a very different lifestyle. These days I could probably afford a little more productivity. I could probably afford a little more pressure. I think I totally turned off the burner here a little bit. We gotta crank it back up a little bit. Extremely common MMO MOBA slang, indeed. Yeah, it's time to crank it up. Universe engine. Can we just find this shit, please? RGB to HSL. Give me the thing. I don't care about the nuances. I don't care about the small error. I need a decent thing that works. I need a decent thing that fucking works. Please, God. You had to quit your job to pursue full-time anime man twice. Yeah, and I did the same thing again a few months later this summer. I did the exact same shit again. I ran it back and made the same mistakes. You know, it truly is like that. Lygia.xyz shader library. Battle-proof cross... Wait, this is kind of sick. Wait. The game you're working on? The game is here. You can actually experiment with it online on my TV. It's something that's kind of like... The intention is for it to be kind of like Pokemon Mystery Dungeon mixed with the Binding of Isaac, maybe a little bit. Maybe that's the hybrid nature. Perhaps this is its hybrid nature. Battle-proof. Has import support, but I use this all the time in 3JS projects. I do not support funny include right now, but maybe I could support it. I used to what are you using to make it? I'm using Rust and OpenGL built for WebAssembly, so it runs in the browser. This is the tool chain. Have you linked this? No, this is extremely cool. I don't know why I did not think that this existed. Like, I wonder if we can make this happen. It'd be getting the includes to work properly that's the issue, and like preprocessor stuff in general. But like, because right now I have like no shader preprocessing thing at all. But like ostensibly, like this just works like normal C preprocessor and just puts it all in one file. So I could just like run this as part of like just throw this in a, just run the preprocessor in a makefile or something, and then it works. Maybe. You can also just copy and paste into the shader. Yeah. Does it make it convenient for this to like, I was wondering if these things include other things themselves. I guess we can look at the source code. Where is, let's add this to the docket just to make sure we don't forget that it exists. Our docket is sort of taking a loose form of cool shader library. The depth isn't that deep. Okay. Okay. Yeah, we can probably just, yeah, exactly. Right. We can just like do this. Different shader every time you reload the page. That is cool. That is cool. Yo, damn. Let's think. I love reuses of C preprocessor. Yes, it's a cool tool. Although, you know, we could also go M4 style. M4 would, I mean, CPP is a little more usable. Writing the same noise function 100 times. Yeah, I'm sure this also has, I'm sure this has the things that we need. Maybe it does. Can we go to, is there a GitHub on this guy? Is there a repository on this guy? There is. Can we investigate this a little bit? Can we, oh, why are we going username style? Unable to read, why is it prompting us for a username? Oh, because we misspelled the thing. We misspelled the thing. Okay, cool. Do we have any color? Do we have color? We have various things. We have just hue shift here. Does hue shift do literally what we want it to do? It does RGB to HSL, and then it does the thing that we want it to do. Excellent. Excellence. Very, very cool. Is it possible for us to build this? I honestly am thinking that we might want to just use this. Like, there's going to be enough shit in here that, like, we care about that is going to be handy for us, that I almost feel like we should just have this available. There is attacking. The controls are just awkward. You have to go into the abilities menu and then use a thing, use or register a thing there. Precious wheels invented elsewhere. Yeah. It would be cool to have this available. Okay, what will that entail for us, right? Right now, our shader workflow is extremely poor. SDF shaders too. Yeah, this would be cool to have. How does the abilities? You press 2 for it. 2 is B and 1 is A, basically. The controls are really, really bad. We do have control rebinding right now, but it's also needs some work. Where is... So, the way it works right now is we have nothing, right? Like, ideally, we wouldn't include the whole library in every shader, right? That seems foolish to do. Ideally, what we would do is we'd be able to selectively pull in these things that we need, right? There's GLSL compiler. What is this? Directly in a we can write it directly in a Marco. This is just a macro for the things, right? Does this handle includes for us? It does. And I assume this expands to an include str, right? Maybe. Can we just get that part? Is that... I guess we'd have to parse the things to do that. And there's other preprocessor stuff here, right? There's like full preprocessor happening in this world. Is there like a usage documentation here? Can we see how you actually use this thing? Just include the functions you need and use them. GLSL include. Let's see like what this is. Like I'm sure maybe the compiler. There's ARB shading language include extension. How to use this macro. What it isn't, it's not include. Okay, this is actually good sign. Oh, yo, this is actually not bad at all then. So maybe this is not actually CPP. Maybe what we have here is actually something a little more. 1 second. I'm dropping shit. Maybe this is just stuff that the driver can handle. So what we'd have to do is we'd have to load every file. We'd have to load everything in here. Load every file with GL named string ARB to load them to the virtual file system. And then we do the thing. Yeah. If like we want to follow them ourselves, we need to handle it. Hello, Zertronic. Welcome in. It's great to have you, Zertronic. You came up earlier. Actually, I was discussing you because I was like, I didn't know that Zertronic streamed, and then you do, and I was like, damn, I wish I had known this. Hello. Welcome in. There's another one here. Yeah, I mean, we can of course write the thing easily. This is telling us the whole shebang here. This is telling us the whole shebang here. Indeed. They're telling us the whole deal down at the bottom. And then computing the thing in degrees. I'm a big fan. Yeah, there's linking in the GPU. There is. I mean, there's explicitly a thing called linking in the GPU, but that's mostly for the linking of the vertex and the fragment shader. There's no linking here with includes. There's no linking probably because like include is not a linker concept in the first place, right? This is all just, there's no like, in general, you're probably not like, yeah. It's all the only compilation units you have kind of in the C parlance would be the single vertex shader and the single fragment shader, I think. And of course there's other shaders, but like this is the thing. You could share functions between shader artifacts. Yeah. I assume it's at the text level though, right? I assume this include is still basically textual replacement because it's with this named string ARB thing, right? And then for every shader, you have to initialize the extension. And is that being done here in these guys? No. No, it is not. That's sort of the scary thing about this is it makes it like it makes me feel like I need to do a lot more stuff, right? Just string insert include, not the GLSL extension. Yeah. It makes me a lot more like this feels like there's a lot more potential for driver fuckery. Basically, this is the concern. A greater fear of driver fuck, I think, is my concern here. I would avoid. Yeah. I don't want to handle this. I mean, we can also just directly see what they're doing in their RGB to HSL. We can just see what they do. Where is RGB to HSL? Is it in space RGB to HSL? Can we see your nature? Can we see your nature? It's in fact much simpler. Well, it's RGB to HCV first. I see. That's what the create link does, I think. Yeah, probably. The create link does something more in that it's like an actual macro for writing GLSL inline, and also yeah, I don't know if it, again, there's weirdness in like this is like a large line. I don't know how you're intended to use this thing basically. What is to HCV dot GLSL? This is this guy. This is this guy here. That's doing some business. It's doing some business. The actual extension is for when you have many small shaders using a big common library that would be slow to recompile. Maybe, but like it's still recompiling, I think, right? Like it's just loading it as text. It's not actually. Maybe it is. I don't know. VT plugin GLSL. Well, either way, John counter is cut off at the top. Yeah, what is John counter telling us? It's 27. That doesn't seem accurate to me. The prosperity and patron license. Wait, is the license for this fucked up? Also, the prosperity public license. Notices, commercial trial. Limit your use of this software for commercial purposes to a 30-day trial period. If you're okay, this is, I don't want to do that. Okay, this is fucked. I'm not touching this. I'm not touching this at all. There's no way we're touching this in any capacity. We're like abort. Yeah, get this out of here. We can't be looking at this. This is fearsome. This is fearsome. I'm sorry, Lugia. I'm sorry, Lugia Pokemon. You were very promising, but that does suck major. Hello, Amiru Zycro. Also, hello there. Welcome. Yeah, cool idea. We just need our own version of this, really. Like really, we should just like collect the licenses 2024, 11, 12. Wait, it's new. It's newly added. Can we see? Can we go to the area of interest? Can we go to the area of imports? What is the license change? Can we see? Non-commercial license 2 years ago. No, this is old, right? This is an old license. It's been like this for 2 years. What is the history? That's all. It was the first license ever added. Was this? What are the exact implications of this license? This seems to be a hand-rolled license, maybe. This seems like a hand-rolled license, perhaps. This is kind of fearsome. This is common. Okay, notices. There's a trial period for all personnel, 30-day trial period. Contributions back. Developing feedback, changes, or additions that you contribute back to the contributor on the terms of a standardized... Like, this seems a little bit... Your custom chat is freaking awesome. Thank you. I'm glad you think so. We have yes, I think so as well. If you like this, we also have Discord IRC, which is interlinked, and there are things of interest. There are things of interest. Personal use for research, experiment, and testing for the benefit of public knowledge, personal study, private entertainment, hobby projects, amateur pursuits, or religious observance without any... Because I assume it's commercial, right? I assume the difference with AGPL is you can still use AGPL for things, right? You can still use it. Hello, Hellscape123 also. Like it's purely to... Thank you for the follow, Hellscape123 also. Welcome in. I think were you here before? Was this a funny Twitch unfollow situation? Just give the guy $5 on GitHub, easy. If you contribute, you get a commercial license.
First blood.
I don't know. This is too scary for me to even touch, right? This is like even at like my level of like, oh, I want to make a funny game and put it on Steam, right? Like this is like such like a like things like this, like using this would be like opening yourself up to like, you're basically just saying like, oh yeah, this, like, I don't know about this. This guy can probably just like sue you in the future, right? Like, yeah, yeah, we should just write our own shit. We actually have a GLSL library using this extremely sophisticated technique, LG. Especially for fucking HSV. Yeah, like we don't need to fuck with this. Let's just write the code. Links to cutting edge legal terms for software license sales. Wait, what? Where is this? Where is this linked? Where is this? Is this on the site for the license itself? At the bottom. Do I have the guy still? I sent link. Oh, I see. Let's go. Let's see this again. I'm sorry. I don't mean to rag on this super hard. I mean, like, it's obviously people can do whatever they want, but of the license itself. Notices, no liability, Blue Oak model. I've also never heard of the Blue Oak model license. Perhaps this is more on the site of the license itself. Sorry. Okay, I see. Blue Oak is good. Do they mention it here at all? Contributions, license, prosperity license and the patron. It's dual license. There's the patron license as well for contributors. Yeah. So you can use, if you contribute, you can use it non-commercially, or you can use it commercially rather. This is, so if you're on this list, if you are on this list of people, you can do it. 3 hours left. Is it already so late? Really? It's not 3 hours left. Oh, it is. God damn. God damn. The what is the prosperity license? Okay, sure. It's the project of License Zero with help from many friends. Hello, thank you, Amuro Zekro, for the follow as well. And this is, I see. This is some kind of interesting art project. Mr. SD, guy who created shaders. Is this the case? This is something interesting. Well, anyway, this is cool, I guess. I must away to catch another stream. Good night. Please enjoy the 0x539. Out of pure curiosity, is it someone I know? I'm always I don't mean this in a weird way. It's more like I'm always looking for people to watch. Is that a can opener or something like this? Hello Geop. Also, I hope not. You hope. Oh wait, it's this. It's I don't. Oh, I see. 07. Can we shout out Geop also? Too many people may be many friends to some. 2 people may be many friends. I see. I don't know. Either way, this is somewhat fearsome. Audio record. No, so it's trying to record audio and this directory doesn't exist. Sure. That's very strange. Does that just destroy our transcription then? Maybe it does. Let's close all this just to be safe. Just to be safe here. Okay. Where's the things that we need? Where are the things that we need to see? What do we need to see? And where are we? Sounds like a perfect combo for chilling and building things. I agree. Okay. Please tell me. I don't want to understand. I merely want to mirror. I merely want to copy. I do not wish to understand. Do not make me think. I do not wish to understand. We care about Hugh, right? We care about Hugh. This is all. Is this okay, they're just telling it the 60 multiplication, this is just converting to degrees. This is irrelevant. This is an irrelevancy. If we look back at our common frag.glsl, our sophisticated library here, what must it be? Well, this guy is rgb.g minus rgb.b divided by chroma. Sure. This guy is rgb.b minus rgb.r divided by chroma plus 2. And this guy is rgb.r minus rgb.g divided by chroma plus 4. Huge. Okay, let's just assume this is right. I think I'm happy assuming this is right. What about the other direction? What does the other direction give us? We also need the opposite because we need to convert and then convert back, right? HSL to RGB, VEC3 HSL. Similarly, HSL to RGB. How do we convert this guy? What is the method of conversion? HSL to RGB color conversion. Can you tell us about this? I mean, the hue is the complicated thing. The other things are relatively simple. This is what is this telling us to do here? It's telling us a variety of things. What are we giving? Let's just do we just copy this shit verbatim? Do we just copy this shit? I mean, this is basically what we have. It has this funny little guy on this, but we're gonna ignore this for now. What is the until we, I like ignoring things until we know when we want them, right? When we want them, copy pasta. No, we're gonna read the thing. We're gonna read the thing and maybe interpret what we care about. Let's see, right? So it's going to be a similar deal where we have vec3 ret return ret, right? We have some funny checks here, right? If HSL dot y is 0, right? So the saturation is 0. This makes sense. If saturation is 0, it's grayscale, right? So everything is just the lightness, right? The saturation is like how much the hue matters, right? I think this is the concept of, this is the correct concept. It's how much hue there is, right? There is a hue, but then how much that actually affects the thing is saturation. This is ret.r equals ret.g equals ret.b equals hsl.z. Else, what do we have here? What are these values? Very true. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I don't understand what P and Q, etc. are. This is a fearsome thing. What are P and Q, etc.? What is their purpose? I can sort of understand what this plus and minus 2/3 is. They're letters. This plus 1/3 and minus 1/3. This seems to me like rotations around the hue zone. Maybe something like this. I don't know. It seems like some kind of rotation around the, right? It's like evenly spacing out by 1/3, right? Which sort of makes sense given that like maybe you would expect R, G, and B to be evenly spaced around the circle. That seems like this. P and Q a thing. Mind your P's and Q's or something like this. They say this. What is, you know what? We're going to copy this verbatim. We're going to copy this without understanding verbatim. I think that's an acceptable outcome for us right now. Let's do that. Let's do that. That's gonna be a classic scenario, right? And we're gonna write it exactly like so. HSL float Q equals HSL.Z less than 0.5. Let's try and understand it. Yeah, I mean, I feel like we probably can. Like I don't have like the geometric intuition for this. I think. This is hsl.z times 1.0 plus hsl.y. Or it's hsl.z plus hsl.y minus hsl.z times hsl.y. Float p equals 2.0 times hsl.z minus q. Brain facilities for this? Yeah, I mean, it's whatever. Okay. And then we have this funny hue to RGB helper guy, right? That's just like a bunch of fucking checks. And I guess the checks are just, like the hue is telling us like how far around the circle we are, right? It's like this hue in particular, since it's out of 1, it's like a very strange unit for rotation, right? It's essentially radians divided by 2 pi, right? Or something like this, right? 2 pi radians is the full circle. Is this the deal? I think this is the case, right? This is radians divided by 2 pi. Yeah. So like, but it makes it, which is why it's sort of, the numbers are cleaner, right? Like this 1/6 is like this is like saying if it's at the top or the bottom of the circle, right? And then these things are like checking the segment of the circle that it is in, right? Like it's kind of like this angular angle. Yeah, something. It's a strange. The unit is strange, right? It's not what people are used to. I think we're getting an angle out of 1, right? Okay, we're going to write this function also. And we're going to write this function by copying verbatim also. we're going to write vec3 hue to RGB. It actually returns a float, and it takes a float. It takes 3 floats. It takes P, it takes Q, and it takes T. We're going to give them the same names. T is the actual like adjusted hue, right? It's like the for green, it's just the hue. Is it green because green has some special position on the circle? Is green kind of in like a 0 position on the HSL color? Can we see that on, like, is that the, like, does green tell it, or does red tell us something? Like, what is the meaning of this? What is the meaning of this? Why is red plus 1/3? Why? Hello, Stack Disaster. I'm new here and I'm glad I caught the stream. Thank you. This is very welcome in, first and foremost, and it's very kind of you to say. I hope you're enjoying it. If you like it, we have a place. We have a place where we hang out and where you can make sure, like, if you want to catch them in the future, this is where we like ping and stuff when they happen. They're on a very regular schedule though. I'm here basically every Tuesday and Friday for a long time. Your name is very good also, Stack Disaster. Are you a what do they say, binary exploitation enjoyer? Is this the thing? Are you still the invite is invalid? Wait, huh? Is this true? It should not be invalid. It should not be at all. It works for me. Are you in a country that where Discord is there some kind of blockage here? I can confirm. I just turned good code into a jumbled mess of compile. I see. This is a true compiler, maybe. Okay, we're going back here. We're copying this verbatim again. Thank you, Stack Overflow. Thank you for the follow, code in 007 also. Sure. The Great American File System in 2025. I don't know. IRC, love your style. Yeah, they're linked up. I wrote a bridge program that kind of, it sends messages back and forth. Okay, we're just gonna write this very imperative thing. We're gonna write this very imperative guy. This is just clipping for the range, right? This is basically just modulo, right? This is saying, okay, if the subtraction by 1/3, if the subtraction by 1/3 brought us below 0, bring us back above between 0 and 1. If it brought us above 0, if it brought us above 1, this is to bring T back into range, right? And then from there, these are the actual checks, right? So if it's less than 1/6, if it's less than 1.0 divided by 6.0, this is P. What is I don't know. Times 6.0 times T. I know all your sins in binary. This is fearsome. If it's less than 1/2, it's Q. And if it's less than 2/3, it's P plus Q minus P times 2 divided by 2.0 divided by 3.0 minus T times 6.0. Something like this. Okay, this is extremely fearsome. I don't know if I like this 1-bit, gamers. I don't know if I like this 1 bit, but we could say ret.r equals hue to RGB PQ HSL dot x plus 1.0 divided by 3.0. If it works, it works. Yeah, I mean, this is true, but like, I don't know. Well, I mean, we can. It's easy to know if it works, right? We just see if it round trips, right? If the thing round trips, we're kind of, or at least it like conceivably round trips, we're kind of set. Okay, let's first check if it compiles. That's going to be the first step here, I think. Let's go to game.rs over here. Let's make the thing go. Head over to Oubliette. Wait for this to reload a little bit. Can we go over here? It is building. We are building. Gamer style. We love that. We love this immensely. What is next? What is next for us here? let's think. Let's think. We need to. We go back over here. The thing should reload. It's going to tell us that the shader didn't compile. No matching overloaded function exists. We have some kind of integer float comparison that's happening in an incorrect kind of way. What is this? Are our line numbers actually correct here? They are. So is min only min GLSL? Is this only 2 argument? Is it not like this? Yeah. So we just have to say min double. Right? We hit him with the double min, and similarly with the double max. That should resolve any difficulties we encounter there. And the next one is on line 81, which is this comparison, and we didn't put the .0 there. Classic. I knew that was going to bite us in the ass. We have a little gnome setting up its own little cabin in the living room. That can be fine, though. We like the gnome. Yeah, exactly. We love the gnome. We love the gnome. Okay, trigger recompilation. Everything should just reload from here. Does your screen actually look like this if you just arrange it this way in OBS? It looks like this. There is actually currently nothing on the screen that is OBS. This is one single OBS source that is pure screen capture from my capture card. This is the way it goes. This is how minus the anime girl. This is also how it looks on when I'm not streaming. Also only at a higher resolution. Only at 1440p instead of 1080p. And it's also how it looked at my work laptop for the entire duration of my last job. This is just the way that we do it. This is the way that we do the thing. Okay, this loads now and works. Okay, can we actually do the conversion now though? Let's see if we can just shift everything by a constant offset. Let's consider that. When you're not streaming, yeah, no, it's a little too unnerving to have the webcam light on. I think I like having the webcam be recording, regardless of what it's doing, is sort of inherently fearsome. You upscale to a 1440p monitor. I do because Twitch is best. It's best to stream at 1080p. I think, right? I think you can technically, as of recently, stream at 1440p, but I don't want to like risk it. I would rather have the I've considered doing it for a sharper image, but like I'd be upscaling all the text anyway. I don't know. It's kind of a wash. It stutters. Yeah, it doesn't quite support the bitrate. You would downscale in OBS rather than the other way. I probably could do that, but like I want to downscale. I want to do like as little scaling as possible. Are you using WebGPU or WebGL? This is WebGL. WebGPU I am interested in. Shy Assassin VT, welcome in by the way. But I have not explored fully yet, and also the fact that browsers don't support it without flag is annoying, right? This is the intended audience of this is like I actually want to ship this game and have it work for people, like and just work when they open the web page. And WebGPU is unfortunately not quite there. Yeah. So GL it is for us. Okay, if we go to entity frag.glsl. Let's start with the basics, shall we? Let's call this just P at the end of the day, and let's say P vec3P. These are all going to be P plus this. The flash addition here is for when things get hit. There's like a flash uniform I can pass in to make things like go white, right, when they get hit. P, which may also be better operated on this. If I say HSL equals RGB to HSL texel.rgb, and then we say vec3p equals HSL to RGB HSL. Let's just round trip it for now, right? Is learning GLSL hard? It's basically C. There's not very much interesting about it. It's C with like the stuff that's annoying and tricky is like stuff that's not in the language itself. It's the interfaces. It's how you like load in attributes or a uniform or something, and how like different some of the version stuff is annoying, and this is the annoying part. The language itself is if you know C, you're totally fine. I'm not getting no, there actually is no, it is pixel perfect because there is no rescaling. fighting annelids, right? That's the difference, right? If I downscaled it in OBS, it would not be the same, right? So what I'm doing here instead is like I'm actually rendering like the image on my monitor is the same image that you are seeing, right? It is there is a 1080p image on my monitor, I guess technically upscaled to the monitor's native resolution, but the monitor is running in 1080p mode with xrandr or whatever, and that image is being captured exactly, and it is being streamed to you. So if you are watching in 1080p, it is exactly what is on my screen. Some things are in OBS, right? Like for example, if like the redeems, like total clarity is, if I click this, the stream is mainly about mining, settling, and fast-paced melees. This is an OBS. This is not on my screen, but everything else is. Okay. If we do this, if we go back to Oubliette of General, we have classic issues. Failed to compile no matching overloaded function found. Dimension mismatch. HSL to RGB not found. Hell, we're in hell. How is the entity shader? The entity shader probably isn't. The fact that this looks, because it's doing a sprite sheet thing, it's probably not using the standard fragment shader at all, using the standard stuff at all, right? Blood, hello, howdy, flower 7. Yeah, like normally a lot of our shaders, you see they don't have the version at the top. It's because they get concatenated with, if I go to assets.rs in oob, we have a shader and we have a shader no lib. We have shader and shader no lib. And no lib is only used for the entity shader right now. Okay, I don't give a fuck about this. I'm copying the functions over. I'm copying them over. They don't have to change very much. I'm copying. We're doing a sophisticated technique known as copying and pasting. Over to frag.glsl entity. I don't care. We have them. We have them now. I'm copying them from my own file over there. Does it build? Do we click? Okay, now it's being the HSL to RGB is clearly wrong. It's clearly very wrong. It's clearly so fucked up, it's unbelievable. This is supposed to look the same. It's supposed to be round tripping. Clearly something has gone deeply wrong here. Can we look at others? Well, I mean, the goblin kind of works, and the bat kind of works, but John Orc very much does not work. And the rat doesn't work either. I think it's things that are originally green are fucked. Is it possible color has not been adequately understood? Yes, I think this may be the case. In fact. I think this is a green situation. Reminds me of Mario RPG. Thank you. Yeah, how green? Yeah, it's anything green. Anything greenish is causing major issues. Why would that be the case? It's probably on the... Very bizarre. Very bizarre. Did we fuck something up? I mean, we clearly did. If we go back to... I disclaim any comprehension. Yeah. If we head back over here, what could we possibly be fucking up here? Like... The, This is the case where... Huh. What could it be now? Is it a difficulty with this conversion back? With this, did we fuck up these numbers here? Did we mess up? Is the order of them different? No, it's not. It's not different. Takes them high enough up and competent enough to push something like that at a small mid-sized company rarely happens. Yeah, indeed. Oh! Congrats, Hellscape123 on the employment. This is very nice. Can finally use Linux after 9 years of macOS. This is excellent. We don't set ret.z in the first if. This is true. I mean, we do set the thing. Ret.z. We don't set ret.y. Oh, we set them. We always set them here, right? Ret.z is set to luminance, right? This sets X and Y. This sets. Yeah, we do. Niche Penguin is going crazy. We have the Braille rotation. We have the power of Braille rotation. You wrote it wrong as you. It's not that you wrote it wrong as you were reading it off of a Stack Overflow answer. I mean, this is highly likely. Someone is already shit talking of Mac OS. I see. Welcome. Good morning, Diablo Project. Good morning. This was not a long sleep. This was not a long sleep, my friend. I hope you can get the sleep that you need. What is the possibility? It's very possible that we fucked up something along these lines. Extremely possible. Very possible. What could be going wrong though? I refuse to believe it. I refuse to believe anything could be going wrong here. Yabai doesn't tickle the same parts of my brain as DWM. I see. Understandable. Enjoy tacos, Yellowberry, also. What is our dysfunction? I mean, I suppose we could just test it on a color and see exactly where it's fucking up. But it's kind of annoying to test also, right? A third of the sustenance of the inhabitants is tacos. I think it's likely weighted by the fact that Yellowberry is the main food reporting individual. Yellowberry has a taco night every Tuesday, and they always say this, right? It's kind of become a thing. Like it's like a thing where like every Tuesday Yellowberry says we had tacos, and if I go long enough, they say I'm back. We had tacos. They were good. Like it's this kind of thing, right? It's sort of pleasant in this way. And taco, honestly, I don't know. I'm not a huge taco guy, I think. Like maybe it's my tastes are crude. I have crude tastes, but like for me, I'm all about like, I don't know. I'm a burrito head when it comes to Tex-Mex. When it comes to Tex-Mex cuisine, I'm kind of a burrito head, I think. Why my clone is... Your clone only shit talks things that don't have one command installers. It's really funny, actually. It's kind of good. I like slop. Yeah, I love... There's nothing I like more than putting a big... Oh, we have rotation. This is good. This is good. There's nothing I love more than putting a big bowl of rice and some kind of meat and stuff together. This is really ideal. Yeah. Okay, I feel like it's kind of embarrassing for us to be thwarted by something this basic, even though we are literally copying it from Stack Overflow. So like we probably should amp up a little bit. We should probably amp up a little bit here. Are we missing this division by 6 step at the end? Oh, this seems likely. Oh, that seems likely to me. Oh, that does seem likely. That division by 6 at the end, that's looking likely. Okay. Is that what we're fucking up here? Is that what we fuck up? It is. It is here, probably. This is converting it to degrees, and yeah, the degrees, it's right now this number is out of 6. We need to divide by 6.0 at the end. Ah yes, a classic. Let's go back to what's his name? John Fragment Shader. John Entity Fragment Shader. Let's also remove this from common because I feel vaguely uncomfortable having multiple copies of this code around. I don't really like having that. Let's have one copy around and we'll move it. We'll copy it in the future if we need it when we know it works. Yes. This guy should just be right here. We gotta say ret.x divided by equal 6.0. And that should fix it, I believe. We recompile. Demanded RGB HSL conversion using linear transforms. I see. I mean, this sounds unpleasant to do. The implication here is we do it all with like sans the ifs, which is perhaps relevant, right? Yeah, this doesn't seem... Perhaps you can get a good approximation, maybe, using some real trickery. But like... Yeah, like I can sort of see why you might want this, but like, I don't know. Hello, Dingus Dev. Thank you for the resub, friend. Welcome in. Why you copy the pasta and not write the pasta? But it wasn't even in that, right? It's the issue is we're kind of lightly adapting the pasta. You're late to the party today. Welcome in all the same, Dingus Dev. It's great to have you. Okay, now we're doing it, but it's still like off. I feel like we're like offset by like some amount here. Like orc, it's supposed to be the same color as original. Orc has become a different color. Is that thing that we're skipping? Thank you. Thank you. Is that the fault of John's skippage? We were avoiding doing a certain thing. We were not doing this guy here. What if we grab this guy? If G is less than B, it's 6, otherwise it's 0. I think we might have to incorporate, if we incorporate this, it does not block game sounds. Indeed. Indeed. It only turns off my mic. Perhaps we should also turn off capture card audio, but the problem is the gong is from the capture card. So I'd have to make the gong sound come from OBS instead of just from the... It'd be... We could rearrange some things, but it would be... Yeah. Hello Majad, though. Welcome. The where is the our heart's desire? Where is our heart's desire? Not you over here. You. Plus this is something along the lines of, is G greater than B? Then it's 6.0. Otherwise it's 0.0. It's like this guy, right? Is this the case for real? It's G less than B. Okay. This makes sense. The 6 and 0, again, we're dividing by, it's kind of a wraparound based on whether I can sort of get the intention behind this. Maybe we mathing these effects go crazy. Yeah, there are many effects. There are jaw-dropping practical effects, like that one skeleton on the PS1 that people are always linking. What is error today? What is your error? G and... Oh, of course, we need to say RGB. How could we be so foolish? Syntax highlight, because I don't have a mode installed for GLSL, because I am lazy and... Okay, that's not it. Okay, somehow we're fucking something up enough that this is not at all what we want this guy to look like. It is not at all. Why is the color... Why has it changed so much? Why has it changed so much? I mean, it looks the same, right? Like, this is better than before, right? It's still vaguely greenish, but it's like losing the degree of green that it is, I think. I don't think this is just due to imprecision. This is unlikely. There's something sinister afoot. Can we make it render one thing on one side and one thing on the other side? Let's say this. Vec3 E equals what is the texture coordinate that we actually have? This text coord final thing, right? If text coord final less than 0.5, then then this is back. Otherwise, this is texel.rgb, right? So it should render one thing on one half and one thing on the other half, if we write that in the correct manner. Two component vector of... Why are we... Oh, of course. Of course. Of course it's the x coordinate. We simply wanted it to assume our intentions. Okay, that's also not right. What are we doing here? Oh, text coord final is the text coordinate. We want the raw texture coordinate. We want the actual vertex text coord, of course. Vertex, this is the one that's actually going to be interpolated between 0 and 1, because that's we're drawing a single... Yeah. I had it backwards. Okay, here. Now we draw half in the old color and half in the new color, right? So the left half is drawn in the new thing, and the right half is drawn in the old thing. And these should be the same. They should be the same. There should be no difference between them. And they are like kind of close, but there's like a kind of a big difference between them still. Like you can see. And for some guys, there's not much difference at all, right? Like for this guy up here, you see where Miku is? This goblin dude, there's very little difference between the halves, right? Whereas for Spider, it's most notable on Orc. It's most notable on Orc, I feel. Can we continue investigating? Are there any other Bose. So what is leading to this failure to round trip? I wonder. We'll have to uncover this. Like what could cause this thing? Like clearly we have, like, this feels like a hue issue, right? It feels like a hue issue, right? Like what if we were just to always set HSL.x equals 0.0? We're just going to set the hue to red, right? Okay, the hue is now red. This kind of has the effect that we wish it to have. I feel like the hue is maybe off a little bit in the RGB. Does the game have lore? The lore of the game is broadly you're going into a dungeon. You're going into a dungeon to obtain resource. To obtain resource. I don't know. To obtain treasure. Treasure perhaps. Like, see, it's like this kind of thing. It's we can do the thing. A friend of mine has a dungeon. Yeah. It'd be good to know what. It would be good to have a dungeon. I think a lot about having I feel like my ideal house, right? Here's the peak house. My ideal, if I had $1 trillion, if I had infinite resources, I would buy out an entire block in a major city. I would I would fill the block with a labyrinth. I would make an elaborate maze at the surface level. And then in the middle of the maze, at the point of solution, there would be, you know, a little locked door with stairs going down, and have the whole place be underground, maybe with some windows going up into the maze. This is ideal home. Oh, this is the homeowner's lifestyle, I think. It's really, you can't ask for much more. Okay. I mean, we can shift this to whatever we want. Like if we say 0.5, right? Like we can freely adjust the hue as we intended. It's just that it doesn't round trip properly. It's that the hue that we get back is not the hue that we demand. The hue that we demand. Is a nice homeless shelter? Yes, probably. It's just the allure of a maze is too strong. It's far too, and the allure of being able to get lost and never be found again. It's way too high. Let's pour. Let's hit them with a bit of a pour here. So why does it not round trip? Why does it not round trip? I mean, we can try and trace a given value. We can consider tracing a given value here. Like what is a given one of these values? Let's just do the conversion by fucking hand. Also, I don't care. I don't like. Let's go. Let's do it. Control open, please. Control O. Twitch.tv/control_O. Open the files. Go into oubliettes. Oubliettes game. Source, assets, textures, entity, orc.png. What is the value of this pixel? What is in fact this pixel here? What is this pixel's nature? It is RGB 88515164, right? That's the base thing. Let's go to our notes. Let's say hsl.org. It's the thing is real RGB 88515164. And unfortunately, we cannot conveniently run our GLSL and test it and see what the outcome is. Maybe there is some convenient tool for us to do this at some point. We're fuzzing. Wait, this is the whole B movie. We have the whole ass B movie on here. Damn. Hothead? Maybe so. Okay, what is the actual RGB to HSL conversion online? Can we do this? Convert RGB to HSL. RGB 151 64. HSL, we are being told that these are degree. We have this in degrees. We have this in degrees, saturation, and lightness. Right? We have this in this. Hello, Straw Hat Sasha. Also, there's some nice rectangular blocks in my city that would equate to about 8 acres. Is that enough for your labyrinth? Probably so. Can we get this in like normal numbers? Can we get this in normal numbers? I mean, we can convert it presumably easily. Real HSL. Hue is 103.45 degrees. Saturation is 40.47%. Lightness is 42.16, right? Since when we have John counter, since earlier today, it's higher than this. It counts when I say John. It's 28 right now. It's kind of hidden a little bit. It's a secret feature. Okay. AKA, let's say AKA, what are these numbers looking like? Throw me some numbers. 88 divided by 255 is 0.345. 151 divided by 255 is 0.592. 64 divided by 255 is 0.251. Okay, this is what is 103.45 divided by 360 is 0.287. 405 0.421, right? This is the case, right? Okay, so this allows us to enter information about, and this should hopefully allow us to nail down a little bit what is broken, right? If we go back to our fragment shader for entity, right? If we do in fact set the hue to something, what if we set the hue to 0.287, right? This is the value of hue that should correspond to the original color, right? And you'll notice that it is in fact the original color, right? Or at least it is on the skin. It's converting everything to this on the, so the other parts of it are getting set to that hue as well. But at least on the skin it matches, right? Which means that we know where the flaw lies, right? Because we know where this change was made. We have successfully debugged a little bit, right? We have obtained information. We know that this part is not flawed, but this part is flawed, right? We know that the hue is being computed incorrectly given the value. Day 4 dropped, you spooky. My concept of time has significantly altered. Yes, it's you have a bit more time. Day 3 was pleasant. They always try and bait you a little bit on these things, right? They always try and be like, oh, part 1 is like easy in a very particular way, and it's like part 2 is like, oh no, the way that was easy for part 1 is going to be slightly more involved here, right? They do this a lot with like regex stuff, right? I find that there's a lot of things where it's like, oh, you can solve it with an easy regex for part 1, and then part 2 is like, oh, you probably should write a parser, but like, yeah. This is kind of the way that it is. It was a little easier. Yeah, they don't really like linearly scale up in difficulty, I find. Usually it's also the case the weekends are harder. Right? Like this is common. The weekends usually are a little higher difficulty. I think this is relatively, accepted. Because people have a little more time to work on them. It must be so much fun to write the puzzles also. Like that's such a cool thing. It's making me want to try and write some puzzles myself. So RGB to HSL is giving us the wrong hue value. Which makes sense because the hue value was the thing that was the most annoying to compute here. Why is that? Why is that? I wish we could debug this somehow. I mean, I guess we can manually run the code, right? We can run the code using a sophisticated technique known as look at it and figure out what happens in our head. Like the 8th puzzle. Yeah, you'd have to go all year, I think. Which I assume the author does, right? Trying to implement basic regex in PyTorch. I see. I don't know. I feel like you might be better off like without. I wonder what is the easiest way. I don't know enough about Torch's like execution model to like. Like I feel like like you don't really need that much to. Well, anyway, I don't want to overly influence. That is an interesting exercise though to do it in Torch. Yeah, good luck though. I think that'll be really cool when it's done. Okay, so we have these values here, right? What is the let's do this out, right? Max equals 0.592, min equals 0.251, chroma equals 0.341, right? This is the case. The max is G. The max. Oh fuck! We found the bug. It's G, not B. Hi. Hello, chubby koalas. We're working on a little bit of game dev today. We're doing the Labyrinth. It's the oubliette of General, of course, chubby koalas. It's the hit new video game oob.colonq.computer in development TM. We're in the maze. Yes, classic typographic error. Classic error in typing, but we did find it right away. My code is terrible to look at and maintain, though. I have to actually check how people write parsers in Rust instead of just throwing things together and ending up with pain. We were playing with that parser combinator library recently. Is it Winnow? Winnow is the one. We had some fun with that. That was quite cool. Okay, we're still setting the hue wrong. If we go back to the fragment shader, this should now be round tripping. Let's remove all of this nonsense. If we reload this, this should now be. It should now not look any different. It should now look the same. It does look different still. I feel as though the saturation is too high. The saturation is too high still. Let's compare the old versus the new. This looks to me like the saturation has become large. Is that backed up by reality? That does seem to be the case, doesn't it? Right? There's a higher. This seems like, why is the axe purple? Why has John Axe become so purple? I don't think this is how he was originally. Like you can see over here on ear, right? Bat's ear here is like very muted, whereas Bat's ear here has become highly intense. Twitch hell. I apologize if there is Twitch hell. 2 problems: inability to work with inconsistent length solvable by padding, and the fact that I cannot apply arbitrary function to values need to express whole parser and tensor ops that are designed to be applied to the whole tensor evenly and equally. I see. And purplification, yes. So what is the deal with that? Is our saturate is our like okay? Let's consider something. Let's consider I don't know. Like how are we computing saturation here in the first place? Can we say, do we know? That's the y here, right? That's max minus min divided by this whole thing, this whole situation here. How do we set that up right? How do we make that work the way we intend it to work? Like if we go like let's go down here. Let's go into Python again. Let's go into our little doc here. Let's define some variables, right? Let's say r. Let's say Chrome. Let's say let's compute some things, right? Loom equals max equals 0.592, min equals 0.251. Loom equals max plus min divided by 2.0, just the average of the two. Chroma equals max minus min, right? And then what else? People writing parsers instead of just a few more regex or masochists, I salute them. I don't know, I feel like parsers, they scare people too much, right? Like it's honestly not very difficult to write a parser, even in something, for something simple like this, for sure. Even in something like C, right? You can actually, like, I think people are scared off by parsers because you hear so much about all this parser stuff in school, right? Like, oh, there's LAL, there's all this shit, right? But like writing like a simple recursive descent parser is really pretty easy. And honestly, it's not like, it's pretty clean, I think. I don't think it's too much to it's too much to do at all. Hello, welcome back, Fade. Also, yeah, I would encourage people to write parsers more, because it's like, it's the kind of thing where like once you're like comfy writing parsers a lot, that feels like kind of a superpower a little bit, maybe that's what people say. Is that what cool people say? They talk about things like superpowers and ninjas and stuff. It's like that, right? It kind of, I don't know, I feel like it's a real enhancement to your capabilities. Yeah. Okay, so what is the saturation? We're computing chroma divided by 1.0 minus abs 2.0 times loom minus 1.0. Which is 0.404, which looks a whole lot like this saturation here, right? That seems about right. So does that mean the inverse is the problem, right? Is it the case that the inverse? So like if we set the saturation to the, I like the Santa hat, thank you. I like it as well. Most parsing I've done is, yeah, I mean, this is basically just the concept of recursive descent, except Prolog handles the backtracking for you. Right, it handles a lot of the annoying boilerplate, but it's like the same thing, right? It's pretty easy to translate, and it has the same restrictions, right? Like the main restriction around recursive descent is that you can't easily express left recursion, right? You can't easily have rules where like the rules non-terminal is also on the left side, right? And this is the same restriction in Prolog DCG, because fundamentally it is the same kind of deal. Not against the idea of writing parsers. Do agree with you, it's a good tool. Yeah, the regex was much easier. Yeah. It'll be, I don't know. It's just fun to do. There's no winning or losing here other than just like having fun and learning about things. So I think what's happening here is that the saturation is not being properly incorporated in the conversion back to RGB. Is that backed up by reality? What is the mission? The mission is to finish doing some HSL to, we're trying to do HSL on RGB conversions in shaders, so it's such that we can hue shift enemy characters in OOB. That is today's objective. This is the objective of the day. So we're writing a little bit of GLSL, and we're trying to figure out some math that we have mostly copied and pasted from the internet, because this shit is complex. Is a lot. It's a lot. But I want to make the orc a different color if we set a uniform. That is the core concept here. Okay. So here. What where is the saturation? The saturation is Y, right? Saturation is HSL.Y. Are we miscopying something from our funny Stack Overflow post here that was described? Where are we messing the thing up? Oh no, we're not. This is normal. This is baseline. This is baseline, I think. Oh, we are messing up by a factor of L though, I think. No, this is normal. This is Y. Okay, this is sure. I think this works. The ichor permeates all. I see. This is scary. This is horror content. This is sort of a horror situation. Are we messing something up elsewhere? What can we possibly be messing up elsewhere? We could be messing up the hue situation. Maybe so. Maybe so. We multiply by 6 here. Which we do have. Minus t, sure. Q minus p. P plus, sure. Sure. Like we can just compute what the conversion back would be, I guess. This is also possible. It'd be easier if you had some colors on screen. Yeah. Yeah, the main problem is we don't have a good way to like test this function, right? We can't easily like get the numbers out, right? I guess we could just read from the frame. It's going to be annoying to do. It'll take a while for us to actually read from the frame buffer. SGML parsing libraries? Yeah. Let's see. There are yeah, use like the funny beautiful soup kind of deal. The bag of tags approach is best for this. Sent you a link with the sound files. Thank you. This is kind of you on the Discord IRC. So what is the malfunction here? Let's compute this out manually, right? Let's see what are we working with here. What are we working with here? This is the wrong way. It's this guy down here, right? So Q equals. Let's write the thing. Let's say H equals 0.287. S equals 0.405. V equals 0.421, or L rather, excuse me. So Q is equal to, do we have ternary in Python? No, we don't. There's like the funny like in if expression though, right? Q is equal to if L less than 0.5. Yeah, it's the if after, right? It's the if. It's you put the if here and then you put the else case. It's weird. The condition is in the middle, right? This is L times 1 plus S, right? Otherwise, it's L plus S minus L times S, right? What is Q here? It's this guy. It's this guy. And then P is equal to 2 times L minus Q. P is equal to this. And then we have this our funny little hue to RGB thing, right? So we can determine if this thing round trips successfully, right? Let's define hue to RGB. Let's define the guy P, Q, T. And we have let's just do the whole thing, right? Let's just do the whole thing, right? If T is less than 0, T equals T plus 1. If T greater than 1, T minus equal to 1. Come on, kids, it's fucking windy. Hello, Salad for S. Welcome in. It is it has been, at least where I am, it has been quite stormy. It has been quite stormy. Oh, do we not have the return P at the end? We don't. Huh. Why does this even compile? Why does this? What the hell is even going on here? Hello, Code Nightly. We're doing a little bit of color. We're learning a little bit about something called color. Is that good or is that still bad? I can't see. It's too small. Why does that even build? What is the value if that's the case? I mean, it looks... It's no longer purple. It's no longer purple. So, that's good. It seems good now. I think it was a return P issue. That's really scary. Maybe it's just 0. I don't know what's going on there. That's a very fearsome encounter. Anyway, we have successfully done the business. If we go back to entity, then return purple. Yeah, that was the default case. When it doesn't have a value, it defaults to purple. It defaults to saturation maximum. Saturation maximum. It's like that one voice in Ikaruga that says maximum. You know the one, right? When it goes like the when you achieve maximum power, when your power has achieved the maximum level. Okay, where to next? Where to next? We are in the business of looking toward a different direction. We're in the business of looking towards adding the appropriate uniform here. Okay, we no longer need to do this. This is just P again, right? But now we can do things like we can say HSL.x plus equal hue shift. This is quite good. This is quite good. And we can also say things along the lines of if HSL.x is greater than 1.0, HSL.x minus equal to 1.0 in case the hue shift makes it go larger. There's probably a mod we can do actually. We can probably just actually say equals mod HSL.x plus hue shift 1.0. Probably something like this is a little more apropos, and handles the negative case cleanly as well, and also handles cases where we add like some gigantic number to it, which will be common. So now we just need a uniform. We need uniform float hue shifts, and then furthermore, if it achieves thanks to the Python repo. Yes, Python saved us yet again. So now they render. We have the uniform in place. So now we can just set this thing, and we can just set it differently every frame should we wish to do so. If we go to render.rs, where is render entities? Down here, right? We can go down here, and then for the entity, we can say something along the lines of, let's just say hue shift, and this is equal to st.tick as f32 divided by, I don't know, 60.0. Make it totally hue shift every second. And this should cause iridescence. This should lead to an iridescent shimmering. It has led to an iridescent shimmering. We have successfully achieved iridescent shimmering that does appear to be kind of decent. Yippee. I made grilled cheese sandwiches and now I'm here. How's the debugging going? I hope your grilled cheese is good. That sounds very appealing right now. We have just achieved iridescent shimmering. I think this is largely our goal, right? This is what we wanted. We wanted the ability to like change these colors to easily customize different types of guy. We can make the elite orcs red. So I think this is mission accomplished. I think we've gotten there. Gauge, yes. This looks very good, yeah. And we don't have to always change them. Like I can just set this to whatever number we want, right? Like we could just change this to always be like, the idea is like for specific like enemy types, we'll use the same base sprite but just offset this, right? So we can always flip the colors, right? You can see now we have purple orc. You know, we have different rat. We have different rat, right? And like the overall like look of the thing is preserved. It's just not like, yeah. It's photonic. Yeah, I think we got there though. This is a success. A minor success, but a success nonetheless. Not sure you need to do that in the fragment shader though. Probably not, Bogan Bits. The thing is, I would like to do it dynamically, right? There isn't really much cost to doing it in the fragment shader, I think, right? In the sense that it's just adding a single, I mean, it's doing the HSL conversion and back, which might be expensive. But like, we have to do it for each pixel regardless. And like, if I wanted to do it more efficiently, probably the thing to do would be to bake it at like pre-runtime, right? Just like make all the assets that we actually need and bake them all. But this way it also allows us to do interesting effects, right? We can do other things with the hue like this, right? For example, if an enemy is frozen, we can use this same functionality to like change it to like all blue and something. You know, we can make things ice frozen style more easily. Like there's various different effects we can do with this. And I think at the end of the day, it probably isn't that expensive at all. So like, I think it's worthwhile doing it like this. Like it allows us to do funny dynamic effects. We can, yeah, it'll easily handle this. Also, yeah, our resolution is low enough that like anything is going to be totally fine. What is Niche doing with the hair? I don't know. They're changing to what appears to be white space, but like I don't. Maybe there's a bug in their code, perhaps. Donut.c, but it's attempting to rotate, but it's off screen. It's trying to show there's no donut. I see. Maybe it's not visible beneath my fat head. How is it going, Bogan Bits? Also, though, I hope things are good. I think we'll call it for today, though. I think this is roughly what we got where we wanted to go. We achieved what we wanted to achieve. This has been a pleasure as always, friends. It's always wonderful to have you. Thank you everybody for coming by. It's great to be here. Advent of Code in 2 hours. Yeah, I probably will not be doing it right at midnight this time. As always, if you like what you saw today, I sort of learned Algol 58 today. Hell yeah. If you like what you saw, we have Discord IRC. We'll be back again on Friday. Thank you. Hello, Vicente Diallo and Car. Welcome. You caught us right at the end. I love you. Thank you for being here. It's always wonderful. I have computer audio now. Hello, ABC123. Also, welcome in. Who are we due to rate today? We will do newspaper. Who ought we raid today? Is there anyone around who seems like a person to raid? Slab is live, but Slab is playing Slab is gaming today. CM Griffin is live. Is Big Book of Bug live? This is good potentially. This is good. We can raid into Bug. We can raid into ODAT Nerd. I have not raided ODAT Nerd in forever. I have not even seen them in forever. Let's raid over to ODAT Nerd. I think I rarely get to catch them. They're programming today. Thank you everybody. Falstaff and Distract Streamer, then Discombobulate. So true. Hello everyone. And Loaf Bread and Six Horn and hi everybody. Thank you. It's great. Let's raid into ODAT Nerd. They're a very pleasant person. They do software development as well. Yeah. This is the place. Okay, we load the thing up. We queue it up. A little bit. Okay. And I guess that's it. I'll do newspaper before I forget to do it. But until next time, stay cool. Hello and goodbye. Hello and goodbye, you Daniel Pancake. You _ Daniel Pancake. Thank you. We will see you next time. Joel, as always, indeed. Thank you. I appreciate it a lot, everybody. It's great to. I hope I have so much fun doing this. I hope you have fun too. It's that's what we're here for. Thank you. Let's keep doing cool and fun things together. But yeah, until then, bye. Bye, real. Oh, I can't find the button. Fuck.